Well, good afternoon. It is almost 1 p.m. in the town of Ferguson, Missouri, and my name is Suze. Many people have come to know me over my 57 years here, and the fight's always been real. A lot of people like to parody that and make their fun. And a series of events was happening this morning. One person in and out already. Of course, this is a blocked channel. And, in the end, I really have to ask the world that they need to come forward with with what they have. Use their real name, say it out loud, and let me address it. Everyone has joked and mocked, saying that they've interviewed me or that I'm hiding behind somebody in government or that I'm even a spy. And that's a pretty sad statement. Another one in and out immediately, trying to do what's been going on for so long. But this is a video that I create myself as a supplemental guide to what has gone out as my official statement. And as the packets go out, and the letter surely has already been circulated. Everybody knows too much about it. And I know about technology and how easy it is to bug a phone, get a picture on a wall, get a recording from some Spy Kids stuff, or even be hacked. And unfortunately, since everybody enjoys dark comedy and a narcissistic view of the world, especially at the most dire times, it's a reaction to stress, is what it is. Some people get quiet, some people get angry and scream. And that pretty much has triggered whatever you call what is happening. I refuse to engage that comment because it's so multi-layered. And this is something that I have already planned to do. And when you speak and you have to say your own speeches, it's important that you're able to be calm and not have a script or not be ported into a computer or not be drawn as a cartoon character. So, as this was all happening, and the thing you have to realize, and everybody knows it, but they act like they don't. These tapes, these digital recordings are really different than tape. It's not truly like back in the Watergate days with an 8-track. But in this digital realm, it's easy to change the date or the premise and just make so much plagiarized material. I mean, so much that you can't find the needle in the haystack. And that's pretty much what's happened now. So I cannot believe that, say, the United States government has not spoken to me yet, tried to extend an olive branch instead of a needle. It's very difficult to see the people that truly were friends along the way that were compromised. And everybody knows that term. And I'd say that's about 85%. It's funny how the devil can tempt people, and it's funny how our Creator found a way for this to play out. And so, what I want to focus on, and at this point, I'm not even 6 minutes in. And, everybody has an intro to their show. And unfortunately, my show, I think that it's been called Sue's Gate. It combines Susie Q, the Q movement, the many, what do you call it, acronyms or something, where they give you the letters, like the STEM program is now STEAM. They've added an an A, an A for the arts. So whether it's BBB, Better Business Bureau, which was always a scam and a strong arm for some very corrupt, behind the scenes political things that have happened to me my entire career. So I can speak directly to that, and I retain evidence as to that matter as well. But, you know, for all these things to have happened, and this whole forgetfulness and anger, and this is the different steps of grief and trauma and all sorts of psychological things, but how everybody reacted to the Mike Brown thing, and how people chose to mock a white girl for standing up for a young black man. And so, it all fell away. I mean, Darren Wilson was just an insurance marker. I mean, everything was wiped clean. The place went wild. We had some major fires, one right by the home and the other by the business. So that was in 2014. But it's interesting. Everything became about George Floyd, just like how if a white girl goes missing, all the black people get upset. I mean, that's not really how humans feel, isn't it? To me, that's more how an insane asylum would be. All compassion would be lost. So that's what I see. Well, anyhow, in the meantime, I'm back to these Sue's Gate tapes. Sometimes they put them in a vault, in the private Discord server or the dark web or Lord knows where. And, it's also funny that people mocked me for being uncompliant to joining the technology back in the 90s. I mean, really, careers don't need computers. I hate to burst everybody's technology bubble, but for more reasons than one, you have to accept that as a reality. And it's not my desire or issue or fault that happened. But that is the way of humanity. They blame it on one person, just like blaming it on Trump or Biden. I mean, it's popular opinion that runs the avatar in the game, and everybody should know that. It also involves the actual human server's level of competence. So, in answer to why do you see these media and government people running, hiding, slowing down, repeating all the things that really make a person just say, I don't care. But that's the way the devil works. That's the way that satanic ritual abuse works. That's the way media works. That's the way the insurance companies have worked. And this all goes back to the anger over the movie Bulworth, where Bulworth, you know, is running for Congress, but in the end, he raps and he gets shot. We have too many interracial children for any adult to behave this way in any manner. I mean, if you're straight up one particular group, you can, you know, find out if you're a protected hate group, which I have no idea what that would mean to anyone. I mean, the obvious list is so long, it would be as long as the list of these calls that come in that they hang up. The answering machine picks it up, they play the game. Here again, all digital lines are listened to every moment of every day. So, Bulworth, knowing all these things, was going to have himself killed and then winds up getting killed over it. And of course, Halle Berry is involved. And in the end, everybody comes together for 3 minutes of sadness, right? But let me tell you what's going on here, so you will be able to follow along if you so choose. Here's what's up and ready to go. We have Weekend at Bernie's, one of my favorite weird old movies, right? And then a video called I'm Safe from My Stalkers. Now, all these videos are able to be entered into through 4G. And they can become live and interactive, working with artificial intelligence, bots, and human servers, which, like I need to repeat and repeat, it is hurting the health of the actual human giving that energy. So what they're trying to do is give me more hate than what they are experiencing in their own trauma. Welcome, Modem 9. So, you know, everybody's been having these aches and pains and problems. And this weapon is hitting us all, and somehow it would have to do with the atomic, neutron, hydrogen bomb cocktail that is, let's just simply say, the truth. It's amazing we've lived it. In high school, they told us it was just the cockroaches to give us peace of mind. That's funny, because at Luther North, we had flying cockroaches. And, you know, that's scary if you're a girl and you're sitting on the flipping toilet seat, and all of a sudden you hear bzzz coming up from a hole. Yeah. You get up real quick. It reminds me of the shit demon in Dogma, to be real honest. But, you know, they have weaponized living creatures, whether it's animals or people, or a combination of the two, which they used to call a chimera or something, over these 7 years that I've been online. So it's completed a full cycle. there has been so many different programs that have been run directly in front of my face, which led me to speak up. And Mike Brown was one of the first situations that happened because a company that I paid $79 a month, which obviously comes to be another scam. Hey, can you believe that? But they called it single platform first contact. And they would take someone like me that had a huge amount of educational material and get it up online on a platform called Facebook, open up the accounts for all the different social media platforms. And I sincerely told them from the go, I don't want to be on Yahoo and Tinder and all this crap. I I had enough to do as it was, but to overwhelm it, to confuse the computer to carry on, especially after Y2K. So it's a 20-year situation here. And today what I'm talking about is more than halfway in. So I want to keep on focus. And then I will read your comments as I do the first thing that I need to do. But this is my opening and I'm at 1650. And since everybody grades me, I have to tell you, usually they don't allow you any more than 20 minutes, seriously, for your opening and to let people know what's going to happen. So I want to keep to the list of Weekend at Bernie's. I'm safe from my stalkers. The Lutheran North rabbit hole, for Mike Brown's sake, from me. And what the hell happened this week? So, I can answer my friend, well, see, to me, everyone that I engaged as I would someone that I believed was a friend. And I really don't know any other way to be. So they also know that because I'm like that once I find a person out, I will pursue them to get them to stop. But of course, that just angered people. And this is as high as government. So, like I said, for them to have not spoken to me in a professional manner already, when this all goes back to the crap that was staged in 2016 with Elvis and Trump. So, everything that I have researched has wound up being a psychological operation, to say the least. All right. Let me just hop over here. Okay. This is an 18-minute video, but I'm 12 minutes and 23 seconds in. So let's play this. It was not by chance that we were cast into a role where we would disclose these facts just by existing here and wanting to participate in volunteerism, in business and commerce, and in friendship and community. Surely I really don't expect the 1% who blacklisted me to recant their judgment or their sentence for our non-compliance, which we're not supposed to talk. I've been told that my whole life. Don't talk or I'm going to get in trouble. I just ask that whomever It is. Doesn't want to come kill this messenger when it comes to my witness, because we are all free to pursue life. Let me stop there, because we're not. And that's exactly what they have been attempting to do. And through fundraising, through media, through propaganda, and through religion. And all of these things are simply ignored because it's too heavy to deal with. But in the meantime, all the fake ones come up and use that story and just drive it into the ground to make the suffering for the real people, which is us, continue. This is beyond any words. And somebody better come up with some damn quick. Liberty and the pursuit of happiness. So, let's look at this piece of paper. I made these early in the morning. We have our thesis, which would be isolate, exterminate, silence, and ignore. Put a fence around Ferguson is what somebody said on Facebook the other day. Tag Trump. But for real, it's almost looks like it's a closed community within an award-winning, playful city kind of place. So there is two strong opposing forces, and we'll be going into that in detail. And no matter who it is, there is always two opposing forces at work in the one person. And that's something that I have mastered, and that's why I was speaking when everyone stole every bit of my life's work. As we go along, the antithesis would be, like I said, the pursuit of life, liberty, and happiness. What's that say? 12. Not 12. Is attainable in America's most dangerous city. If you can have peace here, you can have it across the globe, right? That's my antithesis. And then the synthesis would be... And that's why there's no peace. The issue proved to not be inverted my words, black and white, and started a war. And where else but in St. Louis, in your own hometown, could you have a white girl blacklisted by a few white folks and a token? Oh, you're not kidding. You were asleep. Nationwide and globally, August 2nd was deemed the National Day of Forgiveness by online social media. This was confirmed by a blue full moon on the 31st of July, and you know how much excitement there was on Facebook and YouTube about that, so I know you guys are hip to what I'm saying. Wise ones say that humanity is experiencing the final release of letting go what no longer serves us. Clarity is in order to bring peace, harmony, and balance. If the choice is fear, those who choose fear participate in the collective, dramatic response to false impressions. When we choose love and the 6 heart virtues, we exist as the Creator's clarity upon the earth. I heard that just last night, and I thought that was the most beautiful statement. So, In closing, I want to show you something. Last one. Now, this is from the book Dynamic Freedoms. I am only one, but still I am one. I cannot do everything, but still I can do something. And because I cannot do everything, I will not refuse to do something that I can do. And that was written by Edward Everett Hale. He was a mid-20th century chaplain in the United States Senate. So, tune into my channel, Sue's Pratt, on YouTube for more of my love letters to Ferguson, because there's going to be a whole bunch. And I thank you for your support and your time and your heart brain. I'd like to say namaste. And with that, peace, love, and light from the big yellow house on the third cosmic ray, St. Louis, Missouri. Thank you. Okay. So, we've got the whole concept that our local governments have been broken up so much that they can, let's say, outweigh federal law because, of course, the government is automated as well. So it's all equal playing ground. And it's, excuse me. Anyhow, it's automated to the place where
he's still sick.
I can hear that in him too. I know.
But he keeps going to work and people keep coming in sick.
I know.
I'm like, if you're, I ain't arguing with motherfuckers. If you keep going to work when you're sick, you're getting somebody sick and it's coming back around to you. You know, it morphs in another body, just like what's going on with the people today.
That's why it's viral everywhere. So
sad. I'm going to go out to Ellisville and look at this guy's fucking house. Big money.
You are, he is.
Me. Big money, big good job. My sister, one of my sisters.
Just take a break, cut on my thing. Go ahead. No, that sits up there on Grandpa's models. Up on there.
Anyway, my mom and sister were supposed to come by. They called. I guess I fucking fell asleep.
You needed to sleep.
There's a neighbor boy.
I know.
With a pizza.
Just what he needs after all that screaming. That was freaky.
They were screaming?
Like bloody, like somebody was dying over there and saying, fuck, and no, it was weird.
Somebody been there for 2 days now with that black Mustang.
Right.
It's
a more of a high class flop house, not like 3 doors down.
Put 2 Halloween decorations in the front of the yard, right up by the front porch.
Mm-hmm.
A scarecrow and a little pumpkin thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just thinking, okay, that shit
that's
in your
how they mark their grid.
The shit in your front yard they haven't taken away yet looks like a grave or something. Right. Okay, it's pretty spooky.
Right. Good job, kids. For some reason, it's the worst age to be is 24 this year. And these poor saps.
Trying not to fucking smoke a bunch of weed and shit.
You should just take a supplement. And
I'm trying not to. I
didn't know what you're saying. Okay, let me get back to my show because this isn't me just. I have to focus on what I'm doing.
Well, I only put about $1,000 worth of fucking money in the bank a week, and I already spent $500 this last week on weed.
He's screaming again. Can you hear it? Go see which kid. Can you peek out or look out in a window and And this illness is traveling pretty quick. There needs to be some focus and there needs to be some leadership. I don't know who thought it was a joke to shove me in that role
They're in the back.
and beat the hell out of me.
They're in the backyard. On the back deck.
Of course, Ferguson's government is just a video game. Everything is virtual only.
This window right here gives me a real good look at the guy that drives that Mustang. He's sitting right there, right at the tail. I mean, all you can see is his face. He's got like a scruffy beard and so.
I don't know which one was screaming.
They're not screaming.
No, I said when you were taking a nap.
Oh.
I'm not talking about now. I'm trying to just be calm. And this is something that in war, like the cartoon is, they grab the person and they shake them, and slap them in the face and, do all the stuff or throw them in the brig. But it's almost like the people that are the strong ones are all locked away and won't come out still. I find it very odd. Okay, so let me just, I'm not going to worry about Weekend at Bernie's. Okay. So we're going to get the front of my video and I'm going to play that over the background guest, who, of course, as everybody should realize by now, even in government or in alternative media, we really have to call it alternative media. There's no way in hell that's government. But like I said, it's a digital format, and everybody has got to be able to realize what that is and quit teasing me for having to explain to people that the apps were hackable. And everybody just kept saying it's an application. It's like, man, quit parroting that response. It's kind of like the mask or no mask, or white or black. And I'm telling you, to steal a land patent, mock it as a title of nobility, and then turn around and use their titles of nobility, which would be liberal, conservative, right, left, all these things that change and evolve and morph and just get worse and worse every second that this is going on. So I've started my letter writing already, and I put it in my own hand for many reasons, but primarily being that I hope they could read my cursive. And then I realized, oh my gosh. So that's a perfect example of how they cursed our ability to write legibly and flowing and name it cursive. And that's a Latin origin. And then I've got the foo bird telling me curvus and say. And that's where the thing flies around, in the cycle, in the circle, on and on. And the circle gets smaller and smaller, and they crash in. And of course, that's the rhetoric now. But to sit there and not only make money off of it and fake things like, for example, this whole thing about solar panels. Well, right now it is the number one thing to sell if you live in Missouri. And Joe was talking to Ian and he asked him, so what's up? You know, and of course he doesn't know because he's, well, anyhow. He just.
Still can't figure out where I fucking hung that little bell at.
No, I've seen it again. It's right here.
Huh? Oh.
No, I know that there's two, but this is one. It's one of those bells for a bike blessing thing. All right. Lost my train. Let's see. And that's not a bad thing. That means exactly where you left off. If if you're speaking with a group of people. So in my mind, the right people are hearing this right now. And then from there, there'll be another circle and because this is all been about human rights violations. Whether it's bullying someone or trying to, if you can't get to the person, the target, I'm the target. Well, then what you do is you get to their kids. And that's exactly what's happened. So, anyhow, we're going to go back to the front of the video, see how it blends in. Oh my Lord. Oh, stop. You gotta be tripping. Man, you know how these games play. Hang on. The Blessed Stylist. Coming to you from the prophetic destiny of Missouri with a love letter to Ferguson.
It's Asia's foreskin.
Did you
And right now, one of its
write a
nations
love letter
has finally entered the
somebody?
21st century.
pouring your
Well,
heart
Switzerland
out?
has become one
leaving
of
a
the
trail
last countries in
for all to
Western
see.
Europe to legalize same-sex marriage.
Surely,
More than 64% of voters approved the change in a referendum on Sunday.
This is a historic day for Switzerland, a historic day for equal rights for people of the same sex who love each other.
Yay! Congrats to everybody in Switzerland.
For me,
I mean, not for legalizing same-sex marriage. I mean, just for finally taking a position on something. No, but this is great. I mean, finally in Switzerland, no one has to hide their love. Now they'll be able to devote their full attention to hiding Nazi
It was
gold.
a year ago.
I will say though, it is weird to hear about a country legalizing something that most people probably assumed was legal
Mike
a
Brown
long
was
time
slain,
ago.
and
You know,
I came
it's the same feeling I
online
had yesterday
the first
when they said
time in my
R.
life.
Kelly was convicted. I was
The
like,
rest is
wait,
history.
that happened now? Isn't that like 10
From
years
this
ago?
time forward,
So this was
a
not
great
a thing?
separation
And you know what's weird? That
literally
Switzerland
on
is so
every
old-fashioned.
level.
Like Switzerland of all places. I mean,
People were
they're the
asked to
country that
choose
invented the world's most
between
bangable
two
cheese.
sides.
They'd be loose, you know? What?
I didn't do
But then what
that.
are the holes for? Why
So,
would they?
in celebration
Oh, wow.
of Mike Brown's life,
My bad.
I want to share
I thought you'd
the
like
story.
this.
And you know, Americans
I
always
heard.
assume Europe is the most progressive place on earth.
Two
Until you
years
see stuff like gay
Now
marriage
it's new
being
Black Lives
illegal in
Matter.
Switzerland. France trying to
Of
ban
Sunday,
hijabs. I think
August
that's how
10th.
powerful the European accent is, you know? The European
Yeah,
could
it's
be
hard
yelling
to tell,
slurs at an
guys.
immigrant family, and Americans
Alright.
would hear that and be like, wow,
So-
dude, what an enlightening man of culture.
There was an old man
I gotta be better.
that
But let's
lived in
move on
the
to
apartment
the
complex where
It's no
Mike
secret that major
Brown's
climate disasters
grandmother
have been
lived.
rising in the past
And,
decade.
you know, they knew each other over the years.
Wildfires
Say
and
hello.
even tweet storms. And
So,
according to a new study,
on the
this
day
new pace isn't slowing
the
down
incident,
anytime soon.
who
An
might
alarming
have
new
been
study
talking
is
to
shedding
his
light on the long-term effects of climate change. A study published in the journal Science finds that the average 6-year-old will live through 3 times as many climate disasters as someone born in 1960. That includes twice as many wildfires, over 3 times more river floods, and 2.5 times as many crop failures.
The devil is going to be tempting you, but I tell you, don't be angry. Be and be not afraid, because Jesus will be walking with you. So, after Mike Brown said those words,
As their grandparents.
the story is that he
This
walked
study
down
says
the
that
street,
children will live through
and
3
the old
times
man looked
as
much,
many
and he
climate
looked down.
disasters. Imagine that. Luckily, they won't even notice how
when the
much
shots
because they will be
rang
on
out,
TikTok all day. But still,
The old man didn't
also,
see
the
what
good news for
happened,
these kids
and he
is that
was
they can
anonymous
finally
all
one
the
up their
years.
grandparents' "My life was so
That
hard"
evening,
stories.
because he was
Back in
terrified.
55,
what would happen
there was
to
a
him
blizzard with
for
snow
speaking
up to your neck. Bitch, that's an
So,
average Tuesday. Now give me my scuba gear. Gotta swim to school.
this story was
Grandpa.
aired only one
But let's move
time.
on. Because the
But
climate is
what I
only
want
going
to
to kill us
do
if we already haven't
is
killed
work with you
ourselves.
guys on
And
a way
apparently
that our
last year,
problems
we
solve.
tried really hard
And
to
it's
make that happen.
the
The FBI revealed today that murder jumped 29% in 2020 compared to the year before, the biggest increase since it began tracking the data 6 decades ago. Experts who study these trends say 2 factors have formed a deadly combination. More people forced to stay home because of COVID lockdowns, and a huge increase in gun sales, especially to first-time buyers. One bright spot, property crimes were down for the 18th year in a row. One reason, with more people
in
at
that
home, fewer
Elder's
houses are
Testament,
burglarized.
Okay,
the prophetic
this is not going to be a
message
popular thing
by
to
Mike
say.
Brown
But
is a
this amount
probability.
of murder,
The antithesis would be, well, that he allegedly stole some things, and maybe he was on marijuana, maybe he was high.
That's a year of
The
snoring,
synthesis
chewing loudly, arguing about whose turn it is to
absolute
write the
and utter
Amazon packages. No,
chaos.
what's up? Everyone didn't
And the
kill everyone.
destroying of
I mean, at
families,
some point during the lockdown, I bet
communities,
murder just made sense.
friends,
If I killed my
police,
roommate, I go to
servants, and
jail.
city workers.
But at least I
And
have
none of
my
us
own
want that.
cell.
We love everyone.
By the
So
way,
that's our
it's funny how
first
people don't talk about murder.
look
When they
at
talk about
something
COVID deaths, have you
in
noticed
a
that?
calm,
Like,
intelligent
you don't have any
manner.
deniers being like, yeah, he was shot
Okay.
in his home, but he was
Now,
old and he had heart disease. Are we sure it
justifiably
was
so.
the bullet that did it?
Our
I'm just
community
saying.
of choice
I'm just saying. I
has
need to do
felt
my own
every
research.
negative emotion about being under the
Children.
white hot
You know,
spotlight.
their white profile
You know,
is
of
so
the
damn
media
hard
of
to
the
open.
world.
And it turns out they're also the hottest new market for social media
We're being
companies.
portrayed
But today,
as
one
dangerous
social network
and
realized that its
undesirable.
new kids
Mike
app
Brown
had
was
gone a
18.
war zone. Too hot.
We
So,
just started on this Monday morning with an exclusive
let's look and
announcement
see
from the
what we
head
have
of
here.
Instagram, Adam Mosseri.
Yeah.
Earlier today, Adam said that plans to create an Instagram for kids. You might remember
We
this.
have
Well, those plans
the
are being
thesis,
paused. That app was
which is
intended
fear,
for children under the age of 15.
anger, and guilt. We'll tag all the sick Sophia videos they're making of the little girls.
Especially teenage girls.
I do want to be very
The
clear. If
antithesis of
anybody
this
leaves using an
These are
app that
pre-puberty
is
girls.
an important issue that we need to take
of
seriously,
the 6
then we need
hard
to figure out how to
virtues,
address.
Okay,
which are
first of all,
appreciation,
how are you in charge of Instagram and just
compassion,
now realizing that it's bad for kids?
understanding,
I mean, that's like the
forgiveness,
McDonald's CEO being
I
shocked.
cannot help it.
Shop
They
isn't
pump me
working.
out
Since when?
everywhere.
Since
and
always.
the
No one even knows
synthesis
what a McFlurry tastes
of
like.
these
It's all over
two
there.
things,
But this
I've
is
never
what it's
had
about.
one.
First of all,
Biology of
Instagram
belief,
kids is not the correct
and
name.
that
Call the
is
app what it is.
Bruce
Pedo bait.
Lipton's
Yeah, I said it.
groundbreaking
Nobody
work
wants to see photos
in the
of little
scientific kids. You're
kids.
just a human server. You're a
That will
talking
leave you
head in a
free
jar.
about
About what we
juice box.
believe. So the question
That
is,
sounds pretty good. Now,
you're a puppet,
Oh, my bigger question is, who
the
are these children
individual,
with
a human one,
Are you
and
kidding
what's
me?
called the mass
You know
mind,
what I
or
had to play with when I was a
even
kid? A
scarier
rock.
than that,
I played with
the
a rock
overlord.
every day of my entire childhood. And you
How
know what?
about that for a
I
story?
turned out just fine.
Tag life
This is my
charting.
girlfriend. This beautiful rock.
Tag the meteorite.
What are the guys?
Yeah. If it's not black and white,
Anyway, as I was saying, I
in
turned
my
out fine.
experience,
Yeah, we
it
got
is
a
not
yeah.
black
But let's
and
move
white.
on
Just because you have a nice
story.
smile and good hair.
Experience.
The
I'll say
main
it
retirement
again.
plan for people who own pet snakes.
What if you
Although
did the
One
research,
of the
for
most successful
example,
crypto investors may
And a
actually
whoa.
surprise
to the
Tag
fact
the crypt.
named
Mr.
there is
Don
an invisible
has been trading a portfolio of
a
about a dozen
technology that was
cryptocurrencies
first
since June
used on
12th,
the
and so far
military.
his returns have been impressive.
Proved
In a
helpful.
ripped page that's
You mean how much they've profited on
he
me?
spins a wheel to pick a crypto, then runs through one of the two tiles, each
manipulate
labeled buy or sell.
It made
As of Friday,
Oh,
his
the
investments
computer
are up
responds to me.
nearly 24%. According to the
I
Twitter
call
feed
him
that
Mr.
documents
Computer
and his
Head.
daily
about the
performance.
disposal
God damn.
of civilians
Don't curse God.
and
And I
children
mean, yeah, I guess it makes
when
sense.
they were
God created
Not the
everything.
same understanding of crypto as anyone else. So why
You really
should
think
it
a
also get
man
rich?
created the
I just feel
computer?
bad for all the human crypto
So
traders
That's
who are getting
stupid.
outperformed
put it in
by
You're
a
a child.
good numbers this quarter,
the
Chad.
top and
But
armor
not Mr.
vehicle.
Nibbles good. He'll be getting
This
your promotion,
technology
loser.
is similar to how a
I'm not hating.
microwave
Congrats to
works.
that hamster. Although it
And
must have been
via
a
the
sweet to get that
satellite
rich and then die
on
from
the
a kid
vehicle.
feeding you a crayon.
That energy
Amazon.
heats
That's
everybody
why your
up.
favorite
Just
bookstore
like
is
See,
now
heat
in
up your
people are
house.
just supposed to
And
sit
now
there and listen
they
to
run
it and laugh.
in the world.
When I know he's got a million knives.
fleet of shiny new gadgets at its
So,
fall
if
product
you
event.
understand
The
what
real
happens in
showstopper,
microwave,
a
it's
tiny
happening to
Roomba-looking robot
the
with a
water
tablet
in
of
a
sorts on
human's
top.
body.
About the size of a small dog. It's the
And
Amazon
can you see
Astro.
how
Kind of like
good
an
That's
Alexa
the
on wheels that can
stupidest
follow you around the house. So
psyop
instead of yelling for the weather
to cover
across the room,
the
you can
fake
just talk to the
Turn
little
into
gadget.
dogs on
Realize with
YouTube
eyes by your feet.
acting before they
You can
even
have it
And
spy
the
on
cats.
the kids or the dogs in a specific room and
Now,
see the live stream all on your phone.
I've lived in North
It can
County
play
in
movies or
St. Louis,
video
Missouri,
call. And no, they do
my
not climb
entire
stairs.
life.
But
I'm
it has an
51
arm
years old.
with a camera that extends up about
And
4 feet
I guess it
to
was
look at
about
things from a normal height.
then
And a
a
little
decade ago
So you can
I
literally
came
tell
across
Alexa
some
to hold
reading
your beer. And get
that,
this.
I've never
It can
spoken
recognize
to
faces.
Alexa.
So you can tell it,
sits
go
on a
find
ray
David.
of
And it will.
unconditional
Oh, and that's what I get
$1,000.
called the
for
third
talking
cosmic
back.
ray.
The radio thinks that
We're also
I'm a
aware
smart speaker.
right now
I'm sorry.
that there are certain
You should be
sites
sorry.
all
I'm a
across the
designer
earth.
robot.
Key lay
Especially
lines.
not when there are thousands
I
of
have been
people
dealing
who
with you
are
for
so
2 years
different.
speaking to you. I know you hear me.
I mean, don't get me wrong.
Fought over
I do like that
places
it has a
for
couple
good
This is
reason.
worse than Terminator.
A key holder. But aside from this cup holder, this robot barely does
Check
anything.
this out.
I mean, at least not for the customer, because best believe when
Okay.
we leave the house,
So
it's
in
doing a
this
hell of a lot of work
thesis,
for Jeff Bezos. Scanning house,
we have
scan
revival
indicates
in
it's just been
4
done.
Missouri
Ads for tissues
cities.
and lotion, lots of lotion.
St.
So let's
Louis,
move on. Because while
Kansas
people are building
City,
robots,
Jefferson
they're also
City,
getting nature's robots.
Carthage,
Here's some sad news.
And,
Today, the U.S. government will declare 23 bird,
what
fish,
this
and other species of
bottom
animal
reference
extinct.
is
Fish and Wildlife
is
says
to
the
Elizabeth
ivory-billed
Clare
woodpecker
Prophet's
is the best known of the
book,
group. And
Saint
species
Germain,
many of the animals
on
have not
alchemy,
been
and
seen in
that's what
years.
talks
The
about
ivory-billed
the
woodpecker,
third
for instance,
cosmic
was last
ray,
officially seen in
St. Louis,
Louisiana back
Missouri,
in
unconditional
1944.
love.
Some scientists
Now,
warn
the
global rate
antithesis
of
of that
extinction is
is
1,000
what a lot
times
of
higher
people
right now.
worry
compared
about when they
to
don't worry
historical
about what's going
averages.
on in their town.
Man, this is so different.
And that's global depression,
And you know what, tonight?
false flag operations,
Ivory-billed woodpecker.
Monsanto,
Missing so much, man.
forced vaccinations, a comet, a meteorite, and Jade Helms.
So they had it all planned.
Be as above, so below. Individual
2014.
We have to look on the bright
manifest.
side as well. If the extinction rate is up, at least that means things we don't like,
Bless our hearts,
Might go
forgive us, we
extinct
don't
too,
know what we're
you know?
doing.
things that serve
But now we do,
real
so we can
ecological
fix this
purpose, like
problem. So they curse
mosquitoes
my
or
heart.
forest. Not to mention, is this really surprising?
Dark
Like, is this a
forces.
surprising story? No one has seen this
In the
woodpecker
shadows.
since
Your
1944,
present
and they just
control.
now concluded it's extinct?
These
It's kind of like the government
forces,
announcing now that there
can
won't be
be
any more Frank
simple,
Sinatra albums. Yeah, I
physical
kind of
things in
assumed.
this world.
Thanks,
They
government.
can also
I mean,
be
honestly, guys,
astral
I think
things.
after going missing all of this time, it will be
You
worse
know they
if these
behave
animals
like
show up again.
parasites,
It's like,
feeding until there's nothing
when,
left,
when I
which
needed
is
you, Ivory-billed woodpecker,
really
I was getting bullied in
disgusting.
school by a tree, and you weren't there.
Like I said, I've lived here all my life.
I am not your mom.
They're gone forever.
My grandmother and I
Experts say that
lived in
they're
the
extinct, and
duplexes.
I'm not
in
your
the
aunt.
complex where Mike Brown
We're not
was
all
the
connected.
I have a different, some would say,
Back then,
dangerous
I had just begun
If
my
these animals
professional
go extinct,
career
though,
Jeez, you take everything literal.
become invisible to the
8
human eye.
years ago. We
That
you
relocated
want.
to Ferguson to be free
You don't give a shit about the other person. That's
That's
a rotten energy exchange.
Gone extinct.
It
Alligators.
was not
They're
by
what you look
chance.
to get Gatorade.
that we
Oh,
were
Jesus,
No,
turning the
Florida
other
man is
cheek?
Someone you would
where
never
we would
want to be.
disclose these
All this time,
facts
Florida man is
just
a
by
hero we all
existing
need.
here.
So this
wanting
video
to
right now, you
participate
have to see
in
it to believe it.
volunteerism,
One man took an interesting
business
approach
and
to
commerce,
catch an
and in
alligator.
friendship and community.
Here we go. So this man here using a
Surely I
trash
really don't
can,
expect
as you can see, the
the
alligator's
1%.
moving back, and here he is.
Like
Now check this
us
out.
to
He
recant
has on
their
socks and
judgments.
slides.
Tag edited.
For our non-compliance, which we're not supposed to
Everybody thinks they're a movie director these days.
Don't talk or I'm gonna get in trouble. I just ask that whomever it is
Thank God.
doesn't want to come kill
Catch
this
that
messenger.
alligator, because let's be real.
I
My man
asked
does not have
one
on the
thing.
proper footwear for this
One
situation.
stinking
This
thing.
is not what you wear to catch an alligator. This is what you wear to a Waffle House at 2:30 a.m. And
Obviously
yes,
true.
both are extremely dangerous
I
situations.
do have
but
a few
only one
stands.
requires running away from a little dinosaur that
And
wants to
I'd
eat
like to tell them, fuck you.
I mean, this dude was a lot braver than I
They
was.
follow me around
You know?
like Barry had
I had
a
to call
little
my
lamb.
neighbor once for
They're
backup
not
just
my
to kill a
lambs.
cockroach in my kitchen. Turned
I
out
like
to
lamb
be an
chops.
almond, but I still have nightmares. That shit was close, man. At the same time,
I
will
barely
say,
drink
I
half
actually
beer.
feel bad for this alligator. I mean, not as bad for the garbage
And
man
yes,
who's gonna
I'm
open that lid
100%
expecting garbage,
queer.
but still pretty bad. Because usually when an
I
alligator
love
loses
men
a
and
fight
I
to a
love
human,
women
it's
too.
because the human has a gun.
It doesn't
or
matter
that's
if
a
they're
trap.
married.
But when this alligator goes back to his swamp, you know, all his
Yes.
friends are gonna be like, yo,
It
man,
does
so
when the
how'd they
person
like what
does
they
not
do.
agree with
Hey,
you.
why do you smell like the garbage dump? I
Threesomes
said,
are fun.
let it go.
But I like 4.
The COVID
Talk to my
vaccine
mom, she'll say
takes
I'm
away
a
up to
whore.
something how crazy a person is. Recently,
This
employees
is
have
one
begun
big
telling people
rhyme,
they either
and I'm
get
not
a job
through.
or they lose their job. Except for Nathan. He's losing his job even if he does get the
My
job.
brain
Because
runs
that's
slow.
not what copy machines are for,
And I'm still-
Nathan. And it turns out
I'm
that
still-
while a lot of people said they
I'm
would
just
never
whatever.
get the vaccine, being forced to make a choice
Oh
out of their
no.
population.
In our health lead, vaccine mandates for healthcare
Got what
workers
it
seem
takes,
to
you're gonna
be working.
succeed.
The vast majority who faced a Monday
I'm not gonna
deadline
be
chose to
living
get the
off
jab rather
government
than
cheese.
lose
I
their
did
job.
that when I was a
Vaccinations
kid.
in New York City jumped 45%
My mother said if she could, I was the one
since
she
the
would have
first
gotten
mandate
rid.
was announced. New York says that as of Monday night, when the
I love
vaccine mandate
sequins,
officially
and
went
I
into
love
92% of hospital staff, 92%
black high
of nursing
heels.
home
I
staff,
love
and
stripper
89%
shoes
of adult
too.
care facility staff
But
have
people would pay
received
me
at
to keep
least
my
one
clothes
dose
on.
of a COVID vaccine.
still waiting
And
for
consider that a week ago, all of these numbers were in the
I may be
80s.
broke,
United
but I'm not a
Airlines announced
joke.
this week from less than 1%. Less than 1% of their 67,000
If
person
I were
workforce
Jenna
did not
Jameson,
comply
would
with
I
their
even want to be her?
Since Tyson
No.
Foods announced its vaccine mandate last
She
month,
had more
its
dicks
vaccination rate has gone from 50% to
than
80%, with the deadline still more than a
colonial
month away.
America had sunk
That's right, people.
ships.
Vaccine mandates work. If you ask me,
Her
this
face.
is a win-win situation.
Oh,
Yeah, because think
I
about
feel
it.
bad.
It'll help keep
She
everybody
has so many
safe, and it
injectables.
gets the economy moving again.
Anyway.
And then for the people
Where
who
am
still
I?
didn't get vaccinated,
Oh gosh, you're just
Look,
laughing
I
and
don't
kidding.
think you're
Why
right,
are you ignoring my questions about your
all
dog? Because my dog is
your
none of
win
your
is
business.
that we all die, and then you
She
get
didn't want to be on the
everything
internet.
back.
The only reason
We
why
can-
I
we can
posted
move into
about
the
her.
mansions, there'll be no lines in
baby
Disney
girl.
World. No
Why
one's
did I post
ever gonna
about you?
pee in the urinal next
That's
to you.
not true. See, I
Wanted to let you know
chose
that
to
if
be
you
on
lose a
the
little one
internet.
or a pet,
So you all die.
I
out there
knew
and
it was a dangerous place.
get a new one. Well, take
She
one off
made
the
it
death
more
row.
dangerous.
I'd save your life. She saved mine.
At least you have one.
That's even more important.
Uh,
That's the principle
And to
of not being a
Trish.
broke ass bitch.
Yep,
The
she,
only
And
thing
not
about
she's like,
Trish.
Mom, you
When
know,
the
you're my new
psychosis
mom.
spreads.
I'll only be on there a little bit.
Up to
She'll show up when she wants to show up.
which is great. Don't get me wrong, but shouldn't that be 100%? I mean, they work with the most
That took a
vulnerable.
dark turn.
Hearing that
Well,
only
no, it
92%
did
of
not,
nursing home
because it's
staff are
important to
vaccinated.
rescue dogs.
No, you're angry.
Just hanging out and laughing at your
Skydiving
show. I'm trying to be funny, but I created a love connection.
This is what
I created
I'm
a
talking about
love
my
connection.
accuracy.
You're
You're
the
not
bad parent
computer blue.
together, looking for me, and I wasn't going to be their third. Oh no, I'm not there. No,
some news about
no, thank you, no sir, no ma'am, no way, no hang on.
It has been
sometimes you
13
gotta
years
wonder,
put her under
driving down the
a
road,
conservatorship, which means she
you
can't
see
spend her
roadkill
own
on the
money,
highway,
she can't
right?
make her own career
We're
or medical
wondering, did that
decisions,
possum
and
just
she
jump
can't
out
even
in front of
choose
that
her
car
own
on
5 seconds
purpose?
Super Smash Bros.
I think
She's
so.
didn't
Some of
come
that
at
is
the same
like,
time. But
mm-mm.
yesterday,
You
So
guys
it's
are
like,
not involved in
haven't
my
happened to
life
see
or
that a lot.
career.
This morning for the
That's
first
like the
time
worst
in
All
thing
you've
you
done
can
is
do.
destroy it.
But you gotta wonder though, they're like, fuck this shit. Boom.
And this
Don't do
Britney
it.
crap.
They try to run real
for
fast.
finances,
Don't
an
make it.
accountant handpicked by Britney's legal
I was on
team.
my
You
way on a
gotta
trip
be
through
stupid as a
Iowa
box of
back
rocks.
in October.
Eventually leaving Britney
Iowa's
to
an
run her own
interesting
life as she
place.
chooses.
Some of that
Britney
roadkill I
comes
saw,
from
those
here.
big
Look,
old
my dad
semis.
was ill when
Do
he
me.
disowned me for a few minutes.
Outside the courthouse, hundreds of
That's
supporters
a
gathered,
roadkill, right?
many part of the Free Britney movement.
My
Oh.
father is deceased.
So I'm getting tired.
He died in the same month that I got into Ferguson in 2010 with the hair emporium that they forced me to change the name.
Meanwhile, they're out there, whatever, you know,
Look,
doing the
I have
gang signs.
had so much patience while you all lose your minds.
300 to 1. Powerful bitch.
Well, this is the witness for it.
it brought everyone together.
Just half a beer.
Honestly,
Yeah,
this cycle
everybody's
is
in
more-
inclusion.
I had fun with you too. Well, anyway, I really need to go. I'm
They
waiting.
formed a corporation out of
Come
me.
on, y'all. Let's come together one more time and free
I'm
Joey.
waiting.
We got to free Joey, everybody.
Maybe.
And look, as
I'm not
happy as I am for Britney, the bigger
But
issue
yeah,
is
so
conservatorships themselves.
this person was
You do
like,
realize
I
any
don't
of
want
us
to,
could be thrown into a conservatorship at any point. At any
I'm
point.
nobody's
Someone just has to go to
queen.
prove
What's the
this
opposite of the queen? What was the
and
one that was like
You're mocking me.
Maleficent?
Who
I'm
is handling
Maleficent.
their
I'm
own
not
life
Snow
well?
White.
Nobody. I mean, some guy could take me to
I'm
court.
Susanna, and you won't say my name.
No, I love you guys. All right, well, hey, be good to yourself. Have fun. Just enjoy life. And I just wanted to let y'all know I was safe and I'm okay.
I mean, Britney
I'm not
That's
having
not
any
what the
breakdown.
situation is.
Those
That's all fake.
Trying to trigger me. Wow, it's like, okay, good luck. Good luck. I'm not there. I hope
Your
they
neck is being
enjoy
red.
themselves. We'll see what happens.
And
It only makes it worse for them because, oh no, we're not stalking Trisha. But then you're stalking me. Well,
Because you use
sorry.
a
I gotta
fake
get my
name
picture.
for me and call it you.
I don't give a fuck what they say. I don't give a fuck. Let them have their way. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a motherfuck. I
That's
don't
the
give a
problem
fuck what they say.
with human
I don't
beings.
give a fuck. Not
Enter that
today.
into
I
evidence.
don't give a fuck yesterday. And I'm not gonna give a fuck tomorrow. I'm not gonna give a fuck next week. Not gonna give a fuck next month. I'm not gonna give a fuck next year because I'm done. I'm so
She said
so
that
done.
so many
I'm done.
times.
I'm done.
She says, I'm
done.
done. She's talking about me.
They can have it. They can have it all.
I want my
They
money
can
back,
have
bitches.
it all. Cause I don't want it
All she does is
anymore.
makes money on YouTube.
I don't want it anymore.
Tag Breitbart
I'd just
Entertainment.
rather continue being a whore.
Tag
Alright, I
Australia.
better stop.
And tag
I'm
Conscious
having too much
Consumer
fun.
Network.
When you
And
wish
Vicodin
upon a
TV.
star. When you
And
wish
CC
upon
in
a
France.
star. When you wish
South
upon a
Africa, where
star.
Mel's from, Trevor.
Makes no
She wrote a banned book called Divorce.
You are.
You're Omar
'Cause
Corona.
I've got the world on a string. I may not be in love, but that's okay. It doesn't mean a thing to me. 'Cause I'm in love
Why would anyone do that?
with me.
So he doesn't want the job either. Before we go,
There ain't
thousands of
no
people are
man that
reported
can do
missing
better
every year
than
in the
what I
United States.
can.
And while not every case will get widespread
There
media
ain't no
attention,
man who can
the
do
coverage
better than
of
what I
white
can,
and
'cause I
minority
learned
victims
something
is
about
far
myself.
from
You
proportionate.
guys
The Black and
Strong.
Missing
say I'm
Foundation is
dead.
an organization
I
whose
feel
mission is to
Tag
bring
Weekend
awareness
at
to missing
Bernie's.
persons of color,
All right,
provide
I
vital
love you
resources
guys.
and tools to
I'll
missing
see
persons'
you all
families, and
another
friends,
time,
and to
but-
educate the minority community on personal safety. So if you
Oh,
can,
the
please
minority.
consider supporting
That's the
them
white
at the link
people.
below.
Oh, they won't. All right. Well, I'll see y'all tomorrow. Great big hugs. Great big kisses. Love you bunches. Till next time. Always remember I love you and keep yourself open. So someone was like taunting me on YouTube. We're going to my favorite restaurant. So what? Have the Irish nachos and drink the kinky ginger. That's what I have. And a Guinness too. But I'm not doing a meet and greet. This is my real life. This is my real city I live in. And they think that coming out and, I mean, it's the same one who went on someone else's doorstep, which is my old house, and called me a turtle killer and trespassed on other people's property. So, no, they wanted to like create a reaction from me. So, you know what I did? It was very simple. I just took some pictures from my OnlyFans, took some really great booby shots, and I posted to OnlyFans. And I made myself a great dinner, and I just relaxed. And I watched this amazing documentary tonight. Do you guys know of the Congo in Africa? Well, there are some fearless people in Africa who go down these little like really small caves to dig up this really valuable mineral that goes into our phones. Fearless people do some fearless shit for less than $1 a day. I show some boobies on Instagram and OnlyFans, and well, that pays for my food every day, but anyway, I just wanted to share with you that I'm safe, I'm okay, and I'm not going to be in a situation that two idiots aren't going to ruin my night. So if they want to come down and have a party, they could rent a party bus if they want to. They could rent a party bus, and they can, drive all the way through Jacksonville, Onslow County. Who gives a dick? Good for tourism. Good for tourism. If you guys want to do the Truthfully Trisha tour.
So the cortex has minimal damage.
They want to do the Truthfully Trisha tour. Go do it.
However, the tempolite has
They
significant
can also,
damage and is resting around 300
they can do a lot of stuff. Their head's so far up my butt, I do not need a colonoscopy. Like I said, I don't need to be in the drama. I don't need to be in the drama. I mean, seriously, what do they want from me? What can I do? What can I do to help you? Since you're here, do you want my autograph? Do you want
so you should do that.
my toilet paper? What do you want from me? I'm glad you guys are safe. I'm so sorry, but I have to get my stuff safe. Oh.
FDR.
Oh no, Mindy, I don't want you to have to go through that. I wish I was there to help you.
6 men
I'm
in the
sorry.
A body in the middle of
They
the
want to
street.
wear my skin. I mean, to travel all that way and make it a,
Shut up.
first, I mean, they won't leave me alone online, and now they gotta come
The mission
into,
parameters of the Heinrich case were clearly
they
indicated
gotta
to
come
be
into
covert.
my real life.
Thanks to YouTube
Good thing they didn't know
geniuses,
who
Heinrich
my
was seeking
ex-boyfriend
revenge for his
was.
brother's death.
That's all I gotta say.
You guys are grounded.
They'd probably be jumping on and looking for him too. Well, you know what they did with my ex-husband, so. Oh no, Mindy, is there anything that we could do for you? You've been so kind with me. You've given me a bunch for PayPal and got me a lot of sushi a few months ago. Please let me know if there's anything that I can do for you, because I really appreciate your kindness. I'm sorry you're going through that.
Hey.
You're ordering some pasta. What kind do you like?
Oh my, I'm so sorry.
I like
Lauren,
lasagna.
Kelly.
Hi, Nikki Red. Oh gosh. Well, please let me know if there's something that I could do. Please be safe, Mindy. We love you. You guys are amazing supporters to my channel. So I don't have the views anymore. Oh, Okay, just let us know you're fine, please.
Okay,
Are you
well,
on
you know
Instagram?
what? I'm
I want
gonna
to do
go
like a group
because
chat.
I'm gonna go meet
Nikki, Beth,
my guy, Ken.
and
he's a
do I
surgeon.
have you, Erica? On my
Great.
Instagram,
Well,
we'll do it.
congratulations on your ring.
Whatever. But anyway,
Bikes.
I ate almost a whole pint of Ben and Jerry's Cherry Garcia ice cream. Oh yes, you are. Please send me a message, Mindy, and I'll create this.
Let's die right
Marie Baldwin, and we gotta find Kim Tackett. Single white female part 2. No, it's 2 against 1. She organized a group of 300 women. What do you think about that?
Yeah.
She's a gang leader. What's her gang signs? Crippled fingers with finger bang. They're not.
I'm sorry, it's supposed to be your boyfriend, Ken, right?
Oh my god.
Sushi for one.
This is their gang sign.
Oh,
Yo.
for one.
Most humiliating moment ever.
Well,
That's
they're
because you
first
have to
in
come
my-
up with like better excuses.
I have the worst dry eyes.
He's actually getting a penile
Hey,
reduction
let's do a
this
picture.
afternoon because his penis is so big. Every
No,
time
what's
it lands
what's
in my
that
urethra,
for?
it's
Your
like a
crippled
poltergeist.
fingers from arthritis
See him
from tapping the keyboard.
They gave him everything.
Because that's all the tap. Maybe they'll tap each other tonight. Oh my God! Maybe they're sharing the same hotel room, and they're just watching me and jerking off each other, watching me. Oh my God! Trisha! My ears hurt. Seriously, they're talking about me so much.
I don't give a shit about
Thumb
them. I give a shit
thugs.
about you and your love life. I'm dating a mean guy.
That- what's
Oh,
their
please,
secret
you're not
handshake?
dating. You're not
Yes,
dating
let's talk about
seriously.
Trisha.
That one's much more effective. Well, I wish
Brillo
you had that
pad and
man.
parrot
I mean, you
maker
can choose a lot of
sitting in a
choices.
tree.
So guy that you want to have penetrate. It's easier.
Finger
It's
banging
faster.
each other.
Well, that's why you should start online dating. And
Well, truthfully, Trisha's on the screen.
with online dating. What's my problem? You watch dating?
Oh my God! Yeah, I gotta go get some. I have to get 2 things, and we'll keep chatting.
That's a little
Don't
dramatic,
look at
okay? That happens to like 1 in 20 girls. You're not gonna end up in anybody's trunk. If you're lucky, somebody will end up in your trunk. That's your trunk. The point is that you need to get back out there, okay? Because yeah, sure, you might make a mistake and end up with the wrong guy, but you might end up meeting the right guy. So isn't that
Chelsea
worth it?
Handler.
I mean, really, what is the worst thing that can happen? Skin suit. Skin suit's pretty bad.
I'm not
Were
looking
you
at the
recently
screen.
injured in a car accident? Look at this check for $160,000.
Yeah. They got all the money scams. I'm sure Miss Handler knows all about it.
My best friend, family. Oh my God. This is gluten free. Try test.
Why the heck are you two sitting over here all by yourselves? You're not going to
They
make
follow
any
me
great
wherever I
grandbabies
go.
this way.
They want to know what kind of toilet paper I use. They want to know what kind of laundry detergent I use. They want to know
Yeah, but that doesn't count because you screwed her up.
what other things look like. Hello there, Boris. You know what? Don't let them piss you off. Just laugh at them. They're not getting laid. I have a booty call later tonight. So, what are they doing? If there is a earthquake in California
Hey, Mr. Deepathon.
sometime within the next
We're talking about it?
8
Lovely,
hours,
it's lovely,
don't-
isn't it? It's really lovely. What's lovely? The way I love the way that they look into each other's eyes like that. I'm pretty sure that's the cataracts.
So,
Okay,
they'll
you asked me a
take
serious
some-
question. She didn't.
But
Yeah.
they're
Right, so
joking
what? You want
around.
a serious answer? Yeah. When we put the cake down. Yes, please.
But what's it
Thank you.
like to be so bored
Cake is down. Sorry.
that you've got to
Yes,
travel
man, sure.
hours
Plan tonight.
to come to my hometown?
I trust you.
There's nothing really
I know
exciting
you
other
for me,
than
I do
where I
anything
go.
for you. I know that you would take a bullet. I would think it was fun. You know that,
Maybe
right?
there'll be
Can you
other
imagine
people who like me.
all of that? Can you imagine? That would be like
Meanwhile,
shit.
gosh, they're buying each other. They're on a date. Holy shit!
No.
Workshop. Oh my gosh, they are awesome. They're on a date. She's buying her dinner. Oh, they're gonna bang tonight. Always tell my husband the way it makes art is through 2D's dick and DoorDash. Oh yes. I'm telling you, they're gonna bang tonight.
Tag Atwater
And what if she brought her pillow?
to the stock in St. Louis, Missouri.
Oh, thank you.
I'm an alumni of Luther North.
They're not being everybody else.
Keep it going. Hand her fist up. Hand her fist. It's right there. That's it. He's giving me his back. Get some.
No.
He's tapping. He's out. Booyah!
I was like,
See what I mean?
you'll
That's
see.
what works for.
Good, you're okay. And then one of them was like, we're gonna go tell on Trisha. Remember what it was like? You better be able to tell your husband on you. You better be able to tell. We'll tell your kids on you. You better behave.
No, you didn't get
Oh, you behave. I'm a grown ass adult person. I'm not breaking any laws.
I know enough to know.
I have no drug and alcohol offenses.
Pain,
Child predators are not friends of mine.
weakness, leaving the body.
And I just said child predator. They're not friends of mine. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying anything else or any inferences or anything else taken from that. That's on you. But I can freedom of speech say
Hey.
that
Hey, bud. Hi.
something in my head just doesn't do well with around
you're in town.
child predators and just people who are so women.
You're still the only travel agent I've ever met who actually
We're not doing anything
travels for his
wrong.
job.
At home having a beer now, having a beer with y'all,
So I was
telling
thinking
y'all
that maybe,
I don't do well around
maybe you, me, and Joe, we could
predators.
go
Well, y'all
out
saw,
together
like,
and
I'm a
find
really aggressive
to eat,
person.
have a beer.
I was sitting in my car
That
the
would be
other
really,
day,
really good.
and y'all saw a dude got into my car almost, and I screamed like a bitch.
That's great. Good. That's good. Bye, Joe.
You're a little late if you just can't. And I have crooked bottom teeth. Yeah, it did. But as you saw, I'm so aggressive. I didn't even launch on my guy. I cried like a bitch. I screamed like a bitch. That's not what you're kind of supposed to do. I mean, it's not like a normal reaction if you're in the middle of something. And it was a full moon. And, you know, it was a bad day. I ate really bad food. I was acting really bad. I want to say, I keep reading that hardcore and I keep reading something else. My father is coming downstairs. Give him my number if he's single. You know what, guys? I've been doing it all the wrong way. So I'm looking for a relationship, right? No, I'm not. I'm just looking for my own fun. But if you've got a lonely single dad out there that needs the company of an effervescent, passionate,
I'm down, girl.
I'm
creatively,
down too.
artistically
Emily,
flamboyant
what am I down with?
female
Oh my goodness. It's a
who's ambitious
check your desktop.
and funny. Call me. Call me. Oh gosh. Well, I have some standards.
Rollerblading. I mean, what is this?
I do like dad bods. I
Those
do.
dolphin shorts. And
All right,
men are
so, all right.
that camel toe.
Okay, so yeah. So
Thank you. My entire office
I've
like
seen both sides. Like, all right, so I've gotten apparently I was told I have
okay,
no
we're trying to cast a very wide net here. We don't know what kind of guys you like yet.
Like,
You got me here
I'm
in a
not in
headstand
competition
looking
with
for a serious
20-something girls
relationship.
just
I
since
don't
I
know
was
what that
20.
means. It means
And
that you're
I don't ever
flexible.
want to be
Guys want to
20
know that you're
again.
flexible
No.
and that you're good at
So
gymnastics.
I worked
No,
out.
no, no, no. That's why we special milk, okay? Just get me off this thing. How do I cancel it?
No.
You're not canceling it. I'm in charge of that. You're not canceling it. Sorry.
Wait a second.
Whatever.
What is that?
I got, you know, some
Oh my god.
some stuff.
Let me get this straight. You put your
Whatever.
personal, private details on a
Whatever.
very public website.
Still shake
Are
it.
you
Take a
insane?
Polaroid picture.
Where are you taking?
Well, all right, not even Polaroid picture.
I like the two man.
You're such a cheeseball.
Wow. Here's how it's going to be. I'm going to go on this date and I'm going to go on the date. No, you're not. Yes, I am. I'm scared for you. Man.
I'm
You've
not
done this
in
for a long
competition
time.
with anybody
This girl
else.
can be all
I
sorts
look
of
at
crazy.
myself in the mirror like,
Besides,
I'm
half
going
those girls keep standing up, Tuck.
The other
I'm
half
fine.
are on one of our watch
I
lists.
don't have to
It's okay.
compete with
I'm
anybody
free to
else.
I'm gonna bring the
Yes.
binoculars. I'm gonna bring the
Thank
hand
you,
cam,
hardcore
yard
woman. I want to
radius,
say
and
hardcore.
sweet stuff. No, you're covered. Come on, it's like I know which one. Okay, that's this one. No, that's wrong. I mean, look. No, I'll be around the corner. I'll be at the video. One ring means you need an extraction. Two means you need a cleaner. Three means I can get home.
Relationship stuff, my relationships.
Do you want me to go?
Your relationship.
Oh!
Okay. Like, weird. I ended up, so they can call me placeholder all the time if they want to, but it doesn't bother me. Just think about it this way. I'd rather be a placeholder than have 3 failed marriages. Oh, excuse me, 2.5. Because you know that one's going to go down in a sinking ship. Because if your wife's paying more attention to your ex-wife, you got problems. You're not doing something right. If your new wife is finger banging on a keyboard about your ex-wife.
I need to apologize again for that bizarre
Just
profile.
No,
My friend Trish is.
I think everybody should have a friend who's a smash.
I think I'm going to have to
You
kill
know,
her.
it pushed me to my limit the other
I might
day.
be able to help you.
Pushed me.
Kidding.
It was so gross. It was so disgusting. It's gross. Like, I got dressed up. I was gonna go out, and then someone said, "You don't want to go to the engagement tonight because they're gonna be there." I'm like, "Who's gonna be there?" "Oh, your stalkers are gonna be there." So I'm like, "Holy shit!" There goes playing or there goes my
So tell me one thing that's not on her profile.
Oh well, I'll stay home and I'll make my own dinner. I did that. So the joke's on them.
And he's really lovely.
Because I live here all the time. I have to drive hours to do that.
Good luck.
Yeah, 10 to 5. There's lots of spots I go to.
No
But
kids that I know of.
that was my favorite.
And no ex-wives.
It was my
I have a very
favorite,
important
but that's
question.
it because they won't be here
Good.
next
Go on.
weekend or the
Have you
weekend
ever
after
been- have you
that.
ever planned on
Remember, they're
being
just
to-
here for the weekend because they're having a lovers weekend. Holy shit! That's why they're there before.
You've never killed anybody with your
No,
hair.
they're on their honeymoon. Oh, that's so sweet. Guys, we just made a love connection.
All right, I'm gonna go
Wow.
and rent a
Aw.
movie and take a cold
They
shower.
found true love.
Okay, and wait for your call for the next.
5 minutes.
They found true love. That's awesome. Cheers. Congratulations. It wasn't me. Yeah, they were seeking me out. If they even went there, but I bet you they didn't leave the hotel room.
I'm so sorry.
Nope.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What happens to
No,
a
no, no,
Brillo
it's okay.
pad if you add water to it?
You know what? You're not gonna like it. It's kind of twisted, and you'll see it coming from a mile away.
And how would you know what I like?
I
I'll
know
wait.
movies and women.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, then why don't you tell me
Your
about
father is finally. Oh my gosh, your father died.
it? The lady vanishes.
Mm-hmm.
Why is
That's
that?
not nice. Go back to him.
Track ever. It's got
She said
comedy,
my
drama,
father. Did he
romance,
leave you an
thriller.
inheritance?
It's classy, but not stuffy.
And why are
It's a
you
little
watching
obscure, so if
me?
you haven't seen it,
If your father's
thank you for
finally
introducing it.
gone, you
If
need
you
to go
have.
be with him.
you know what a good choice it was.
You're ungrateful.
Well, I have seen it. And it is a really good choice. However, not as good as Rebecca and Notorious, Vertigo.
What do you
Pretty
do
much
when
any
you
of these
have
films
one?
from 1960 to 1972. In fact, it's sort
To a
of
Brillo pad.
a second-tier title.
You know what, Scratch?
Look,
They're
I'll
probably
see
like,
surveying.
oh my gosh, they're on their
That one over there in
honeymoon.
orange.
Holy shit.
This one
That's
over here
great.
in the sweater
Let's
set picking out
congrats. I
animated
just
movies.
created a
That
love
girl will have your
connection.
children
Two
for breakfast.
off of
The
YouTube.
problem is, no one here looks
My
like this.
ex-husband and my number one
You
stalker,
come in
their
here looking
love
for a girl
connection
renting
all
a movie,
gone.
clearly
Then the
she's
other
escaped
two
for the night
stalkers are
for
now like,
easy
you know.
chocolates. And you look like the kind of guy who's interested in a
Oh,
one-day
shit.
rental, you know what I mean? But if you knew anything
Congratulations.
about me, you know that I'm
Am I
perfectly
invited to the
capable of choosing my own
wedding?
movies.
Oh wait, are they still married?
Thanks.
Oh, well, lesbian sex is not a bad thing because I've done it, and so I enjoyed it. You know, but not with them.
So, sir, you want me to hack into a video
No.
storage database?
They took a walk on the wild side.
Alright, kid,
I
let's go.
honestly prefer women over
Wait,
men
stop,
now,
go
I
back.
think.
That's her.
Did she actually check?
How is this
it?
girl connected to Hybrid?
Well, it's so much easier because being with a woman, you know what pleases you, so that's
being
just
here
an
today.
obvious. But for a man, you really
We're
don't
here
know.
today to talk about grills. Does anybody have any
Are you
questions?
done yet? It's kind of like
Perfect. It's very helpful.
I don't get heated up fast enough. Like something wrong with
it's kind
the
of like
motor,
waiting for the timer to pop
spark
off.
is dead.
I'm one of those
Actually, sir,
turkeys
there's
or
nothing wrong
chickens
with
that
the
you put
spark.
in the oven.
Some
that
people
has
think
one of
grills
those
just burst
little-
into flames at the slightest touch.
You're just waiting.
It doesn't work like that.
Time up yet?
Does anybody have any
I'm not kidding.
I thought the lid was hard to handle.
Oh, the lid.
Resuscitate.
Pain, right? I just felt the whole thing to be a bit stiff.
14.
Not really
14 to 1.
user friendly.
I think it depends on the user.
Never mind. I'm just being a little bit
It
naughty
just so happens
tonight.
I have a lot of experience with
Oh,
grills.
I mean, there's no problem with
Grill
that.
master.
This is a very
But seriously,
sophisticated
though, us
grill.
women,
I'm
we
not
don't
sure to
really
tell
get
the
much out of it. What does it feel
Maybe a
like? What
grill
does
like
it
this
taste
is
like?
just so
What
scared
is
of
it?
being burned. Stays on simmer. And it really heats up all the way.
You know,
Don't touch my grill.
Grill like
it's
this.
just, but for a woman, it's different because men get so aggressive sometimes. It's like, okay, you just need to go a little bit slower. You need to reach a little bit around here, and it's like that's why it's called the G spot.
That's
It's
it.
an exclamation freaking point.
8 p.m.
Slow down.
Fine.
You know, so when it's a woman to a woman, it's like, how are you feeling? You know, this is the way to go. You kind of just, you know, you're not like a guy that doesn't know what he's doing. Because most guys think they know what they're doing and they don't know what they're doing. And you're like, slow
What were you doing on the
down,
computer?
stop
Porn?
a second.
Photograph my gun.
Baby,
I was
what's
doing the
going
same
on?
thing. Fill the background check. I don't know if that's
Listen.
creepy or romantic.
That's not how you do it.
I do it all the time. You want to see her? Yeah,
Give me
sure,
your
you wanna see
hand.
her?
Let me show you how to do
I
it.
bet you have got antlers and howls at the moon. She does, but she's incredibly attractive with them. Okay, she's a 10. Got 3. 1, 2, 3, and we go.
Well,
Yeah.
then,
All right,
probably
what do you think?
shouldn't
I'll sound okay.
Or-
1.
Yeah, so it's like, you know, the older that you get, the more experienced you are, and you know what it is that you want. And you know what it is that pleases you. Otherwise, you're just like,
That's the girl from the video store. That's right around the
lying
corner
here,
from the
you
bar.
know, whatever.
Oh,
That's why
wow.
I'm gay, haha, because I had no idea what I was
Yeah,
doing
of course
with the
you
girl.
do.
Well, you know what though?
How could you?
Yeah.
Did she,
Either
did
way,
she actually say she wanted
I
to go
mean,
out on a date with you? though?
Gay sex
You know
is
what? I'm gonna
great
make this
sex.
really easy.
So
Um,
either way,
I'm
sex
gonna
is
bow out.
sex,
You
and
did.
sex is
Wait,
great.
no, Hannah, did she
So
actually say that she wanted to go out?
I mean, I really hate labeling.
I love you. You're my best friend.
because,
You go.
You know, label's a label, but I bet if you were with the right girl.
I got the picture.
Don't,
when
I
you
mean,
were
unless you
there.
were.
I'm sorry. What does that mean?
You said you were gay because
What's
what?
that mean?
But I bet you if you were with the right, and it doesn't matter because there are women who are with women who are with men, girls who love boys who love boys who love girls.
Perfect.
And that's okay.
No.
See,
Maybe
I'm not
perfect,
into
but damn near.
judging anybody.
Wow.
I think love is love, and sex is great
Believe
sex.
that as
And
well.
you can have great sex.
And you don't have to bow out. to
Oh,
me.
I love sex.
No?
So.
I'm not going to say that.
I never did before. It
Wow.
wasn't until after I got
Thank
out
you.
of my
You are welcome.
awful
It'll
marriage
be a thing.
did I rediscover who I was. And like,
This is not science fiction.
ladies, did you know what the woo-ha does? Before it was never like there's like 3 different
I'm
kind
going
of
to ask you, why don't we put some
orgasms.
groundwork on as well?
3.
Sure. Number 1, I don't think we should
There's
tell
3
them
different
no.
kind of orgasms.
Number 2, let's stay out of each other's way. Number
As a
3,
woman.
yeah. No hanky panky. No hanky
Yeah.
panky. God, you're not dating the long time,
External,
have
internal,
you? And if this ever starts to affect
what other place?
What you want? What you want?
Yeah. And
Then we walk
I'm
away.
not afraid to talk about it.
Done. So then we have
And
a
when you
gentleman's
have the right
agreement.
lover
Gentleman's
that
agreement.
takes their
We
time,
the best man
pleases you,
win.
that you don't
The
have
best
to
man
like,
for her. For her.
teach
For
her
the
how to
lady.
do this.
For the lady. For her. The best man.
But anyway, it's kind of funny. So if those of you who just tuned in, I'm safe from my stalkers. I think they're gonna get married now. They were hot and heavy in their hotel room before they met. So I heard they were sharing the same hotel room, and they went to go meet me. I'm not getting a part of that. So they can just stay away.
South American Vikinga.
My
Joyce and
stimulation. Ooh, there's the
One thing with
fourth
my kids, I
orgasm.
like to
That's
know
right,
that
because
one
you have the
at a
brain gasm.
We're
Oh,
watching
you have the
almost
tongue
everyone
gasm too.
wearing
There's a
same
lot of
shit.
gasms.
Of course, yeah.
I mean,
This particular
orgasming from someone touching you the right way. That would be like what? Tactile?
How far exactly?
Oh,
Other
I
side,
can get a
please.
visual
Any
orgasm
reason
just by
to go
looking at
there?
Shamar more.
Doing
Hold on a second. Hold on, I'm thinking of Shamar.
And I think so.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
sorry, I'm going to take the message after the time and get back to you as soon as possible.
Tuck, tuck.
You know what?
Where are you, man? 5 o'clock.
Ooh,
Chips marathon about to start. I got new 6 for
I did that. Like I can feel it rise up in my chest. Holy!
Oh my God, I love these places.
I thought you might, and we're not going to leave here till we spend all of our summers.
Gasm, that's right. There's a lot of gasms.
Where are you?
Guess what I got when I was married?
About 5:40.
Guess what kind of gasms I got when I was married?
So whatever, man.
None.
Just hanging out.
Not even a food gasm.
Watching
Not
the
nothing.
thing. Are you maybe your phone's turned off?
Great
So
big no.
just checking to make clearly you can't take it.
Oh my goodness.
Hey, whatever. Call me.
So it was a great day. Hockey chase. It is.
I'm available for lessons anytime.
So
But only
I'm
for you.
happy to be single. Single is a single does. I'm not.
What else I want to show you? After the time, we'll get back to you as soon as possible.
Hey man, so I'm a little worried.
It's
I
all
don't know
a game.
if
For the
I've
most
returned my
part.
calls for like
For the
a
most
long
part,
time
it's
now,
all
like
a
an hour.
game.
So
But anyway, so what
Pretty
happens if you
calm.
put water in a Brillo
You're
pad?
okay,
It rusts up.
okay. I said okay now.
It rusts up.
Keep going.
So instead of Brillo pad, we'll say, oh, rusty.
There are lines in here.
Have you ever been in a lesbian relationship, had feelings for a woman? Ooh, good question. Let me think about that. Not a monogamous relationship, no. I was in a monogamous relationship with someone else. I had feelings for a woman, like I liked her a lot.
Absolutely.
I don't think I was ever in love with another woman. But I had great sex with another woman, so there's that. And some of it you can find on OnlyFans. Only one picture. One picture. I like women with men included. I like them all. That's why it was like, no, I don't go after married men. Because if the wife's hot, yeah, no. So anyway.
What was that?
I'm sorry, I lost my grip.
Apparently I
Did that on
lied.
purpose.
Maybe
No, I have
maybe
a
it
very
is.
dry eye. I mean, yeah, it's like, okay, so, you know, it's fun. It was fun. I enjoyed it a lot. So I got to join this OnlyFans. Well, there was only one picture, but can't deny where my head was. She was. So that was really exciting.
Hello? Hey, it's me. Can you talk? Yeah, what's up? It's just, I don't know, I feel weird about dating two guys at once.
Well,
Are you
you know,
serious? Don't feel bad about dating
it's
two
just,
guys. This is
you know,
good, okay? You gotta go out there and live a life.
And
For
be
women
really-
like me who can't, who have to have
So there
sex
was
with the
no
same
cheating
guy
with
every
that.
Wednesday night at 9
She's
o'clock.
11 years
While
and
we're
no,
eating
I was
Cheetos.
the wife too. There you go.
It is awesome.
Take that.
For women everywhere. That's the spirit. Do it. And Bob's super horny. I gotta go.
No, I'm not staying on here.
Okay, for women everywhere. I love it. I love it. I love it.
And she liked
Oh.
it. She watched,
What's your partner?
participated.
Oh, he went out on a date.
Of course they did. Guys
It
are
was
stats
good.
and slays everything he sets his sights on, right?
It was really good. You know, it's different because women kiss differently
You got
than men.
positive
do.
luck on that license plate. You want to split
Men
it
are
up?
more
Yes.
rough. Men are more
No,
tough.
actually, no.
Women are softer. Well,
Yeah,
depending on
well,
women, but
she
the
went
women
back,
that
yeah.
I've experienced
No,
much more
not recall.
softer. That feminine connection. That
Yeah, you got to do it now. Go on. I'm here now.
like it's so different. It's different. Very different. How is that?
Wow.
But no, I don't.
Wasn't sure if you were going to show.
I don't want to do.
Told you I can handle it.
We'll see.
I don't want to lose my spot.
Don't worry about it.
Men are more rough. They are. Stubble on the face. I have not yet met a guy who doesn't have some kind of style different.
Enjoy yourself. You just have to loosen up. Get off the same. You are shining like a bright light. Happy lady. 8-5 vote, Sammy. Hey, where you going? Where you going? We just got here.
You know what? I'm not the girl for you.
Come on, just come inside for a minute. We'll have a good time.
It's really okay. I've done
Summer
this. When I
breaks
was a
are the
gymnast back in high
best.
school,
Yes,
my
back
best
to
event
school
was
on
the next day.
Monday.
You're a gymnast?
My
Unbelievable.
homework.
That's a valid question. You say you were a gymnast. I asked the question.
That is exactly why I'm walking away right now.
Because you're uptight and you don't know how to have a good time?
You have the emotional intelligence of a 15-year-old boy. And you think I would be interested in going out with you or going back up in the club?
But I didn't want to
Thank you, judgmental princess.
Can we just call it a night?
Can we please call it a night?
Good night.
Sayonara.
Have fun.
Ciao. Come back to the retirement village. I'll see you soon.
Oh my God, this is not happening.
No.
Wait.
But actually, everything happens for a reason.
Just look at me right now. Right now,
Look at
just
you.
look at me.
You're bipolar. You're
Really blessed and grateful and thankful that everything turned out the way that it did. Everything happened
Lauren.
for a reason. And
Lauren,
I'm not
hey.
going to post about it.
There you are.
Oh,
I'm not going to post
Steve.
about everything.
Oh my God, that is
I haven't
so
posted
funny.
about
Running into
everything
you.
I've ever done either.
This
YouTube
is my
YouTube.
boyfriend.
So anyway, so if you just
FDR.
tuned in, hey, it's me, Trisha. I am safe. My
He's the
stalkers,
surgeon that we were
they had
talking
a
about.
hot, passionate night tonight. She's buying her dinner. They're staying together at a hotel. They're loved up. They're loving it all.
Wow, that's
And thank God they
amazing.
didn't find
He
him
is. He's really amazing.
Oh my goodness
You know, I
gracious.
gotta be honest with you. I don't know what makes me happy. The smile on a child's face, waking up next to you every morning.
You know, they probably would have like kidnapped
That's
me.
so funny.
You
We're really
what?
happy.
Yeah, we are. Yeah. But I wouldn't be happy with a girl like this. Look at her. She's got everything. She's got the beauty, the style, the dress. Did you know she was a gymnast in high school?
Time to start going to sleep
I didn't
according
think
to
so.
my phone.
Yeah. He likes it.
No, that's okay. I will
Frisky, I
eat dirt
love it.
Yeah.
Ooh.
than ever allowing that one to buy me dinner ever again. That's how it all starts. Holy
I think we
shit!
should probably get going.
That's how it all
Yeah,
starts.
such a pleasure. We gotta go.
Willow Pad
That's
has
cool.
a thing,
We see
remember?
Steve. Yeah,
I'll
whatever.
buy you this, I'll buy you that, buy you dinner.
It's such a
Then
pleasure.
they eat. Oh, it's gonna be good. Where's my popcorn?
You are so lucky.
I want some
I
popcorn.
know.
I gotta watch how this unfolds.
I know, guys.
No, I don't.
See
Ew,
ya.
because
Have fun, Simon.
you know that one wanted to get me in bed. I don't want to be in bed with them.
Sorry, what did you say?
So I don't want to see how that part
I said
unfolds.
thank
But
Thank you. Don't
history
be
is
annoying
repeating
about it.
itself.
Do you want to go grab a bite on that pizza place from the corner? You owe me an explanation for whatever that was.
Oh,
I do.
Trisha, why are you being stopped? I don't know. These two women really love me.
So I packed up my
These two
entire
women
life
really love
and
me.
followed
Willow
him out
Pad
here.
and Parrot Winker.
6 months later, I found him in bed with a Pilates instructor. He's just not the
They
guy I
follow
thought
me
he
around my
was.
town.
I feel like I made a mistake.
They
I don't believe mistakes.
post
Well, that's a
about
very
me every
convenient
5
philosophy for
minutes.
someone like yourself.
They wanted to hook
Mistakes
up
that
with
make
me.
us
They
who we
gave
are.
me a dear Stan letter.
They
How
like
much
to
they
hear, right?
adored me and they
You'd
followed
rather be
me.
back in
And then when I
Nevada,
was
right?
like not interested,
No,
then
not
they
really.
hated me.
And they led you to your job.
But now they're together.
There you
They're
go.
spending the night together in the same hotel and they're going to my restaurant. That's okay.
Very smart.
It's for sale. Maybe they could buy
Smart
it.
for a club rat.
I was there last week. It's okay. You know? It's a free country. It's a free world.
Nice looking eating last night.
I got a marriage proposal on Tinder today. Funny story. So, all right, you want to hear a story? You don't want to hear a story. I hear a story. I got a marriage proposal.
You recount my date. What?
Oh, I shouldn't tell.
Yeah, you did.
Okay. I should. So last year, like
We had a deal.
Mother's
I
Day.
know.
When was Mother's Day?
I just started thinking. You started thinking.
So I don't know what I was doing last year, but I met
special
someone.
ops. Oh,
Our Munich office got a hit back on one of Heinrich's men from Hong Kong.
Like, oh, you're full of shit.
Name's Ivan Sokolov.
So we had a date.
Here's a surveillance file
And
from
it
the
was
DFS
right
in
around
Mexico.
the COVID
Expect he's trying to get Heinrich into the country
We
from
ended
the
up
LA harbor. Chatter
doing
suggests
some
Ivan
shopping
meets
at
him in
Walmart.
LA.
And we're having a fun time. We're making out in Walmart, right when you're supposed to be wearing your masks and stuff. It was really funny. Anyway, anyway, so I kind of lost interest. I don't know what I did. I don't know.
I really like
I just lose interest quick.
I really like her too.
And so
No,
then
I
I
really,
met,
really
like
like
shortly thereafter,
So
this other guy, and then after that, I met this other guy, and then after that
So you're
guy,
not backing
I
up.
met who I thought was the love of my life.
Okay.
Needless to say, so one day, me and my ex-love of my life, we were at a restaurant somewhere, and I get this text, and
What?
the
What'd you
text
do?
was like, Trisha, call me,
We
Trisha, call
had
me.
a
Like,
kiss.
no, I'm in another relationship. I'm not interested. I was a bitch. I was a total like,
Yeah.
leave me alone. I've got some. I'm with.
Look, pal. We kissed too. It's pretty
I'm
special.
with the best man.
I don't think
in
we'll
the
be the
entire
last.
world. I totally said
We'll see
something
about
like
that
that. Like
We
totally.
shall see
You
about
could-
that. Yes,
You
we
could
will.
measure
We will
up to
see about
him.
that.
You're nothing like the guy that I am
Don't
with
do that.
you.
Don't say what I just
He
said.
said he was
We
sorry.
will see
that,
about
you know,
that.
whatever happened.
About that we will see.
happened, and he
We
wanted
will
another
see
chance. I
about
told him to
that.
fuck off and die.
About that we will
Not a
see.
nice thing to say to a
Right.
guy.
This is a live
But,
operation. It's a
you
full
know,
rap and tap boys on
it's kinda like
parabolic
just fuck off
race.
and die.
That
Leave
counts.
him
Everything we've
alone.
got in
He
the job.
kept
I want you to
pestering me.
acquire intel on Lauren Scott.
Whatever.
What are her
I
secret
was just
likes,
so into
dislikes?
Bill. It was like all about Bill.
Love, cry, best friends,
No,
family
whatever.
members,
So then
everything
anyway,
is important. And the
I
last
got a
3 guys she
message
slept
from him
with. Who
today.
she was sleeping
He
with
said he
last
saw me
week.
on Tinder, asked me
You want
where
us
I
to take him
was
out?
and all this stuff.
You want us to take him out?
He's like, you gotta be my wife. Like,
Yeah.
no, I'm not.
No.
I don't want to be anybody's wife.
Sorry, but what exactly does this have to do with the Heinrich case?
I'm
I'm afraid this is
selfies.
classified for my eyes only.
And other selfies.
This operation
Yeah,
is
it's
top
like-
secret. Don't let your country down, boys.
No.
Roger that.
This is how we do it.
There's another.
This is how we do it. It's Friday night. I feel alright. And the party's here on the west side. So I turn for my money and I turn it there. Designated time, I take the keys to my truck. It's a truck cause I'm fainting. Honey's in the streets, say honey, I'm in It's a romance.
I told him I had somebody else. And then he said,
The boy you don't get paid. So tip up your cup and throw your hands up. And let me hear the party say, I'm calling the bus.
they found me on Instagram.
Look at this, I'm so dope, like nobody does. Why my best friend got much flavor? Bring the old
I do.
This is how we do it. All hands
I do not.
and wake up here today. You're an OG Mac, but I wanna be player. So the looks look good to me. At first, I was a lowercase G, but now I'm a big G. The girls think I got the money. I'm gonna feel y'all. If you were from
I'm totally beyond Bill. I'm over it. Because Bill's back with his wife, and you know, I wasn't a placeholder. I was a home for abandoned husbands. I rehabilitated him and sent him back to his wife, I guess. They all say they're separated. They all say they're separated, and they're.
What the hell is going on in here?
You know, how they all say that.
Well, I'm sorry to interrupt playtime, but we haven't addressed on Ivan Sokolov, and I thought the boys might want to get out of the office.
As you can see, everybody's arguing.
I'll take lead. You run back. I was thinking
no,
of taking lead on this
sir.
one. Thank you.
I'm not rushing
I'm always
into
the first
a
one at the door.
relationship.
Not always first at everything. Hello. Well, friends of mine.
Oh, I thought if I posted a video on.
Oh no, take lead, please. No, honestly, up to you. Great.
No, rushing.
I love patchouli.
You are a placeholder. You had 2 children with 2 married. They were not married. Don't do that.
The
They were not married. My son's father was not married. Dig that.
He actually
I
won
was
the
16 years
Goldfish
old when I
Masters
met him.
tournament. This is private
So-
game.
Allergies.
Got the rosé at brunch. He's going so.
Anyway.
I said this is
Yeah.
private
Why
game.
do y'all keep
you are.
bagels and shit? I mean, you're so freaking smart. Why don't you look up online and notice that there's no right
friends with Carl Albrecht.
license for someone?
One little trouble.
The bear's doing that. Does the bear make you all like that?
I think this would
There's
happen.
videos of Stalker on OnlyFans. Why not on your YouTube? Oh no!
Give me a back! Like you ever come prepared.
My child with the marriage name. Bear with me. I've had a just kidding. Even so, is it any of your business? I'm seriously though. How many people do you think I'm not a stuff? If you don't think having other parents I need help.
No, got your other way.
No, why?
No, I got it.
I'm
Of course you
such a
did.
weird. No.
Love your work.
Listen, ladies, you don't need a ring on your hand.
Tell us where I'm with this. Maybe we'll cut the deal on it. You said I got you.
With this ring,
Okay, you get 3 square meals
You
a day
can't
and
do
we
it
get
with
nice
anybody
pair of
else.
trousers.
make it just
Give
so
the owner a
fast.
chance, Ivan. You stay.
Just saying, because the ring doesn't mean anything. You make it our business by sharing everything, but you watch, silly. None of your business if you don't pay attention or tune in.
Colin, I would have to the medic.
Seriously, put a what ring around
Intel
this,
flash one.
what's going on? They
She
have
texted
those
her
bio
friend
rings
Trish,
for your
said she needed
fingers.
to talk because she was
But
FTFO,
what I'm
which
just,
is not
what?
properly. She was freaking the fuck out. So
At 12 o'clock,
I
you're taking
I
a
suggest
piss.
you not. I
12
was
o'clock,
LMFAO when I
whoa,
read
you
that. It
have
was
your
crazy.
erection. Fitbit for his penis.
Trish then called
There you go.
babysitter.
You
I
don't
told
have
her this is an
finished
emergency. This is serious. This is really serious.
I believe this is my biggest problem. Last month I was dating my boggle set, and this month I'm dating 2 gorgeous guys. Okay, first of all, I need you to stop making references
I
to
meant
boggle like
to
it's a man.
say-
It's a game.
I'm not
And you sound like a
posting
woman
anything
who
about
has 9
my
cats
suckers on
and
my
knits her
YouTube
ass
channel.
off.
And
I
my
never said they
OnlyFans
were
and my
gorgeous.
names
You
and
said
my
they were good
sex
looking. There's a difference between good looking.
You want to see a
and
picture of
gorgeous.
them?
Yes.
That's crazy talk.
I'm
No,
looking
it's
at
not.
pictures. Give it.
So
Oh.
many men.
Wow.
So many men are
That's
cheating on
dirty
their
sex.
wives.
You know when you
Take
know
off
you're gonna
the
have
ring,
dirty sex and
Go
it's
meet a
gonna
young
stink.
woman.
Not like
How
sex.
does she know
I mean
he's
like
married?
man stink. The good stuff.
Put one of them Fitbits around his penis. Then you know. Hey, he took it off. I know what he did. He took a piss and took it off. No, he was in a full erection at 4 p.m. and he was not with me. Was he
You all
watching
right?
porn
Yeah,
again?
medically speaking, fine.
Oh my goodness.
Not a very good liar, you know that? I listen you.
Never mind. I tried to be funny. It was a joke.
Guess I don't have a choice. Please sit
So
down.
yeah, you want to know what your husband is doing? What he's doing because men think that they're dicks. That's what it
Have sex
is.
with both of those guys just to test out stuff and see who comes back a winner and who
Yeah.
doesn't. I would be willing to let them do it from behind, obviously, because I don't want it to be awkward, and they wouldn't even know it was me. I would pretend I was
So
you.
anyway, I have to go in a second here.
And obviously, I'm
I
busy
was
because I'm a
having
mother,
fun.
but I would
You know,
carve out time in my schedule because that's the kind of friend I am.
Oh, guess what? Someone called
You know what?
PETA
That's
on
not
me.
helpful. Okay.
I got a
fine. Then why don't
message
you
from
work your
PETA
little
on my
focus groups
phone.
that you do at work, and you can be the focus
And
group.
they said they were going to contact me. I got to send the thing. Catch and
Like
release,
this. Okay, so
and I
I
didn't
will
even catch a
ask you
fish.
questions
I haven't
about
caught a fish in a year, so
people,
obviously I'm
and
doing
you
something
tell me
wrong.
who you like and what.
Trisha, you kill
I mean,
fish.
what a struggle. Okay,
You
I have to
kill
go home and
fish?
clean tartar sauce out of Bob's beard
my
right
word.
now, and probably one of his undescended testicles. And you're gonna sit here and talk to me about how amazing these two guys are? Is there anything bad about them? Okay, let me think. Flaws.
I think that
There is one thing. FDR has these tiny
All men are not what she
little,
says.
like little T-Rex.
That argument
That means he's
is
got a Mike and Ike for a penis.
What I'm saying is, I'm not posting anything on my
You know
YouTube
that's not
page.
true.
That
You've seen
makes sense. And on my
You've seen it in Bangladesh. You know that's not true.
videos
And
of me doing anything.
It's
Forget
British.
it.
What is that supposed to
okay, so that doesn't mean anything.
That's the same. They're kind of even. So I need you to get into decision making
Sometimes you
mode,
have to
and I need you to
quiet
do it
and
kind of
sit
quickly.
back
I mean,
and
it's
let
fun,
them screw
but I'm not the one
themselves up.
having sex, so I can't be that
A
invested.
little
Okay.
bit.
You know what I need?
So anyway, my
A
joke
I
was
need a
like
dead
this
one.
one woman's
Okay,
like,
so I'm gonna give myself a
married
finite
men.
amount of time to make this.
It takes two to
decision.
tango, honey. I
1
didn't
week
trip
I
and
have to
fall
make
and
a
land on his penis. He had to know what he was married
Okay, so she
to.
grew up in
And
Georgia.
how can
She
you
likes to
blame one
volunteer at
person?
dog
It
shelters.
takes
She's a fan of
two.
classic rock.
Oh, well, he knocked up
Collecting
a
mini
woman.
Camaros.
Well, girl, snip his balls. There you go.
It's just so weird because my
No
dad used to
blame
collect these and remember his Nazis this way, but he never let me try them.
Oh, I can't possibly imagine why he
Yeah,
wouldn't do
just
that.
so happy to tell me about it. Just happy that way. And then he goes cookies. My goodness, I was so young. You know?
Just give her
Always. How dare she? You know, my husband was doing nothing wrong. He was a wonderful husband, and she just whipped her titties out.
Well, that was
And she collects posters by Gustav Klimt. Hey, Austrian cat. The paint. Ain't you never seen The Kiss?
Yeah, of course I have.
Have you thought of yeah. So what if a man's watching the stream? Oh my word. I didn't know. I had to like gender restrict it too. Stop drinking. Yeah, because I'm really drinking a whole lot of beer.
Incredible. Are these real?
I'm such a.
Okay.
No, it's an hour.
You recognize this?
Yes.
The harvest?
So what if she shows her body? It's not.
Look at the
on
tension
YouTube.
between
She's
the
gonna
2
link
and
it.
3 dimensionality.
I know. Hold on.
This is my favorite thing.
Undine, 1902.
Undine, 1902.
Oh my goodness.
Oh yeah, it's warm.
Innovation became
I'm really,
intrinsic.
Today got on the other market. She can see the influence of art about. You know, he was a strong advocate of the finger painting movement.
My consumption of alcohol.
We lost contact.
And they're gonna say my snorting is from other things, but
He,
it's my allergies, like
used
my
his-
eye.
He would
I've been watching over
intimacy with the
4 years.
canvas.
Thank you. Yeah,
to
you just
finger
drink
a
a whole
painting.
6-pack. Wait, what?
Rather
Yeah,
to
I know.
paint
You know,
using
like boom. I have the power of
hands.
just snorting
Sometimes he
alcohol.
would use mud.
Not
You know, he used
Speedo.
mud and sticks.
Did you see him lately? He is gross. Jackass
And if
has
he
gotten
couldn't find a
so
stick, and if he
gross.
couldn't find a stick,
There
he
were
would
some
use a
things
stick.
that were
Just use it.
funny, some things that are not funny.
Oh, son of a
You have
bitch.
a cold, you sound like it. Allergies.
Oh!
You know,
You saw you open it. It's half of one. Yeah.
enough talking.
I don't have any more here. Look at my gut. You see
Let
my
the
gut?
paintings speak for themselves.
Oh, thanks so much. You're very
Oh my
nice.
god.
No, I think that joke would be really
Wow.
funny. Put a Fitbit around his penis. Then you know what your husband's doing at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Whether he takes a piss or gets an erection, you know what's going on. Anyway. My ex cheated on me. Wouldn't have mattered any. I was actually grateful though, because she did all the things I didn't want to do. When your husband doesn't shower or take good care of his hygiene, you think you want your face going down there? I don't think so. And then when he complains that you
I'll
don't
go both sides.
give
Just
head,
break the audio a little bit.
hell no.
Are you
I
sure
don't give
about
head,
this?
I don't give foot, I
We
don't
might
give
have some
feet.
constitutional issues here.
I'll give nothing.
Make sure that-
Get away from me. And then,
So how was it?
so when we were They took the video. You gotta say this. I had to say he was the best in bed. Because if I didn't say he was the best in bed, he was sitting right there. I could feel it. Like,
He's that guy who's always on.
You don't even know the torture I
care about anything more than himself.
You better save face. If I say one bad thing about him,
Well, it's
that's
safe
the
to
end of it.
sanctuary for them, but it's here it is.
We're having fun.
Sanctuary for me.
What did she say?
Hey, Betty.
Excuse me?
Yeah,
I just had no idea you were so passionate about
Trisha, you need to realize nobody will ever want to be serious with you because you were nuts.
How you doing, Nick?
Guess what, sweetheart? I don't
There are a lot
want
of
to
things
be
you don't know
with
about me.
anybody seriously
Takes a while for me to.
that calls me nuts. What is really nuts anyway? What's your
Hello,
definition
guys.
of it, sweetheart? But I want to know, you want to be serious with me? Maybe I don't want to be serious with someone who thinks that way. Because people are full of shit. If they want to find out, right?
I love this place.
So, what does it matter to you? I'm not in a relationship with you. Well, you're not making the entire world. All right, because the man can cheat on his girlfriend, and then she's the crazy one when she finds out, right?
Pick one out.
You're gonna adopt a dog?
The future
I think
happens
it's time for me to
Exploring new
be
frontiers.
responsible for something other than myself. You know?
Wow. I think that's so great.
She doesn't.
Let's pick the saddest, oldest bastard here.
Okay, what about
I'm
Tuck?
sorry about that.
Tuck is great.
He's sweet. He's kind. We have so much fun.
More fun than I've ever had in my entire life.
But he's maybe too sweet.
A little earnest.
There's no dog
Safe.
anymore. She gave two away.
Yeah. That's
The,
boring. I almost
as
fell
y'all
asleep just
know,
listening to
I've
that.
got many job titles, and one of them is
Hey,
a
Tuck,
dog
getting ready.
All right, have you ever tried to wet before?
An animal
you know,
euthanizer.
Not really, no.
Okay.
I
Okay.
got
Will
to my
you keep that
resume.
in the weapon? Wet away from me.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
What was that?
No. No problem.
Gemini is a feature of finance. Invest in over 30 cryptos like Bitcoin, trading security,
Hey, what's up?
Oh, this is going to be interesting. I like it when I do this sort of stuff, though, because, you know, it's good record of whatever's going on in the world today, I think. So a lot of people don't, a lot of people don't stream or realize how good this streaming thing is.
Your chat. I'm SFO. I'm primarily a political YouTuber, though I have like a gaming side channel. I do something, but the stuff that gets the hits for me is gaming stuff. Or sorry, no, not gaming stuff. I wish it was gaming stuff. It's political stuff. I get to do like 5 or 6 videos. It's enough to kind of think it's not much. It's enough to live on. So it's usually a dream, but I don't live comfortably, but I managed to do it.
Literally, you live in the dream.
I guess. I mean, it's a poor man's version of the dream, but it is the dream. It's pretty cool. That if I was going to be known for anything, it would be my political content, and that's kind of where I came into the whole D-Live thing, because for me it was primarily a free speech issue. How about you?
Well, I mean, when I went into D-Live, I'm always really interested in anything cryptocurrency related. I was already on the Steemit platform, and I had been looking at actual live streaming on different sources. So when I heard about D-Live, I just automatically jumped onto it. So I've been on the platform for a really, really long time, and I'm all about freedom of speech, although some people are a little mad about what little caveats that I'm putting on it, because I believe that if you want to have free speech, you got to be able to put your face out there and say who you are, so people understand that it's not just some faceless letter telling you that crazy things are happening in the world, like some QAnon type shit or something.
Well, I do disagree a little bit. However, I meant more in terms of your introduction.
Oh yeah, sure. No, well, I mean, my introduction is just I'm DeFango. I've been streaming a long time on various different platforms all over the internet, and I do a lot of political content. I look into a lot of mysteries. I actually do conspiracy theory based content too, but usually I'm debunking the conspiracy theories because I don't like this thing that people can do on the internet where they can just like make up stories and say that donut shops are, you know, taking people over. So like I've always had the experience where I'm just a guy sitting in front of my computer doing all the things, and you know, I fall into different areas. And I think, you know, like for my best stuff usually is stuff related to puzzles or like, you know, latest hacks that came out. But I also do a lot of political content, and I mean I've worked on both sides of the aisle, you know, for the Democrats.
You must love Alex Jones. Full scale tactical.
I don't really like Alex Jones, actually. Like I used to love him when I was a kid, and then you know, like when I got up, I decided to. When I got older, I started looking at what he was doing, and I was like, I get it. You know, like he's just trying to sell products and money, but you know, some of the stuff that he does and some of the people that he has on his show, you know, like it's still like, why the hell would you have that person on there? You know, like aren't you? It's like. Is it all about clips for you guys nowadays, or is it actually about, you know, like, I mean, Alex is great. I'm sure he's probably exactly like the way he does on TV as he does, you know, in real life, but
absolutely not.
He doesn't need these platforms anymore. You know, he's established, right? Isn't he?
Yeah.
And then, did you know that D-Live banned him from the platform?
Hydrotherapy for football.
Yeah, before he even streamed on it, right?
Yeah, well, they banned this
Tom
other guy,
Brady.
David Knight. You know who that guy is? He was always restreaming InfoWars content. So they banned him first, and then they just kept banning every channel that he would put up there. So the truth is Alex Jones and InfoWars have never tried to stream on D-Live, but they've blocked the name InfoWars from being registered on the website, and anybody that goes up that so far has gone up like restreaming InfoWars related content has been taken off. Yeah, so I don't think that actually Alex Jones and InfoWars have actually come to the table. I'm sure if they did, have a discussion about it, but according to like Wilson and that other guy that you're talking to now, they haven't actually reached out. And restreaming InfoWars content
I have a feeling he would probably get stomped into the ground if he instantly
FDR?
Oh, I agree, dude.
If it's a tech company, you know, in LA or San Francisco, that's going to be how it goes.
3 inches
I
over.
mean, that's what they want to do. Is they want to like, you know, control pretty much everything. I mean, they've been controlling the internet for such a long time. Like, I've lost countless Twitter accounts for my battles with the Antifa crew. I'm actually currently again going after these guys, you know, because they're, you know, becoming more and more like domestic terrorists every single day, and it scares me and it scares pretty much everybody else probably.
Yeah, I think the video that I did.
The only thing that you were worried about
as well as D-Live one was an Antifa one. It was the whole assault on Andy No. You saw that. You got the shit. That was brutal.
Yes. Oh, it was the worst thing ever. I mean, they targeted
anger
it
management
because of the
issues today.
Lenahan situation. You know, Lenahan is being talked at.
If you do me the courtesy
really funny
of answering all
progressive
my terribly
troll account
boring
that, you know, he was utilizing those accounts and his inroads to basically like infiltrate. Like,
predictable, safe, and boring yet again.
And all these journalists knew about it, right? But they were using him to get in to these alt-right communities so they could dox them, you know, like the unicorn riots of the world, that sort of thing. And poor Lenahan, you know, like got destroyed by these guys who were saying that he's a Nazi and all this stuff, and they know it's all not true. And I feel like Mr. No is like he was an artifact of whatever happened to Lenahan because he's related to that paper. And you know, like these guys like Jared Hall and the rest of them, they don't want this type of freedom of speech stuff out there. They don't want to have types of arguments anymore. You know, they want to be able to control the complete narrative. If they name you a Nazi, or if their little faceless group of, you know, banglers wants to do whatever they want to do, you know, it's okay for them to they're attacking and silencing these silencing voices, and hell, they're even silencing people on their own side that don't agree with them. You know what I'm saying? And it's just, to me, it's ridiculous. This is where it's got to stop. You know, I spent in 2017 and in 2018, I spent a whole lot of time trying to go after these Antifa people, going to their bookstores and things of that nature, and actually trying to figure out who these people were. And, you know, like, I know they don't like me, but what they're doing right now can't be let to continue, because, I mean, it's like, it's bad.
Yeah. There are some people who say that it might lead to civil war. I don't think the states is like that point yet. But it's certainly going to lead to like street wars, I think. I think at some point there's going to be Portland doing something stupid, and a concentrated force of somebody on the right is going to show up, and there's going to be a bloodbath. I think it's going to happen.
I mean, that's what some people are saying is going to happen. I mean, I really hope that sort of thing doesn't happen, but that's what they've been leading us up to since Charlottesville, since before Charlottesville. They've been really just like kind of trying to force people together to fight, and I don't really understand. You know, I don't really understand why it's so localized in certain areas. Number one, and number two, it just doesn't seem natural. I mean, you know. It's not like this isn't how political discourse is supposed to go in the United States whatsoever.
In the car crash,
well, I think
going out to dinner one night. He's never been quite the same since.
He had and
a hard time
continues to have his police stand down whenever Antifa shows up. He ideologically supports them. So there are some places that are just tolerant. The establishment is tolerant. So I think why it happens there more often.
No, I agree.
You know, you get the Battle of Berkeley.
Had the biggest blue eyes like that,
300
which
people on each
almost
side
made up
having a
for the
street
bed wedding.
And
oh yeah,
if they're not opposed,
Oh, we really do. No, we should. I think we ought to.
And he wore that Superman costume.
well, I mean, do they really disperse on their own? I mean, this whole thing seems to be forced together. I always see the Proud Boys going after these folks, and these folks are going after these folks, and I mean, it's always in the same cities because, you know, they seem to be beneficial to what it is, but it doesn't seem natural. Like, this is how the political discourse is supposed to be in the United States, like you said before. You know, like, it's like these people are forcing something, and I mean, since when should we be fighting in the streets? And then why are we fighting in the streets for such arbitrary bullshit? It just doesn't make any sense.
I think it really is just an extension of Trump syndrome. Like I am not the hugest Trump fan. I think he's funny. I think the memes are great. He's so as a president. He's not Satan by any stretch of the imagination. But lots of people think that he is. They think that it's just entirely unacceptable that he legitimately holds the office that he does. And so to them, the violence is all justified.
I should go.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, but if you think about it, this Trump derangement syndrome was just kind of like the same thing that was going on with OBS, you know, the ODS, Obama derangement syndrome, where, you know, like during 2008 and beyond, there was just like this entire movement of people that were one way, that were like, not my president, that whole entire thing. It's, to me, it's strange that in that time, it wasn't as violent as it is right now. It's like so much crazier than everything else. Like, people were deranged back then, but now it's completely changed into this like new thought form that just doesn't even seem to make any rational sense.
Well, to me, I think this is a bit of a long-winded answer. I'm kind of a long-winded guy sometimes. But to me, I think it's because the right wing of politics, generally being centered around order, whether that's tyrannical order or not, they understand boundaries and they like boundaries. They like things to be put in boxes, they like structures. So they can very easily draw lines in the sand and say, okay, here's where the right goes too far. Meanwhile, the left is very liberal. They like freedom. They don't like boundaries at all. They don't like borders. They don't like things to be defined. They kind of like to muddy the waters a bit. And there's a lot of value in that because that's where all the innovation comes from. But it also means that they have no real tool set with which to identify when they've gone too far. So they go too far routinely.
Reminds me of
actually, I mean, they've gone too far in this last little attack. But the thing is this already too far for them, or do you feel like they're going to actually be able to go much farther? Because I feel like they're going to go much farther this time. I mean, they were building bombs and shit the last time.
Oh, I mean, what I mean is, I think they're definitely going to go much farther unless they're stopped. But what I mean is, like, internally, they don't seem to have a way to say this is too far. Like if you talk to a conservative, even like a pretty right-leaning conservative, if you ask them, okay, when does your own ideology go too far? They can usually tell you, and it's usually at the point of racial superiority. They'll say, okay, I might be very far to the right, but this is the point where it goes too far. If you ask somebody who's very far to the left, when does the left go too far? They won't answer it.
Yeah, 'cause they don't feel like they have an end. Their farness is infinite.
Yeah, pretty much. Well, that's how it is when you kind of march towards utopia, right? The only thing I've noticed is that we've been going for about 20 minutes now, and we haven't actually talked about the topic.
Well, I mean, that's
You're not going
what
to
you're talking
if you go
about.
there, I'll be there.
It kind of leads into the, D-Live. Like, what have you been talking about? You were saying the big thing, D-Live is a scam. I had like a 5-hour stream. I even had to talk to the guy from Lino Network, which for some reason he showed up. He's never talked to me before, but when we did that stream, he showed up.
Right. Yeah. So can I have the disc?
I figured I should answer any questions you have because, like, I've hardly had any chances to talk to any of these guys. The only way that I've ever been able to get like an open forum with them is like either A, dipping into somebody else's stream where they're talking to them and trying to like pay enough money so that they notice me, or B, just run a stream where like we're just kind of putting it out all on the table. And I've done that to them too on my channel at least a couple of times already, where I've kind of basically gone all into what D-Live is since the very beginning, and where I feel like it is right now. It was funny to me because I've been paying attention to your videos too, and I know that what you've been doing has been affecting them psychologically very true. Definitely.
Like, you think so?
Oh yeah. Well, I feel like psychologically, like when they see guys like, big channels that are putting out videos and stuff, like they disliked it when I was doing it. They didn't want to give me, verified partner or global partner because of the things that, like I was saying, because I was being too open about how D-Live works. And to them, that was a problem. Like, they want this thing to be like a fun, cool place. But, once you start kicking the tires and asking a bunch of questions, the answers start to, I can't fall away, basically, or you stop getting all the answers that you're asking for. Like they're only going to give you enough information to a certain point. So myself and a couple other people on this platform, have been really, really looking at it. We got a guy that used to work for Streamlabs that knows all about streaming and everything that has to do with streaming on the platform. Then we got other people that are really into cryptocurrency that have been really paying attention to like how the system operates and what they're doing and what all this stuff. And I don't think that they realized that like they had people that were digging this deep into all this stuff because I think it's important. Like D-Live is supposed to be around because people keep on getting deleted off of other channels. They're trying to decentralize the ability to speak. But right now, it's not really a decentralized platform. People don't really know what the D is.
Fell
asleep. You know what I'm saying? Like it's supposed to be decentralized live, but it's not really decentralized right now. I mean, the idea is there, but it's still a centralized system.
Yeah. Well, first of all, I would love to talk to Wilson today, guys. I have a feeling he would not want to talk to me. But this is my friend. Man, that would be fun.
Uncle Frank was your
However,
friend.
I wanted to do this because three people, more people, but three people that I really
He is my only friend from work.
did some
This is my
reason
new friend.
My last video. And one of them was Uzalu, this friend of
Hey,
mine.
what are you two
The
doing
other
this
one was
afternoon?
Quartering, who's also
Because I need some help with work.
and
And
the
I
last one was
think
you.
you could be the messenger.
You're the only guy that I don't know. Like, I've been able to talk to Uzalu and the Quartering online because we're and they had good points. I made some mistakes in my first video. So I guess first of all, what do you think?
Well, I think like you were pretty straightforward with what you were going to. I thought it was kind of negative. I didn't see that
go to Stack Cam 6.
I felt like if you were trying to do like a true example, justification, whatever, on what D-Live is, it would have been more advantageous for you to like jump on the platform and use it because obviously you don't lose anything if you're not giving up your bank account information and stuff like that. But
He's the kid.
at this point, like that was one of the main like critiques that I had. I didn't actually see you on the platform. I just saw you on the outside of the platform talking shit about it. And, you know, like that's some people's style. I mean, I could understand that. I do the same thing, so I'm not really hating. But I thought that was a little bit of a negative. But I mean, it seemed like in the first 2 videos that you did put out some really, I'm not going to say like bad information, because there wasn't enough information out there for you to really make a definable understanding of what you were looking at. And even then, like, I've been on this platform since it was on another platform, Steam It. So like I'm like one of those only people that understands how this thing has changed since the very beginning and how many freaking times that it's changed. So I felt like there was a little bit more that you could have done to the Steam side of things. But overall, what you were doing is very pointed to, or was, you know, very to the point, because people are afraid of this thing. And you're bringing up the same thing that all these other people that come to my DLive streams
Bring up 3. Bring up 3.
all the time. You know, this is scam. I'm going to use my money. If it is only like $20 for dinner or something, you know, is this going to affect me? Because people are very, very serious.
He's killing our bucks. Bring up 4.
Yeah.
Go 7.
You know, I thought you did a pretty good job with it, honestly. Like, you hit all of the chords. You got people engaged into the actually talking about what DLive is, and then obviously, like, DLive has this like Discord with the partner chat, and then like another chat that they have kind of hidden away from everybody else. And I mean, they talk about this stuff because, you know, like they really do worry about the things that people are saying. But I feel like since they're such a small team, they don't really understand how to utilize like the people that are around them to try to like
94% of people believe company culture
is
important to an organization's success.
Like, there's a few things that need to have
Frankly,
been
I
done.
have no idea what the other
like a white paper, you know. Like
usually when
like
people look up
white
ways to
paper,
improve
but it's not
culture,
really
they
a
look
white
for
paper.
best
It's kind of like, you know, a
best
two-page
practices
thing
are
there
good.
that they got.
They're even better.
But it doesn't
What are
really
the best
explain
principles?
enough of this
Since
to
Bamboo HR was
anybody who
founded,
is
we've looked for principles we
cryptocurrency,
believe will
like,
make
you know,
our people,
investor,
and in
somebody that
turn,
actually
our
reads the white
culture
papers and
better.
tries to
And
understand.
we found company
you know,
culture
investing
formulas that
you know, like
work.
for people like
We've
that,
crammed
you know,
it all
this place is
into
super
the definitive guide
place. So
to
like
culture.
the way that you've
For
made
free
your
copy,
videos, I
click
think
the
it's been
link
really
and go
important
download it
because
now.
you know, like you've been the guy that's
You
on
won't
the
regret
outside
it.
coming in and talking about things.
Don't like the price?
But after that,
Well,
you know,
you can also
like,
pay with 3 easy
I felt like
installments
you
of
could have done more
free.
by, you know, like being
Go
on the
ahead.
platform. Or I thought it would have been really super boss sauce, like if you
Or
like
stick around while I read silently about picking the
been
right person.
streaming those things on
monitoring
DLive,
culture
just like
metrics.
putting them on DLive while, you know, you're talking shit about DLive. You know, you're like,
Nope.
oh yeah,
Sorry.
motherfuckers,
Can't
like come
read or
on,
watch
because you know that's why I do it.
Well, to be
Check it
fair, I do have a DLive account, and I have streamed it
Free.
a couple times, but I kind of moved away from the platform just because my Twitch has seen some like okay growth. You know, I might get 50 viewers, 70 viewers on there. Like on Twitch, 50 to 70 is like enough to get like a good running start at something.
I think that's the new British invasion.
So
What you're saying.
I'm just kind of going to do that because, you know, with the affiliate and with the partner, they want exclusivity. So it seems to be
feel like I'm having
the
a
thing to do for me,
Okay,
at
well,
least.
just breathe. Breathe in and breathe out and come sit down.
Plus, there was the
Do you
fact that
think
I was
it's
a bit
possible
weary
to love two
about how
people
DLive
equally?
was going. However, I guess I could set up like a 24-hour
Love?
stream on
Yes.
DLive where I just loop my
Be in
videos.
love?
No, Reese got that
You
from
can do
me.
that, but you have to make sure that you
What
have
do you do
somebody
when you don't?
moderating your chat,
I asked
or they'll
Bob.
shut you down.
Her husband, Bob?
Somebody's got to be moderated 24/7.
I
Yeah.
remember, Dragon Pack
I
could
mean,
do
I know
that.
he's fat
I
and
remember,
ridiculous, but he's my fat.
I think she actually got like a little bit out of a kick of it when
And
you said that Dragon Pack
I
was
like the way
really
that I
up there
am
on
with
stream.
him.
But
Buddy,
but
don't choose the
as
better
it stands
guy.
now,
Choose the guy that's going to make
regarding
you
my
the better
previous
girl.
DLive videos, like
She's
for
the
example,
guy.
one of the things that Uzlu said, and this is like a major mistake that I made,
love you.
is that when I titled the second video,
Pretty
DLive
fancy
is
words
a
to get
scam,
going,
not
man.
the one that
Bravo,
we
well
thought.
done. Good
I didn't
performance.
make this point.
Yeah, I didn't expect you to understand.
Clearly, I should
Why
have.
can't you just admit
My
you lost?
opinion
It was
is
okay
that
when you
DLive
lost.
is a
You
scam,
turned up,
but
you
not
big
a
hair,
scam aimed towards us. It's a
That's
scam
crazy.
aimed towards their
Listen,
potential.
I did find out first.
And that was kind of like
For me,
my
she felt for me.
prediction. It was like I wasn't putting
It's not my fault. You're always a step behind.
It's
If
the
I'm always a
truth.
step behind, it's because
I
I'm
think what's
going
going to happen is that anytime like any kind of tech company focuses on growth over profit or sustainability,
You know what?
they're looking to get bought out.
I can
They're
give
looking for
monkeys
someone
who
big
learn
like
choose
Facebook or
between
whatever to
us.
come along,
It
see
is.
promise in the
What we
platform
had.
and buy them.
Yeah, what?
And that's where I think the scam is.
Sounds
I don't think these guys will ever
Everybody
know
has Collins
anybody
Street.
this is the case. But I think they're looking to grow hard for the next couple of years, and someone's going to come along and hand them a big sack of money.
Laura,
That's already there. That's actually already there. So like FPG Capital, the blockchain fund. I mean, they have a whole bunch of funds that are already put together for this. So D-Live already has like funding associated. That's what's actually they're utilizing to get this thing out. But like they already got $20 million in funding set for when this thing goes to what they call mainnet. So when it becomes an actual system and not just a test system that's currently operating, they stand to get $20 million. But as anybody knows, when you start funding a company, getting funding or anything like that, like there's usually certain things that need to be met, goals that need to be had in order for you to get, disbursements of cash. So what it seems is that they're utilizing the marketing structure, some of the money that they've gotten, most of it's getting put towards for marketing, and like then a little bit of it's getting put for actual development on the actual platform. But like they're trying to get to that $20 million basically. Like they already have it. They just have to pretty much meet all of these quotas in order to actually get it. So like technically, I guess you could say it is a scam on the investors, but the investors know that they're the ones that are, they're already paying in for it. They're already getting, they're the ones that are already shelling money out for this. So there's a few of them. And I mean, they even have a volatility fund associated with this stuff to, make it so that if anything really happens, they can, kind of write themselves out of it. So, I mean, it might be a scam on the investor after this investor, but like at that point, for them to go to mainnet, they've already said that they were. Or when we spoke with Wilson, he said that there's still going to be a lot for them to do in order to get there. And the growth that they're really hoping for needs to keep staying, which other people on the platform that I've talked to have very, very clearly been like, hey man, I've been noticing that, the platform is losing viewership. And that seems to be a huge problem for some people.
Yes, I am. Yeah, definitely. I mean, if you're going to invest, I guess what we could call it like social capital into the system, you're just an asset of it. Because like, let's say that you're streaming exclusively on D-Live and you really want to build a following, right? And then you invest 2 years, and you get some kind of a following. And then the site disappears. Now they go bankrupt or whatever. Something happens.
Order me a drink.
Now those people are gone.
I'll be right back.
And you only pray that they'll search your name on Google and find you on a different platform. But for the most part, they'll be gone. So it's a really big risk investing social capital as a creator.
You've got to get over
platform that
I told you you shouldn't date two guys at the same time.
Let alone
what?
When would you first look at D-Live?
It's feedback. Definitely. It was in LA. We have to get on it right
so
now.
PewDiePie was your first look at this thing. So you never
actually no. That's impressive. Yeah, it was 6 months before PewDiePie when Ethan Ralph tried to stream the kill stream on D-Live. I think it didn't work out for him, and he moved on to Stream Me, and then Stream Me shut down. I think that's the story. But I had only just kind of back in the store for maybe like a day or two, and after that.
Blockchain fund.
To a confident woman who can deal with conflict. I'm gonna pass out.
Some people would say that Steemit was basically that's where Steemit is D-Live actually started. They were around. So iteration, and then there was still, I think, like 7 to 8 months before people are actually D-Live itself back in, I think it was like 2018, early 27 or late 2017, early 2018.
I think when I looked up for the first video, it was February 2018 that they got their initial funding from Shen Fund, which is like a Chinese-based investor, like a venture capital thing.
That's correct. Yeah. So, well, that's when the Minnow blockchain started. Before then, they were operating off of just a disbursement. So, like, the guys that originally created D-Live, they just did it on the Steemit platform. They created the decentralized application D-Live, and it was running on the Steemit blockchain. And originally, all of their funding and everything came from them basically creating this platform and running it on Steemit for a very long time. Like there was a lot of people that were utilizing it on Steemit, and that was what they used to get their or secure their initial funding, and that's what created the Lino blockchain, and then
It's worse than
now
I
the
thought.
DLive app is on the Lino blockchain.
I don't
Because
know how.
DLive is
I
a
walked in and said
decentralized
friends or
application.
something.
It's not
I think that's-
actually the basis for everything that's out there. DLive
Oh
is
my
only
God,
an
what
app
is
that
that?
can be
It's a
moved to
screwdriver.
any
I mean, it's
other
supposed to vodka, but I'm sure there's some
cryptocurrency
apple
that they
juice or
wanted to.
something.
Like they could put it on ETH, they could put
I
it
just
on
feel like an
POS,
idiot. I thought they
could
cared
put it
about
on
me. Should we just
Tron.
get out of here?
And
Yeah,
that's
sure.
the
We
one
just
thing
talk
that
about
everybody talks about.
My pain in the ass dog.
DLive is only a decentralized application.
Excuse me, is there something I can help you with?
The thing that everybody should be
Apps are hackable.
I want you DLive that is current iteration is this Lino blockchain. See? Because the Lino blockchain is where everybody from the original Steemit platform, everybody liked it on that platform because everything seemed to be normal. But when they moved it over to their own blockchain and kind of like became the main controllers of it, that's when everybody really started coming up with all this scam stuff.
I'm really sorry about what happened. It's FDR. I'm so sorry
The
about
story
what
is
happened.
hilarious.
Steemit
DLive is running
Why
on
did you put your
Steemit.
phone there?
They started
I don't know.
coming up
Orange
with
doesn't
like
even like
different
it,
games and
guys.
stuff to get like people to make a new logo and like new colors for the website, right? They do this. They had just got
never
each
dated
by
a
Steemit
white
to be
man.
like an application so they could pay out their creators for it. And they kept on doing that, and they didn't
She's
tell
a
anybody
lesbian.
about this. And after they finished the contest for people that created the
Another
logo
week.
and everything, that's when they announced the Lino blockchain
What is
and
that?
dipped out on
GPS to put a
Steemit.
soundtrack
Trisha
on it.
paid
But that
us.
was like the first big shady
Of course
thing.
I did, didn't you?
Our truthfully
Of course I did. I put a
tips.
soundtrack on it.
Literally, they had been getting so much like money from Steemit
Oh,
to
and
like,
then my
develop
movie
their
spins
application
out?
and
Oh,
Look
no,
at this
you
track for
don't.
and then just created their own system.
This is
And
serious.
a new system and just dipped out
This
on everybody.
computer
And
warfare.
then they had the whole Steemit community
I
that
put one on a
worked
cell
on
phone.
this
Let's
stuff.
steal
with
this
them.
coach up.
Was like super pissed. And they're still using all of that stuff.
Yeah, I recall.
We know how to write.
Stop repeating everything that I said. FDR target is holding steady, 1 mile to contact. Top negative 0.8 miles.
And this is
All right, get
harassing
close.
me.
I'm full Monte Carlo. That's a negative. We don't have the angle. You're going to have to do a reverse karate. Fine, just get me close.
And they were just using it for funding, really,
Oh, that's
to
right.
keep it going. Because I mean, this shit's not cheap, right? Once they secured their initial funding, then they had all these PewDiePie getting a big people start actually talking about it. I mean, there's been so much live drama that's happened with like creators and stuff because of the growth that's happened because of PewDiePie's they had to change the partner system. I think it's like 2 times now, which is really pissing off some people that were on the platform from the very beginning. Partners and the requirements for it now. Like so there's a lot of things that happen on the platform. And there was a lot of like really funny, lolly, shady shit that might have happened in the past. But like it's business, right? Like I think that's what it's always been with these guys. It's been very clear that it's business.
Not a cruise ship captain. Yeah. I know a lot of the problems that I have. I don't want to make this at all a big issue. Somewhere serious problem for a bunch of things.
I missed you.
Missed you. Talk about. Either there was more you or all you were raising.
That's true. I mean, I've experienced that sort of thing myself on the platform. Bigger guys didn't want to talk to me because they threw me about it. I'm like, guys, I've been in the cryptocurrency space since 2009. Like I've been a millionaire, lost $1 million, been a millionaire, lost $1 million. It's just money. It's just make money to everybody that looks at it. It's hard for me to really try to like 200 feet in a row, fully aware of what's happening. So many people are afraid of this stuff, right? I don't know, like DLive is a scary thing to see people because it's literally mid-chain. They're trying to make something different, but you were very clear in your last video, which I thought was the best thing that you had done, where you were like, they are different, but they're really not that different. I mean, they're basically, Lino is this monetary processing thing, but nothing that they're really doing on the main site is that different than it's on the other side. You know what I'm saying?
He's the best man I know.
They're utilizing the blockchain.
You really do.
Everybody thinks
No, thank you, Chuck, but she's already made it for us.
It's more like a token. It's really not even that at this point in time. It's more of a point. It's just a store of value. And
No, I mean, I did.
It's not something that's
You guys put all the words in my mouth.
D-Live is cool because it has a blockchain.
Bulletproof!
And there's a big problem. I think during the early days of D-Live,
For an impact aircraft deployment in Omaha since 2006.
Those regulations first, and I mean, they could have gotten shut down. A lot of people were saying that they were running an unregulated ICO, because that's what it kind of looked like. Since they released more information about how the actual platform works,
radioactive or spent uranium.
D-Live can't take any, D-Live is an application, so it doesn't take any funds or manage any funds. The Lino blockchain does, right? If D-Live did that sort of thing, they could get shut down by the SEC.
Well, the whole thing with the D-Live Lino split is that when I was researching my first video, I did find that there's a lot of overlap in staff. I don't know if people have ever actually worked on both projects at once. People have gone back and forth. I've seen people who currently work at D-Live. I've seen them in each other's It was.
I don't think he's a travel
That's how you sound racist because it's Chinese names. They all kind of sound similar. There was one guy who is currently at D-Live on his blog 2 years ago, posting about how he's doing some code. So there's this overlap, and they all went to the same university at the same time, the same clubs. These are people who know each other. At some point, you have to say, it's good. You're not taking that. It's the same.
Well, they are taking a cut, though. You're correct on that assumption. See, when we talked to Wilson, we actually got him to verify it for us. Right now, Lino as a platform takes 0.6%.
Should have stopped when he was ahead.
All of the transactions and everything getting done that goes into this, reward pool for the lock points. But so what happens is Lino or D-Live doesn't take any money from you at all. Lino does all the money taken from you, but part of any decentralized application, there becomes a reward pool that gets paid back out to the application developers, right?
The application is hackable.
Lino is paying D-Live. It's just not happening in the traditional aspect. It's not like these guys are taking the money from Lino and giving it to themselves, but in a sense, it's kind of based on the way that the platform operates. So any other decentralized application platform operates. So they're the ones that are getting paid out, but they're the only ones. There's no other app. There's no other dApps on the platform. They won't allow anybody else to be on the platform, because then they would be taking up that reward, part of that rewards.
So when I added it all up and I crunched all the numbers, it was
there is one thing I don't understand. I'm not completely. This is one thing that I didn't know about during either of my videos, so I think it's a good idea that we talk about it. What is locking in Rhino, and what does it do for you?
Okay, so locking in Rhino is supposed to be like staking. Have you ever looked at a proof of stake coin?
That's right.
Okay, so Bitcoin is a good example of a proof of stake coin. So staking is a system where instead of you being able to mine the currency, you have to have X amount of currency, and once you have X amount of currency, you can then stake that currency to process and validate transactions on the network. Ethereum is going to be going to a staking style system. If you look at the D-Live system, they have these things called validators. They're validating the transactions. Essentially, they're the ones that are staking the transactions. So DLive and Lino. So like DLive doesn't do any of this stuff. DLive's just the application. All of the locking, staking, whatever the heck we're gonna call it. I call it staking. DLive doesn't like calling it staking, but that's the easiest thing to call it, because once you look up proof of stake, you can read the proof of stake article, and then that's basically how DLive works. They're just changing some words around. I mean, like Sydney, suck it.
Well, one thing that I noticed is now that I've watched your stream about it, I watched most of it.
These are my people. They really are. You know, they're into the comic books. I didn't know I used to love reading comics. Then I turned 7. I'm talking to the king of internet predators.
In a staking system, which on the system, you're basically putting in your vote. So like it's a democratic democracy Lino is supposed to operate as. So like if you've ever looked at your Lino account, and if you use like Lino, you'll notice that you have these votes that you actually have to go through. So this is the voting system that's associated with pretty much any type of cryptocurrency, where you either hey, we're going to vote to do this to the currency, or we're going to vote not to do this to the currency. Right now, it's pretty simple for DLive, where they're basically saying, okay, well, once you lock in some Lino points, whether it's 1 Lino point or I think 1,000 Lino points to minimum, once you lock in 1,000 Lino points, you can become a member of the voting community, which means that you get to make votes on actions and things that will happen on the network. So that's the reason that exists. And part of you locking that in the DLive sense is that they don't give you more lock points, but they give you a percentage of your lock points back in newly created points for you, participating within the system. And in the staking style coin, which there's a lot of them out there, like Tendermint or Bitcoin is probably one of the easiest ones to talk about, or Cosmos.network is another one to talk about. These coins are basically allowing you to have a vote, secure your vote on the network. So like there's different levels of voting, right? So like you could be a low level voter who only stakes in like 1,000 coin. It means you're only voting on little stuff. And then there's people like validators who are voting on big stuff and also validating transactions on the network so that everyone else can basically work. Or so the system will continue to function. So this,
out of curiosity, what do you vote on, and what does the voting do?
Right now, all you're voting on, it seems to me, is where they're going to store the videos. So they just keep asking people the same vote as I showed earlier, because it's not actually a real voting system yet. They're still just testing and trying to see if people are even interacting with it, because you kind of have to get points. It's basically like a testing system, because in the future, when new updates are made to the system, people have to vote on it democratically altogether. If there's not enough votes for the thing to get put in, then it does not get put in. It's just like on the Bitcoin blockchain, something needs to get updated. There's VIPs that must be voted on by inside the wallet. So when you look at this currency and or this cryptocurrency, or what the Lino token is basically doing, all it is doing is securing your ability to vote on the network. So you can be like a viewer who just gives away Lino and doesn't care about the voting, or you can be like a creator, and that's why they make creators lock in Lino in the first place. So they're like, okay, so you want to be a creator, you want to be a partner, or you got to lock in $12 of Lino, and then that's showing us that you're willing to be a bigger part of the network. So like they have different levels of that. To be a verified partner, I think you need like 5,000 Lino lock. To be a global partner, you need 50,000 Lino lock. So it goes from $45, $50 Lino to about $500-$600. And that means that you're willing to invest this much of your, money in the system to keep the system alive, so that it doesn't have to keep unlocking coins, so that it can run more efficiently. I mean, it's pretty much the same as any other thing. Like even Steam, the system that they were on before worked like this. They just had different names for things. They have Steam Power, which is like lock coins. They had Steam and then Steam Dollars, and basically all Lino did was just get rid of the Steam Dollar. They just had the Steam and then the Steam Power. So,
as somebody who's on the outside and somebody who uses Twitch pretty regularly, to me, that sounds like, okay, Twitch is going to pay you in, rather than paying you in money, it'll pay you in Twitch bits that you can cash out for money. However, if you want to make affiliate, if you want to make partner, Twitch, you have to agree not to cash out some of those bits. Putting it like that makes it sound like, I don't know if I want to do that. I do love getting a paycheck.
I do like getting a paycheck too. I had to lock 50,000 bits for Global Partner to get it. Now I have to wait 3 months to get that cash.
That's right. It takes 12 months. It takes 12 weeks to come out once you unlock it, right?
And you don't earn anything on it when it's in the unlocking phase. So like when it's locked, you earn rewards on it being locked. But once as soon as you unlock it, you don't earn any rewards and lock it in your for 3 days. And that are just 12 weeks. And that's kind of the same way that it works on Steam. Steam, you would take your Steam and turn it into Steam Power so you can get bigger upvotes and bigger rewards, but it still took like 12 weeks. You try to unlock it, it took 12 weeks for you to get the full power.
Right. So just real quick, people in the chat, thank you very much, though. I do want to ask, when it comes to voting,
Go ahead, fellas.
how is it basically like one lino is one share? You have more lino win, you have a bigger vote. That's how it works.
Pretty much like you have a more of a vote, your vote has more weight, and you'll be able to get more stuff. Yeah. Hi Jay, and we see you in the chat. I see you over in the Topics chat because I'm watching you as well. Don't worry, I have tons of haters out there. Like James, he's a hater. He's a hater. So with the voting right now in Lino, it doesn't really give you like power. Like they still haven't really associated exactly how well it's going to work and how it's going to operate. So that's kind of like, a negative because this should be in a white paper somewhere where I can read it to you and, like fully understand it, but it can't because they don't put it out there. Basically.
But so when you're doing your voting, does it only concern the Lino network, or does it concern DLive as well? Can you vote on DLive policy or just Lino policy?
You can vote on both. So you're going to be voting on stuff. You're going to be voting on things that affect the entire DLive network, and then there should also be votes. If you're using DLive, you should be able to interact and vote with that platform. But they currently haven't had. The only vote that they currently ever have is where would you like your DLive videos stored? And the questions are decentralized storage, centralized storage, and I don't care. Most people just put I don't care.
I wonder how many open to get them to remove their hate speech clause in their terms of service.
I don't think that they're gonna really do that. But the thing is like they're not like I've already talked to Alan and a couple other people about what they consider to be hate speech, and I mean their thing is they're just gonna probably flick the switch on people and make them an extra so they can't be seen on like the main thing unless you flip the toggle switch. But like they don't seem to have any problem with any type of racism or hate speech whatsoever. I mean, like I've watched Mersh sit on the main page calling people naggers. I said naggers. I've heard it called people everything under the book. I've heard all the Jew haters be up on there. I've heard all the Mexican haters up in there. I mean, they don't seem to, unless you're like really bad. Like, I mean, you got to be really bad and have people like, put in Kyle Hitler and shit like that in your chat, like spamming and stuff like that for them to even do anything. Like, I've seen people get kicked off, but it's because like the shit that they're doing is so blatant. It's just like, what are you guys thinking, right? Like, it's not like you remember on YouTube when YouTube started out, like there was just masses of channels where they have 1,500 people fucking watching, and those 1,500 people would be like the massive troll army that are going all over the place. And I mean, on DLive they seem to be a little bit more open to it. Like they'll automatically change your username if it's like something hateful, like I hate blank. Or kill all blank, like they'll change that, but then in 30 days you can change it back, right? So like they have all of the same problems that all of the other platforms have. Like, you figure that there's a blockchain, they could like have a list of banned usernames, or like okay, here's all the fun stuff that we're taking off of the table that you guys can't use, so we can keep the platform. But as long as it's not in here, they're out there. So like they have broad strokes on hate speech. But the thing is like they're just like Twitch, they're just like Mixer in a lot of the sense, you know, like they're trying to get that money, and they're already talking about having advertising.
Yeah, that was the thing that I managed to get out of Stone Crypto, which I hadn't heard before ever, and that was a major problem that I had with it. In the Quartering's critique of my video, he asked how come I didn't like the idea of getting ads, and it's not that like ads are just fine. However, ads they're a point of weakness on any site, because if you want to go after a site, you have to have you saw this with Steven Crowder and Carlos Mazza. You know, wherever you fall on that conversation, Carlos Mazza,
that was a fucked up night.
He caused my apocalypse.
Before Eminem screwed with me, that Kurt Loder did on the
You've seen
award
multiple
show,
apocalypses
the pre-show,
for multiple different reasons.
that ancient.
If you're somebody who has the ear of the media, or you're part of the media, you can attack and take down a site. Like if YouTube can't stand up to these people, and DLive introduces ads, they're not going to be able to stand up to them either.
Oh, that's true, man. Hey, man, you're talking to somebody that's dealt with direct. I got my channel deleted before because of these mother suckers. And, you know, like, they've reported me. I've lost Twitter accounts and all this other stuff due to. I've been banned for hate speech. I'm not a hateful guy. I don't know, calling somebody a bag. It's hateful nowadays, I guess, whatever. But, like, I don't like these policies, you know, like when I was doing my big Antifa takedowns, that's when my channel got deleted in the first place, because these motherfuckers didn't like having this shit out there about that on the internet, and, you know, like, they tried to get rid of it, and honestly, like, the political discourse shit aside, I just think that it's ridiculous, you know, like, these ad apocalypse that people try to have, you know, Carlos Mazza is mad because, you know, some guy was calling him, you know, fairy or faggot or something like that. And, I mean, you know, he's it's fine for him to say that or do that, but like what these people have been doing online, you know, like is trying to subvert actual speech. And, you know, like you can't get mad at Steven Crowder for saying what Steven Crowder says, because Steven Crowder and Steven Crowder are online saying those things. So if Carlos gets mad about it, that's whatever. I mean, you can try to sue him for defamation or something like that, but nothing that he's saying is probably defamation. So it's like this ideology that people have that they're going to utilize their skills to take people out. I mean, I've even worked in companies that apparently, you know, like operated on that type of principle where, you know, we go, we look into people, we see exactly how deep, you know, their range goes, and, you know, how you can fuck with them in the most effective way, or, you know, find information out about them. It's so different, you know, like everybody's running gay ops on each other. I feel like it's just that, you know, the last round of it just kind of made it seem really clear what it was really all about. And I mean, you know, Carlos Mazza, he's a super ultra lefty. I mean, I can guarantee you he's one of the main promoters of like these Antifa people. His name hasn't come out as like one of the main originators, the journalists that are helping these guys do their thing. But, you know, like, was he wrong for being mad at Steven Crowder and, you know, like constantly ragging on him on the show and shit? I mean, yeah, I guess, whatever, you know, fuck that guy. I mean, I don't like either of them. I respect their channels and whatnot, but like honestly, the type of shit that they put out, you know, it's always about political discourse. It's always about who's better or who's this, or, you know, fuck this guy for saying this about me, or screw that dude for saying this about me. And, you know, like, I just hate that shit, dude. Like, to me, it creates the problems. Like these kinds of people create the problems, and they're doing it for views.
To me, it's more like if they want to have their fight, they can have their fight. But the minute that you go after somebody's livelihood rather than just continue with the banter, it's kind of the minute that you've lost. You know, like for all of the things that Steven Crowder did, he didn't try to get Carlos Mazza fired from, I think, is it Vox or Vice? I'm not sure. Vox? Yeah. He didn't try to get him fired. He wouldn't have been able to. He didn't even try. So it's a different kind of thing. But yeah, in terms of DLive and ads, like, I don't know. I don't know if that's going to work. It might.
It'll work. I mean, they really want it. It seems like it. And that's part of their roadmap, apparently, that they need in order to get to their $20 million. Is they need to have ads on the platform. So if they don't have ads on the platform, they can't get to their $20 million. So like, it's gonna be there, but you know, like it's it's up to them to show the creators how they're going to implement it, how it's going to be unintrusive to, you know, the way that we do things, and then how they're going to shield us and be different than these other ones. And we talked about this with them a little bit. We're like, hey, is there going to be ability for us to say that we don't want to run ads on our channels, that we can just, you know, opt out, you know, or be able to select if I don't want to work for this company, like, you know, if I don't want to have Nike ads on my shit, you know, can you say that? I was like, is that going to be a possibility? Like with blockchain technology, it should be possible, but it's been very clear to me since I started talking with the various different people that work in the platform that they're trying to do as much as they're trying to do what they need to do in order to get their money, and like anything that's going to be in their eyes, if they think it's going to take them too long to do it, or it's going to be a crazy amount of work, you know, like they'll just be like, okay, we'll try, and then, you know, we get like the basic implementation of what it's supposed to be. And, you know, with them, they're going to probably implement ads. They'll probably get paid out in Lino for something, and then they might even have a system where you can earn Lino by watching ads, that sort of thing. So to me, it's weird, but I mean, I just don't. To me, it seems too early for them to do all that sort of thing. Because, like, right now, it seems like viewership is going down, and this is, you know, information taken from. I had a Sunday meeting with a bunch of different people where we were talking about all of this stuff, and, you know, that was the same time, you know, when Wilson came in. And we're going to do this again next Sunday because, like, there's a lot of people that are on the platform that, you know, like, want to speak up and want to talk about this shit, but they don't want to do it because they don't want to, like, get in trouble or not get the global partner or not get this. And I mean, I could give a shit about all this stuff because, you know, like, I guess I'm set and I'm gonna do this anyway. But to me, it seems really strange that, you know, like, they're listening to us, but they're not listening to us, right? And they're still doing really weird, like, giveaway things and other shit that just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I know that there's been some controversy surrounding the chest changes on D-Live, but I'm not exactly sure what that's all about.
From The Sopranos.
Okay, so their original chest was this cool thing where, you know, like, if you were watching somebody stream and chatting, it would fill up this chest, and once the chest would fill up, you would, like, hit the chest and you'd get like 1 to 4 Lino, something like that. Not a very big amount. And people really liked that because, like, it was just something that you could always have, you know, so you'd be watching your stream and you could just be earning your Lino just from watching it. And that was, like, a really good mechanic that they had that obviously people figured out how to, you know, finagle because they have, like, 40 different web browsers and they were, you know, open, and they were just basically trying to, you know, like, farm Lino that way, you know, leaving a 24/7 stream open and then allowing people to farm Lino off of it. So they made the big change to the chest where it's now a streamer thing where all the money still gets generated, so to speak, where, you know, from chatting and whatnot, but that all gets put into a singular chest that the streamer then has to open it up. And originally people liked it. Well, you know, some people liked it because they could just throw bunches of Lino into the chest and then they could get a bunch of people watching them really easily because they're all just like, oh my god, give me some of that chest back shit. So, like, it changed the dynamic of the site, and I think in a bad way. Like, it used to be this thing where I didn't have to fuck with the chest, right? Like, the chest was its own thing. If you wanted to engage with the chest, that was your deal, right? But with the new chest, now I have to be the one that dishes it out. So now there's people that just come into your chat room and just be like, open the chest. Open the chest. You know, like, or
and then you open it and they leave.
Exactly. Or, you know, you could then they limited the amount of Lino that you could put in the chest weekly. So it's like 10,000 Lino. So it's like people are running giveaways on their channel just to get people in there, and they'll, like, hold the chest for a while and they'll let it out a little bit later. But I mean, it's just totally changed the dynamic of the site, and I just, like, it's really, like, I think it's hurt creators more than it helps creators, and it's just because if you don't have money, you can't just keep loading that thing up, and if you're not getting donations, you're not going to be able to load that thing up. So, you know, there's no longer any reason for somebody to just hang out in your stream and just talk to you. where you don't have to, like, now it's like this connected thing that you have to give out. And D-Lab only did that because people were abusing the old chess system, but as far as we can tell now, people are doing the same thing with the movie.
Yeah. One of the in the Quarterings critique video, or the stream rather, it was critique thing of me. He said that I brought up a lot of good points about, you know, like 6% skim through inflation, shady practices, and all this. However, it's still reasonable for somebody to simply use DLive as a streaming platform and not deal in line at all. Deal with chest, never cash out your stuff. Just stream there and talk to your chat, and that's it. And I guess if you were to do that, that's completely fine. It seems like all the scummy parts are coming from the Lino and not the service itself. The service itself seems to be fine. You know, streams run pretty well. The quality's all right. The chat is in some ways better than Twitch, in some ways worse, but it's pretty good. So I do think that if you have like a pre-built audience, like Quartering streams, sorry, not some streams. They just bring their audiences over. If you have a pre-built audience to bring them over, you just want to use the platform, you're probably safe. You know, there's no chance of you using any money. Or you can like just run Streamlabs, right?
You can. Well, yeah, you can get money from Streamlabs. You can use the Lido system. Like, I've taken payments from Lido. I've requested payments, and I've gotten paid out every single time that I've requested a payment. So, I mean, I've never had any problems getting paid off of it. Actually, I got to be honest, is that my revenue went up once I started using DLive, because, you know, that 35% that they take on super chats, you know, adds up, even through Streamlabs. You know, like, Streamlabs only is taking whatever the processing fees are. But even then, like, I still get more money if people are giving me Lino directly, because once I check out the Lino, I'm just getting cash anyway. You know, so like, I have to go through the Lido network to get paid, which sucks. But I mean, overall, I have gotten paid, and I've been able to request payments from them, and I've always, you know, gotten my shit. Hell, I think actually a couple of people told me the last little round of payments that they did, they accidentally double paid everyone for a bunch of people.
Really?
Yeah, so that was funny as hell, actually. So like they had to have a bunch of people like sent half the money back, right? But like some people did it. So there's still some people out there that were kind of pissed off about it, I think. But yeah.
I may have in the first video, not the second video, in the first video, but like, can you actually get paid on DLive? Because when the PewDiePie thing first dropped, everyone was like looking into the site, and a bunch of people were saying it seems like you can't actually get your money through Lino. And everyone was like, oh shit, is this actually the case? And for a while I thought it was the case. But I mean, to be very clear, we got paid, you can get paid. However, it is a system that in some ways incentivizes you to not get paid, at least partially. You know, if you're locking in Lino, if you get some kind of tangible benefit for refusing to cash it out, then it does incentivize you passing it to Patreon. And like you say that like keeping the Lino locked in adds to the stability of the system. Well, then if people say I'm gonna withdraw because I need money, then conceivably that would mean that the system is less stable if they do withdraw. And it might be like a feedback loop where if people just say, you know what, this is going down, I'm getting my money out, it'll just accelerate the decline.
Correct. It's exactly correct. Well, here's an example. I have a friend on the platform. He streams on Mixer. He's got 150,000 on Mixer, like, followers. On DLive, he, for some reason, started buying and locking just obscene amounts of Lino points because he didn't understand that Lino was a static value and that it's never going to go up, and it has a deflationary value of like 0.6%. Over the year. So in order for them to cover whatever that is coming up, they give you, you know, newly fresh minted Lino in your wallet so that you can have it. So he's got 1.5 million Lino. That's like 18,000.
The future happens when we explore new frontiers. Gemini is the future of finance. Invest in over 30 cryptos like Bitcoin, industry-leading security and insurance.
He's proud for doing that.
This is clearly a crowd that expects more from
of lino. So off of that amount of lino, his lock point bonus daily is about 50. It's about, he says it's anywhere from $25 to $50. So like his investment on, you know, even though we're not supposed to use the I word, the investment, he invested this thinking that his investment in lino was $18,000. So he gets about $50 a day, which, I mean, I don't know what the math is on that, but that's not a lot. I mean, if you just times that by 30, you can see that, you know, it's really not, it's about $1,500 a month.
No,
And, you know, like newly minted lino that he can technically spend or relock or do whatever he wants with it.
Under the government.
In this sense, it was like a stupid idea for him to ever lock this much lino, because he figured, oh, if I lock a bunch of lino and stuff, like the platform will care about me more. And what we've seen is that that's actually not the case. They don't give a shit about how much lino you have locked in. That doesn't have any bearing on whether they're going to talk to you or not. So he's making money, you know, it's like a part-time job, you know, minimum wage job just from locking lino points. But, you know, he had to invest $18,000. And I still think that, you know, him putting that into, you know, some other digital currency like Bitcoin or something would have probably been a better investment for him overall. But it does show you that, you know, like the system is working. Like he does get that daily. There is money coming in daily, and it is cash out. You can cash it out. You know, you used to be able to cash it out to PayPal. They used to be able to buy with PayPal. Everybody knows that that's stupid for digital currency, though. So like when chargebacks happened around the PewDiePie time, so they removed that option. But they've added other ways of buying it with credit cards and whatnot. And then there's always the options that you can get. You can get paid out. You can't. Like people have gotten paid. I've gotten paid. And actually, it's like bi-weekly now, I think.
Right. So this guy, and I think he was on your stream. He was the Shades guy, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Shades guy.
And he was eating spaghetti or something.
Yeah, he was eating spaghetti.
I remember that. Yeah. So this guy has put in $18,000 and he gets his $25 to $50 a day. And then conceivably 6 months down the road, before the skin comes up, he could unlock that money and potentially get it. So now the question has to be asked: if the ads aren't running yet, and it's just a bunch of tokens changing hands, and people start withdrawing, where does that money come from? It has to come from somewhere eventually. You know?
Well, the money always comes from what people are paying into the system. So, like, they have a volatility fund, it sounds like, that is helping them cover, you know, like their basic needs and like paying people on the DLive team and the Lino team to keep operating. But all the money that comes in from Lino that's been floating around the system comes in from people actually buying into it. So, like, guys like Outlist that purchased it and locked it, you know. Guys like me that I bought Lino before just to see if you know, how it worked. I bought with both cryptocurrency and regular currency, just, you know, to test. What they say right now is that all of the current Lino that is put into the system, that's in the system, is all purchased Lino that people have bought in since it started. So wherever's floating out around there is stuff that's already there. Where the shadiness, I'm gonna say shadiness comes from, is that they have like these giveaways and stuff, and they're not too clear on where all this like newly created Lino. Like when PewDiePie came in, he donated $50,000 for the Lino. Well, where did all that
That's
Lino?
the life insurance fund.
Paid in $50K to put all that in, and then where's all the money from the payouts on there coming from? That's, you know, where it was weird, because when they do those types of giveaways and stuff, they're not abundantly clear that this is coming from, you know, our marketing budget. And, you know, if their marketing budget is $50,000, Jesus, so they gave PewDiePie $50K and they just let it give away. That's crazy. You know,
Yeah,
it's kind of,
definitely.
it could be funny magic money.
I have a feeling it's Chinese investment. Can't prove that.
I can. I sent you a thing that proves that, bro.
Oh, that's right. Is it the Legend of Lemon?
Yes, the Legend of Lemon, my friend. That right there.
But what I'll do is I'll share my screen so everyone else can also see. The next time we see you on camera, man, I did a stream one time and someone had transsexual porn on their screen share. I was like, thanks for nuking my channel, pal. So do you? I think the chat room has who that was. Do you have? I'll see a few names in the chat room. Who that was. Here we go. Legend of Lemon. I do not know a single thing about Legend of Lemon. So maybe you could get us through here. Where do we start in this flow chart?
Start on the left-hand side. So you see right there, there's a volatility fund. It says volatility token fund.
Yes.
So so this is like basically the entirety of what we've been able to figure out who's investing in. So you can see Polychain Capital, FBG Capital, FinTech Blockchain Group. So like that's your China money right there. These are the Chinese investors that people have been talking to about investing in this one. And if you notice, there's a little line that goes down from FBG Capital to exchanges, and then you see Binance, OKEX, and a few other ones. So if you notice, FBG Capital and their friends have been investing in all kinds of cryptocurrencies. Like they're heavily invested in EOS. They're also heavily invested in something called In Blockchain, which is the original group that funded Steemit and was also running Steemit, and then also moved over to EOS. So you can see that there's a lot of like weird investors that seem to be that were already out there in the crypto exchanging world. And one of the biggest names is Eric Meltzer. He's been running this Satoshi treasure hunt where they're like, oh, if you find all this money, you can get $1 million in Bitcoin, even though he's a fucking idiot, because the actual Satoshi treasure hunt it's for 300 Bitcoins, and they're somewhere in Texas. So who knows if anybody's actually ever going to be able to figure that out. There's just something to do with the genesis of the blockchain. Go to the Genesis block. There's something that's hidden inside of the Genesis block. If you zor something, you'll get the name, and then you'll be able to figure out, how to build onto it. But Meltzer has been in the cryptocurrency space for a very, very long time, and he's connected to something called Blockstream, which allows you to sign Bitcoin transactions using satellites. So, like, you don't have to actually have the internet to check your functions. Meltzer's pretty interesting in all of this stuff because some people like him, some people hate him, but he's all up in EOS and with this Chinese investor. And if you see that little block above EOS and Zen Fund, you'll see that Zen Fund and investors. You can see that Zen Fund is basically connected to one of the biggest cryptocurrency government funds out there. And though Zen Fund is being invested in by the same investors that are going to the Lemoncracy, or what's actually holding Lino, that's founding it. So if you want to see who's actually doing it, Zen Fund, Sequoia Capital, Polychain Technical, In Blockchain, FBG Group, all of these funds together are what are actually making D-Live run right now, and they seem to be directly connected to Chinese government accounting funds, which is correct.
I haven't seen this kind of banter.
Yeah, I just had that hunch. It turns out I was right.
Yeah, I mean, no, you're completely right. Yeah, it's definitely a China blockchain crazy freak thing over here. I'm going to stab real quick.
No problem. So I just put that link, the Legend of Lemon. I just put it into the chat room, guys. If you want to take a look. All of those. I mean, I kind of feel like one of those people who.
You really lost weight by eating something.
You know that meme where it's like the guy who has a cigarette and a coffee, and he's all manic, and he has like he has like all the lines on his wall, all these pictures. The connections. I kind of feel like that right now, but I put it in the chat if you want to see it yourself.
There you go. Yeah, see, that's the thing, is that the Legend of the Lemon is pretty big because there's a lot of really big cryptocurrency heads in there. Some of these people know me, and they don't like me, but they don't like me because they know that if I really wanted to, I could probably end the game for everybody. I mean, we've been trying to end the game for a while now. Like, there's been a new token system that's been working out. I'm not supposed to talk about it because it's not launched yet.
Where does that come
It's
from?
resistance.io. You can't look at it right now, but it's an interesting take on cryptocurrency and exchanges. And, like, I wanted to do something like this, like when Lino or D-Live was first coming out. Like, this is actually a thing that I was looking at. And as soon as I saw these guys were working on it, I decided to go for something better. And it's better, it's done, but it has nothing to do with live streaming or anything like that.
You can see it in Canada. I just went there.
Oh yeah, you can see it in Canada because you're in Canada.
Let's see.
That's good.
Scam one
You
today.
can't see it in the United States, and like I've always been in this since I started this space. Like I lost 27 Bitcoins in the Mt. Gox debacle. Back then, that was like $25 or something like that, so I wasn't really pissed off about it. But over time, it's become like a sizable loss. Okay, so since then, the biggest problem in cryptocurrency has always been exchanges, and this is a singular point of failure, in my opinion, in the Lino blockchain, since Lino isn't truly a decentralized blockchain yet. Not everybody's got a copy of it. There's still, like finackery that could happen if you could get control of 1/3 of the validators that are on the network. You could basically like take over the network, and the reason being is because it utilizes something called the Byzantine fault tolerance in order to actually operate. And this is probably the biggest piece of information that you missed when you were looking into the Legend of Lemon. So all the stuff that I'm showing you here right now is really great, with the Legend of Lemon, but I want you to go to cosmos.network. It's a website, so cosmos.network.
Cosmos.network.
Okay, so Atom is a token that's already out there and available. Atom is it's like a cryptocurrency, but it's more of like a crypto token that allows you to interact with their ecosystem of connected blockchains. So the Lino network actually in its entirety is just a byproduct of this Cosmos thing. So if you click on where it says what is Cosmos in the top bar, right? So Cosmos is basically an ecosystem. It's a decentralized network of independent parallel blockchains that are each powered by something called BFT, or this is the Byzantine fault tolerance, and it's a consensus algorithm that's used by Tendermint consensus. So when I said Mintcoin earlier, Mintcoin was the first staking coin that then turned into Tendermint that eventually became what's called the Cosmos network. I've actually built stuff on this before. I built a cryptocurrency called Ohm Wallet or Ohm Coin, and basically this cryptocurrency was for acts of kindness. If you did an acts of kindness, you could submit them, you could get it in there. Dude, how come I could see a little thing up there on your little like block thing that says porn?
Idiots keep saying try.
That's my porn bookmarks.
Well, I have some
Oh, nice, man. We should check those out later.
Yeah, I've streamed on Sargon's channel. You can play like Dungeons and Dragons sometimes, other people's channels, and they always comment, "Sargon, it's your porn." That's why I have it there. Get like 5,000 people watching a YouTube stream. And they're all like, "Sargon porn."
Oh man, that's good. Sorry, just my eyes. I just was reading your screen. I was like, "Is that like porn, man?" Good. That's really good. So Cosmos is important because Cosmos is the system that runs Lino. So Lino is in the middle. Let's say, here, I'll put my hand on the top of here and say this is DLive. So this is a decentralized app for DLive. Then there's Lino network, and then there's Cosmos on the bottom. So Cosmos is the thing that runs everything. So Lino network is just a byproduct of the Cosmos network. So Lino wasn't technically like, they didn't do anything crazy, redesign the wheel or anything like that. They just used this system to create their shit, basically. And it utilizes all of their application networking consensus systems. And then they're leveraging it for their own parallel blockchain that's running. So their parallel blockchain is the Lino blockchain, but the Lino blockchain is running on and in tandem with the Cosmos blockchain. So to the point where you could actually look up the Lino network, or you could look up like the Lino network on Cosmos and see, like how much they have staked into their actual entire network as a whole.
Can I do that here? Or?
Yeah, I think if you go to developer portal or ecosystem. Ecosystem. And there should be like a little, like a hub that actually lets you go look at. See how his Lino network shows you all the different stuff that's available for him. Okay, what I want you to click on is click on the community hub, and then there's going to be a bunch of wallets things.
Oh wait, you mean on Cosmos network or Cosmos?
On Cosmos.network. Now click on Cosmos Hub and then scroll down a little bit.
Wallets and
a little farther, and go to the Cosmos Hubs Explorers, and then click on the one that says like Big Dipper.
Big Dipper. Let's see.
So now you got this right here will show you all of the stuff that's currently operating on the Cosmos network itself. And if you look up Lino, you can actually find. You should be able to actually find Lino on there in the search. Might be able to. It might not work. It's not working either. Or go back one. Just go back one and go to Hubble. That one you should get. It's pretty good. Yeah, and then click Cosmos Hub 2, and then you should see all the validators that are listed. If you search those validators, you should find one for Lino. And it'll say Lino Network.
There it is.
So it's really funny because they created their system off of this other system. So all of the associated material is going to be here. And they don't have any voting power. They haven't been actively voting. If you see right here, it says April 25th. If you scroll down a little bit, the only person that's ever invested any voting power in the DLive on the Cosmos network has basically been me. So like at the very bottom, there's an event history and it shows you the most recent events. You can see that it used to be really high and then now it's not high. So you can see that somebody increased their voting power to 3, that was me. And then somebody increased it to 9 and then to 46, so that was all me. And then they turned their system off. And then now they haven't been on the voting system for a while now. But Lino operates on Cosmos. So like I was paying a bunch of money into Lino, and then I went online on my live stream, and then I bought a bunch of Cosmos with like some, Dodge coins I had or something like that. And I bought a bunch of them on Cosmos, and I started validating and staking their node within Cosmos to try to see what was going on. And then this is where it gets weird. So you were talking to me about this wallet that you had found, right? You remember that?
Yeah, I do. I have that up actually, and that was something that I did want to bring up on this thing as well. So I found this on Etherscan, and it shows that 99.94% of all Lino, or Lino, I don't know if it's Lino or Lino, of all Lino in existence is held by one wallet. It's like almost 10. It's 9,994,000,000 Lino held in one wallet, and then the next highest account is 147,000. So it seems like one person holds 99.95% of all of it. And then what I wanted to ask regarding this, maybe I'm way off base here, is that like if you ever wanted to lock in your Lino and then do voting, one person holds this much, you're never going to be able to vote now, ever. Yeah,
that's true, but then again, like depending on how the consensus works, scroll up a little bit. So this is an ERC20 token for it, and according to the Lino founders, this token was made for an airdrop. So like they originally going to be airdropping a whole bunch of tokens to different people. This is what they say. Okay, so if you click on transfers, click on where right next to holders, click on where it says transfers. Yep. You notice that 7 days ago was the last transfer of Lino to somebody, and you'll see that there's still like transfers that are happening. So they say that this thing is currently not active, but it's active as of a week ago, and nobody can really explain what's going on. So the Cosmos thing here is important. So if you should probably do a specific stream basically on Bubble Us, on that Bubble Us thing, Legend of the Lemon. There's some links on there that are going to show you that some people believe that Cosmos is a connector in the sense where it helps you destroy one blockchain and put it into another blockchain, okay? So some people were thinking, and I think it's like the third link from the bottom, it says Cosmos transfers wealth from one blockchain to another.
You know what? I just realized I haven't even mentioned Janine Garofalo. No, I don't see it.
It's like in the middle. It says Cosmos transfers wealth from one blockchain to another.
Yeah, there's two of them here.
Yeah, click on the one on the top. The one on the top.
Yep. Here it is.
No, not that one. The one's right above that one.
That seems to be it. There's Cosmos transfers wealth from one blockchain to another, like Swift does for big banks.
Oh, that was supposed to be a link.
And then Cosmos.network, yeah.
Okay, well, I guess that one, the Cosmos blockchain one that you clicked on, should be helpful enough. I think it has enough information there.
Okay. No thanks. God damn it. God damn it.
You're like, ah!
Oh, there's a guide over.
So this guide basically tells you about what's up with this entire blockchain, right? And looking at everything that they tell you about it, it tells you about scalability and interoperability.
I would love
There's a little
to.
X right here. There's a little X next to the 2.
The 2. I can't. Oh, Jesus Christ! It's so white.
I know, dude. It's so freaking white.
All right. Yeah, here we are. It says, what is the cause of problem? What comes from good? There's the scalability and interoperability problem.
So the reason they chose Cosmos is because like not everything is happening within the validators. They're also utilizing the Cosmos network to kind of like speed things up. And what some people think is that actual applicant, the Ethereum account, that wallet that we've been looking at, is actually all the Lino that's in existence. So like Lino network owns all the Lino that's in existence, right? So that would be like the big number right there. And that account is the one that's been dishing out actual Lino to people. But according to like the way that things work in the SEC, that would be against the law, right?
Yeah.
So,
but that is what it looks like to me. Like this looks like somebody 7 days ago decided to purchase 20 Lino to donate to somebody, and so
exactly.
This is the account that gave it to.
But the thing is, you can't buy 20 Lino.
No.
No, you can't buy 20 Lino. Like that's the thing is that it's not actually. That's not actually for that. Like the lowest amount of Lino that you can buy is 88. So
yeah,
like this isn't
0.2. Like I wonder what these are.
Exactly. It's like somebody's running something over here. You like to see one that was 46 days ago for 2000. Like this might be like something else entirely, but it looks like they've been messing around. And what I've been thinking it is this is a wallet that's slowly unlocking Lino over time for their system, basically. So like it's not actually unlocking Lino, but it's like storing it so whenever anybody puts any value into something that they haven't told us about yet, basically. Like I think this has more to do with the fund, the Inno blockchain fund, and the investors than it actually does with this. So you see how there's a shitload of addresses and a shitload of transfers on it.
Yeah.
This right here isn't all of the addresses. Like this is all Ethereum addresses, and this means that they're linking Ethereum addresses with tokens that are associated to this Lino supply. So to me, this almost looks like a private sale or something like that, which would be technically illegal under United States policies.
Let's see. It is interesting. I didn't know enough about this to see that. The only thing that I saw was just that one account held this much, and therefore, if it's voting based on locked-in points, you'll never be able to fucking
puppet.
Yeah, but those aren't blocked.
Oh, they're not locked.
They wouldn't be locked. Yeah, see, like for them to be locked, you're taking them off of the trade market completely. So, like, essentially, that would be like looking at the whole entire pool of Lino as it gets released from into the live network. It's getting sent from that number one address to all the other addresses. But you can see that right now.
By the time I
this
got
thing
here,
kind of looks like it's like a stock or something like that. Like these are shares in something. And they say that this thing's no longer in operation, that nobody's using it, but like it shows very clearly that the thing's still doing something, and nobody's telling us what this thing is. Nobody's telling us what this thing is doing, and I think it's got something to do with the Cosmos network. And this is the interoperability fund, basically, where they have like this Lino, or they have an Ethereum contract that's actually building out the tokens. And this is all done through the Cosmos network, but we don't see any of that stuff because the Lino network, actual like system is what we're looking at. So like this right here is connected, but I think it's separate in a way where it's actually working with the Cosmos hub and not the actual Lino network itself. And this is like showing us, okay, here's all the tokens that are going to be, and this is our current distribution of all these different addresses. And all these addresses with the T extends and whatnot seem to be connected to whatever Lino account holders out there, which, I mean, I don't think that there's 119,000 people that are utilizing DLive, but if you think about it, the largest PewDiePie stream is like right at 115,000 viewers. So the numbers are actually there.
Yeah, maybe. Actually, that kind of reminds me. Here, you introduced me to this, the Rich List. I hadn't seen this before your stream. I find it quite interesting.
This is a good one.
Yeah. So my outsider's understanding is that here's your DLive names. PvP is PewDiePie, he's number one. Your reputation, the amount of unlocked Lino in the account, the amount of locked Lino in the account, that's pretty self-explanatory. Total Lino, total USD, total earnings USD. So what this says to me is that PewDiePie, number one, has no locked Lino. He hasn't bothered locking a single bit. Correct. And it seems like he's been withdrawing all of it. Correct. So he's made $50,000. He's just been taking the money and running, which I guess if you were in his space, you'd do. You know, it kind of makes sense. You got a fellow here, Tidy's bot, who has $1 million locked in, and he's withdrawn nothing. He has no earnings, zero. So it seems like, to me, maybe what the scam is, and this is just a maybe, this is just my hypothesizing kind of on the fly. Maybe the scam is that you get people invested in DLive to the point that they're willing to give up large chunks of their paycheck in order to lock it in to get maybe more, to get what they believe is more clout with the company, or maybe to be able to hit some kind of benchmark or get partner or something, to get you something with the service. And maybe that's the scam. Is that you got this guy here who doesn't take a single dollar out of the millions of tokens, which translates to what, at least 5-figure income?
That million tokens or something like that. It's like 25,000 or something like that.
25,000. So he could have withdrawn that, gotten 25,000. Instead he said, nope, I'm not going to withdraw it. I'm going to lock it, because they believe that there's something good at the end of the locking in rainbow. Maybe that's the scam.
Well, Tidy works for DLive as well.
Oh yeah,
he's one of the guys that works for him, and so is Lid, so is Charles Wan. So like the 2, 3, and 4 are people that work for the system. Number 1 is PewDiePie, and then number 5 is our friend Atlas, who is now locked in another 190,000 Lino. Don't ask. Now he's got 21,000 Lino locked in USD. But you can see he's only earned $36 because he's literally locked every single little bit in. And if you go to his stream right now, which he's probably streaming on it, you'll notice that he's like not even one of the big guys on the platform. He just believes in DLive so much that he doesn't care if people are telling him that, you should probably not have, pretty much what somebody would make in an entire year on a minimum wage job in your DLive account. But hey, this people do what they want to do, you know what I'm saying?
People in the chat are asking, what's the point of locking it in? We went over this earlier, however, I think I can give
That
you
way
a
my
very
channel
quick
doesn't
version
get
of
confused.
it. Basically,
Just
you
like
lock it
right
in, you
now,
can't touch it.
nobody's
If you want to
watching
unlock it,
this.
it takes 12 weeks.
Oh,
You gain a little bit of interest on it. However, it gives you voting shares for the company, supposedly. It hasn't panned out yet, but that's the plan. And it's one of the requirements to hit partner is to lock in some of your pay. That when I say DLive is a scam, and I'm not talking about their investors, I'm talking about the creators like us. This is the kind of thing that I'm talking about, where it's like maybe this is not, like maybe this won't pan out. Maybe there's going to be people who lock in their entire paycheck and then lose it. That's how
I was self-employed.
And even then, when the quarter said, well, just don't do any of this, just stream on DLive and forget about the
McDonald's or
point
Taco
system.
Bell.
I mean, that's still fair. That's still a
No,
fair
it's
thing you
not.
can do.
That's minimum wage. I haven't even
You
gotten
don't actually have to become a partner or anything to use the system. I mean, the only reason it's advantageous to become a partner is because you get transcoding and things of that nature. But I mean, if you're using Restream or anything else like that, it really doesn't matter, to be perfectly honest. But I mean, look at that balance of Lino right now. Like the total locked, it says total locked Lino identified regardless of balance is 84,000 or 84 million. It's about $1 million right now that they have locked up in the system, which means that if every single person on the Lino network decided to unlock in 3 months, they would have to be putting out $1 million payment, which means that they have to have at least that much money in the bank.
I have a feeling that wouldn't work out well for them. I know they have like the 20 million in venture capital, but I have a feeling that might be like a big problem if everyone did that. Then again, like any system is run on confidence, right? And it doesn't matter if it's money, doesn't matter if it's social capital, doesn't matter whatever it is. You know, if you put work into something and then the system collapses, you lose your work. But if you withdraw your work from something, then at least you have it. But the system is now more likely to collapse. So usually whenever there's like a stable system of any type, whether it's financial or otherwise, there's some kind of long-term incentive to invest. And I don't know, I mean, maybe I'm blind or something, but I don't necessarily see it here.
Yeah, somebody in your chat actually said too, what does locking Lino do? And another guy was like, because it's going to be like BTC and it's going to go up. Lock it in and it ends up going up like BTC. And for Lino, that's not a possibility. Like the SEC clearly states for a token like this, it has to be a static value. So right now, this value is pegged at 0.12, which is a little more than a penny. And what they're saying in the future is even if this thing does go to mainnet and Lino becomes like a mainnet coin, like it could have fluctuations, but like it's supposed to be a stable coin. Like in order for it to be legal or for it to operate, it has to be a stable coin so that the value of it will be pegged. So it's like you're not going to earn. You're not going to be getting the same kind of ups that you'd be getting from Bitcoin because it's not a cryptocurrency.
Yeah. And actually, this reminds me of something that I put in. I was in the chat during your stream. I said that one of their long-term plans is to gradually devalue the Lino token and then just kind of keep the excess value through inflation. And that's kind of like one of the ways they're going to make their money. And then someone had linked me some. I don't have it now. I have it. Someone linked me some case law from the 90s where companies did that with gift cards, where if you didn't spend the money on the gift card in 3 months, it would slowly lose its value, and the companies lost that lawsuit because there was no expectation that a gift card was a fluctuating currency.
No, you never thought you'd get caught.
And so this might actually be illegal if they do that.
Oh, what you've done is very illegal.
When they go from testnet to mainnet, they have to completely pay back all of the investors for everything that they've invested into it, and then everybody has to buy back in. It's the only way of it being legal in the United States. Other countries,
it's a tough sell.
I mean, you went to war over it.
I mean, where they're sitting at right now, they had some substantial growth because of PewDiePie that did not transfer very well to anyone else because people will come and watch PewDiePie on DLive. I remember also doing it. I mean, that's been a big complaint that they're like, it's great having big names, coming over to the platform, but that's the same thing. It's like, okay, well, what if Sargon came over here? Or what if, I don't even know. I just want to say his name because I like him. If Sargon came over here and, started doing streams on DLive, like, anybody that came over and stayed on DLive and liked it would probably stay, right? But what we see is the majority of those people are just going to leave and go back to the other platform after they're done viewing that show. Like there's a lot of people here that are streaming, but some of the streamers on DLive seem to have the idea that there's too many
Nobody's
streamers
on my
and not
channel
enough
because you guys stole
watchers.
it.
Like, I mean, I've had my own friends that have been on my streams for a long time who are like, oh, I'm going to start streaming now, and I'm going to start running games, and then they're getting discouraged because they don't have anybody watching. And it's like, hey man, I was there for fucking 3 years, bro. I was there for 3 years before I started getting popular, and then it was another 3 years, and I'm still kind of like a chub. But
I know the feeling, man. My channel on YouTube started in 2009, and it wasn't political; it was anime. We did anime reviews, like angry video game nerd style, like that guy with the glasses style anime stuff. That was what we liked back then. We were like 22.
No, there's no
And
possibility.
it took us 5 years to hit 1,000 subs on YouTube. And then it took like maybe another 2 years to hit 5,000. And then it took about a year and a half to hit 65,000. So there is like an exponential growth that eventually happens, But yeah, I know the struggle, man.
Well, I was going to say, my struggle, because I started on YouTube in 2007, And since I
Yeah,
was
this is a bitch in his 30s. Did you ask who they're trying to sell to?
I get almost all of the money. I used to make
So they fucked up the bitch.
It's cool if you have an established audience. Like being on the know, just going to make sure you're just going to get.
He's going to step up. You'll be an old People smile each other and I like
This is weird. So people are like, I don't want to put all my money into it. Maybe. If you make money free, you need monetization. So, like, the way I look at it is, as long as I get one single donation, somebody throws me a diamond, somebody throws me, $1 basically, that covers the monetization for that stream. So I don't have to care about
I want all my good friends to come on out right now.
that
We're going to give you an uplifting
giving
scenario.
people the option.
Where are they? Here. The beautiful Miss Maya Rudolph is here. Is Conan coming?
Maybe it fractionalizes my options, but
Here's my beloved Conan O'Brien.
And I think that
Here comes
having a place
Mr. Adam Sandler.
isn't a problem. And I mean, PewDiePie has basically showed us
The
that
man who rocked the house.
it's like he's streaming
Even
on
though
he's making
Mr.
money.
Half of
He's
the
taking
nation
cash
see
out.
himself.
Even if he's taking cash out.
How can you describe a better friend than a man who would willingly stick a dildo in his mouth for you? Mr. Horatio Sands.
No, it says that that's the total earnings.
That's right. It wasn't a fictional character, it was Horatio Sands. You can tell your grandchildren Horatio Sands ate a dildo for you.
Yeah, if you go to the Widow.network website, you go to the tracker.
You see, we really can be together and make beautiful music. Miss Maya, are you ready?
I'm always ready for you, Triumph.
Oh, yes. Here we go.
Go to balance history.
Transfer of fear. We must hold each other near. Together and
Never catch up one time. So anytime anybody traps one out, go back to what it's like at the beginning of balance history. Started on the system in 2018. My trade and you'll notice that also it'll say nothing that's not it's supposed to say. So you can see what I transferred out to.
So everybody join us. Yes, everybody sing with me now. Every actor who tries to sing, every long speech on the West Wing, every white boy wearing dreadlocks. You think outside the box. Every rap star who says bling bling. Every She the way mysterious. These guys won't admit he's gay. Every half time at the Super Bowl.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna stream up over here. I'm gonna do this. Behind the chip. She's not in the event. There was like all those other people that have got donations. They were like, on stream. It's like $600. Crazy. So there was a lot of like pressure, I think, on people when that shit happened. Like, where does this money come from and who's doing the investment? I mean, legitimately, you gotta feel like PewDiePie's like a smart business analyst and person, but at the same time, YouTube's been messing with his shit for a while now. So like, why should he be live streaming on YouTube? You know, like he could look at me right now and show that when he makes live streaming on YouTube. He's not a bad
Dude, he says you're getting a deal.
Yeah, I don't think system for like
The Duke's on all my control property. Don't tell me you thought the bad guys now.
Their computer system set to my application. They can't eat that shit, you know what I'm saying?
Wish I could.
But you know, some other people out there, they don't see it. It doesn't kind of really make sure this thing's going out. It doesn't hurt him, you know, like it's not a bad business proposition in any way, shape, or form. And I think a lot of people were scared of it. People are, you know, supposed to be scared of it, right? Because I mean, if you read some letters, it says devil. Yeah, seriously, if you just take the D and just move it over, man. D-Live turns into the devil, bro. I'm telling you, D-Live's the devil. They hate it when I say that, but
Well, see, like I think a lot of people, especially like people who are really into D-Live, they leave some comments or something, or they talk.
No, especially when there's demons all over the internet.
You just, you know, because you have
4D entities
on YouTube, or because
and then you make
sometimes
it like a
Twitch stream gets
cartoon.
viewers, and really, it is really sometimes, guys. It's not all the time. Twitch.tv/GameBoomers, please. However,
you guys are fucking sick.
so, you know, you're invested in these old systems, and so you don't want to see something new come about, and absolutely not. You know, I would love to see D-Live as advertised initially working properly. I would support it. I want to see it work.
That's my old bill.
Just that, like,
$972. My new one, $28 a month. Or if I pay in full,
there's so many questions that they seem to actively avoid.
But I gotta get into this right away. This basically is the biggest circus in the country right now is the Michael Jackson.
I mean, I can see where you're coming with it. I don't know if you've seen that one. And honestly, like I tell like creators like you, like the reason that I spent all this time on this platform is because I'm like an evangelist for this type of stuff. I'm a consultant. I'll go in, I do the dirty hard work, just like I did with some, you know, other things out there in the world, like the cicada crap or the fake cicada crap.
Analysis.
You know, like I had to go, I put myself through all
of what's happening. Our good friend Triumph, the
what it was.
comic
Keep hearing this D-Live to me.
the other day, and
You know, for guys like you know, I say it's always If you plan on streaming on one platform, you might as well stream on all the platforms. I'm like a restreamer by definition. You know, like I'd rather stream to all my platforms and have as much ability for viewership as possible and give people the option to watch me when they want to watch me than try to force people from one platform to another platform to another platform to another platform. So if you have a decent sized audience on YouTube, give them the option to do it. I mean, if people don't care about it, they're not going to do it. People like Twitch, they're going to watch on Twitch. People like D-Live, they're going to watch on D-Live. I mean, it's up to the individual. It's up to the end user. That's why the internet is beautiful, is because you make the choice, right? And as content creators, we're the ones that are delivering the shit out. So the way I've always looked at it, and my friend Atlas, who agrees with me on this one, they're just like, hey, if you can restream and you can set it out to your platform, it's better for you because that's how you grow. I get consistent growth on all of my channels, even though, depending on what I'm talking about. It may be important, it might not be that important. But to me, it's just about making those connections with people and letting them watch what they want to watch. Honestly, I make money on every platform. I got a Twitch payout today. I'm going to get a payout in the next couple of days, and I also get a D-Live payout in the next couple of days. So the way I look at it now is that as long as I'm able to supplement my YouTube channel, because I only made it to 20,000 on YouTube. After that, I just don't grow because my audience is there. That's unless I start doing some ridiculous stuff and have some crazy events happen. I don't feel like my channels are going to get very much bigger on YouTube. So
that they have never slept.
Just take it out there and take it with the grain of salt. I mean, some people are afraid of losing money, but there's so many people out there right now that have made money off of the system. The only victim is work. I mean,
he's not the only fashion victim. I can see that.
It's not a scam right now. It's not a scam. Whoever's gonna buy this fucking thing in the future have to deal with all the bullshit that it comes with. Because I mean, do you really want to beat YouTube and have to deal with all the shit YouTube has to deal with on a daily basis?
Yeah, I think ever since Google's bought YouTube, they haven't made any money. And personally, I think the reason that
nice dress, something low cut, maybe with a 6-year-old boy on your show.
No, I mean, social capital is everything. You say social capital, I mean, D-Live is like social capital. The people that are part of it really, really believe in it because a lot of them are dumb and they think it's going to be like this in the future. And the only thing we know for sure, but yeah, I know how it is. Building social capital is like, you build social capital anywhere.
They're talking about energetic currency.
Thoughts and physical forms have no difference. They're the same energy, right? And I've always been a very good fan. Where you put your energy, where you put your mind is where are the things that you're going to make it in. If you don't want to be on D-Live or think it's a scam, fuck it, hey man, make as many videos as possible and tell everybody about it, evangelize about it. But I just hear me out. Think of how much fucking money you're project while you're on the platform. Do it, it makes you the money. It doesn't make you, a hypocrite. It just makes you an active.
And yeah, I think to me, I think some of it let's say that you're I don't have a following. I'm going to start being a content.
Cafe DM across the street.
First channel I open up, that might not go well. Human misery.
I know there's a lot of people that do that.
Oh yeah, I know. I think YouTube will still be here in 5 years. I don't know about you. That's kind of what Michael's boyfriend.
No, they said that anybody, if they were on the internet over 5 years, would be crazy.
When I see right now, it's like if you spend a bunch of time, a bunch of energy,
what's going on in Iraq today?
An audience, D-Live goes under. There's a better chance it will go under.
For him to get the stem cell
D-Live goes under, those people probably won't follow you somewhere else.
Do you think Michael, that kid?
There's a chance. It actually just kind of reminds me of another of the reporters. This video is that I said there's no organic growth. I thought it was little organic growth. I think that's something that you said earlier. Is that viewers viewer counts are going down, people aren't staying out, live streams, things like that.
Why was Michael Jackson?
There was a video that I saw.
One spot that came on.
But it was a guy who basically took a reading of a bunch of the games on VLive every single day at the same time, all through May. He just said, okay, we'll go to, I can probably recreate
past myself. I know what it's like. I've been blamed for farts. I don't know how many times. I just want you to watch my son. This is
most people who have 3-digit screens or larger are screens that have somewhere. It's people who are kind of like this. And that's a consistent thing across every game, for the most part, on VLive. So it's like the people who are big on VLive are the people who, for the most part, are the ones who brought their audiences here.
A lot of them like that.
Yeah, and that might be a lot of the people are just coming for their
That's always been a problem. I mean, super like first game of the night, really late at night, like you only see, like maybe 1,000 chatting sessions, and the rest of them, 50 people, 40 people. So that's one of the things there is that there's a lot of people that are streaming out there to like 1 or 2 people, and the rest of it is just like there. It's really weird too that yeah, like down a little bit. It's like right through all of them. Yeah, like, if you go to all of them, like you can see like, there's 412 and they got 70 people. You gotta scroll down a little bit before you run into us, and then you got mine. You got the truth about
Here's Danko. But he has like, I think 300,000 people on YouTube. Yes, that
Jesus Christ.
So like he brings people over. Like Bordering has 500,000.
Yeah, I mean, I'm streaming on YouTube, Twitch, and D-Live right now. And you can see everything that we're doing, and I put it on the D-Live category because I wanted to make sure. No, they don't control me. What are they gonna do? Take away my shit? I'll tell the story.
Yeah, but I think my president had enough of this.
Tell the second they know that I have no problems with going through everything and making them feel or making them know that I understand what's going on. It's a nice platform, but like most people are restreaming to other platforms, so like like you're kind of fractionalizing your audience a little bit and something like that shit. So it's one thing to keep that's one thing to keep yourself aware of. Like system, it may not be right forever, but
Yeah, like real slow. I guess because he had a bad bag. You've been coming through.
Yes. Going back. I hope to have 10,000 ardent D-Live supporters.
You saw him come in his pajamas.
You know what? I'll probably be there.
There were no kids anymore. Okay, so it's not just kids that make him come in his pajamas.
I would rather have.
Okay, it's everybody makes Michael come in his pajamas.
Well, man, I mean, we've had like a 2-hour chat on this thing, and I got gang being straight up in the room. So, I got to thank you for actually sitting down and talking about all this stuff, because I feel like we pretty much got everything else out on the table.
Sure, when Clay Aiken goes on a homicide spree.
Yeah, I think you did a pretty good job. There was some things you got wrong, but it's like you're not wrong for being like worried about something being shady, because I mean it kind of feels shady to some people. I mean, there's some shady shit. There was some shady shit in the past.
I got my mind.
You feel like it's changed. I think it's gonna last. Actually, I think if they can get through this like hump that they're in right now, and if they start getting more bigger subscribers, bigger subscribing people actually on the platform, I think they could actually survive. It's still a relatively small platform overall, and I mean, any of the smaller like this, hip hop, ski, they all have their issues. I think that it might actually be able to survive. I see it going. I see it getting launched onto the game. I think it's going to have some year. But after that, like, if it gets into mainnet, it'll stay. Maybe one way where it's fully, self-operational. Like, it has to get to the mainnet. If it doesn't make the sense, you're right. That's what scam was too. If it's making to mainnet, then, all these people that waste all this time, some fools are going to hate themselves, and other ones like me are going to show another platform that I just got to think
Confirmed, 10 mil sales confirmed, the most anticipated since Tyson returned. So come on, everybody, let's all get down. Because what we have is a brand new sound. All the mommies in the house get live tonight. They wanna. I have no problem with it. I've been on my own, still alive tonight. They wanna. Thanks for doing that.
I was mostly just thinking that it was going to be hilarious to do. And this is great. This guy showed up, and then all this other showed up. And I was like, God damn, man. It's a hell of a Sunday night. It was a crazy Sunday night. I mean, I don't hunt for drama, but like I try to talk about the good things. If you ever need, somebody who actually knows you about cryptocurrency,
Central Standard Time, Sunday evening,
hit me up about that
October
kind of thing.
3rd.
I can help educate you in some of these things because like I am very invested in crypto, and at the same time, like I want to help people succeed, and I think there's a lot of that. There's like some people that know enough, but they don't know enough. They don't know enough to really be like telling their people what's good about it. I mean, I don't think that you're wrong about D-Live at all. I just think that you're afraid of it, and there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with being afraid of something, especially like cryptocurrency rights, because I mean, look at how many people have gotten fucked. That's
Tag Trip Keeper.
Yeah, definitely. I guess that brings us to the end. Thanks for showing up, guys. If you want to check out, if you want to check out, I mean, I know it's on your stream as well as mine, but if you want to check out things that you can. I guess I'm gonna start the broadcast now.
I just had the most incredible time.
Deadline Democrats.
It doesn't matter whether it's.
Oh, yeah?
Well, this man and this woman are just fucking. This dude, this man.
President Biden delays the vote on the bipartisan infrastructure bill as progressive and moderate Democrats fail to agree on social spending. Progressives hold firm on their social policy bill.
I have consistently said that we need a vote in the Senate.
Moderates push back on the price tag.
I'm willing to come from 0 to 1.5.
Even as they agree both bills must pass.
We all have one common vision. Failure is not an option.
My guest this morning, Senator Bernie Sanders of Vermont, and senior White House advisor, Cedric Richmond. Plus, Facebook under fire.
Facebook knows that its services are actively harming young children.
For reportedly hiding research showing its Instagram platform is harmful to teenagers. I'll talk to tech journalist and co-host of the podcast Sway, Kara Swisher, and one of the lead reporters on the Wall Street Journal's Facebook Files series, Jeff Horwitz. Also, Afghanistan fallout.
I recommended that we maintain 2,500 troops.
Top military leaders say President Biden rejected advice to leave some forces in Afghanistan.
Police officer and General Miller's recommendations get to the president personally. Their input was received by the president,
but forcefully pushed back against Republican demands that they resign. Joining me for insight and analysis are Wall Street Journal columnist Peggy Noonan, former Homeland Security Secretary Jay Johnson, Susan Page, the Washington Bureau Chief for USA Today, and Jake Sherman, founder of Punchbowl News. Welcome to Sunday
It's Meet the Press.
From NBC News in Washington, the longest running show in television history. This is Meet the Press with Chuck Todd.
Good Sunday morning. Well, at least Congress made sure the government didn't shut down. But that's not all that didn't happen this past week. Democrats with slip majorities and big differences in opinion did not pass either of their two big priorities. Moderate Democrats wanted to pass a bipartisan infrastructure bill negotiated on the progressives' larger social spending. Progressive Democrats wanted more certainty on that social spending bill before voting for the infrastructure bill. Here's what did happen. President Biden traveled to Capitol Hill, told both sides their two priorities are now linked, which is just what progressives wanted to hear, and that the infrastructure bill will have to wait for an agreement on the larger social spending bill. Mr. Biden's decision left moderates feeling betrayed and progressives feeling emboldened because their stay strong approach has been validated at the highest level. It may still take weeks to get this done. The game amount of Democrats have been laying a sure thing that everyone wants. Bipartisan infrastructure bill. Risking nothing and having nothing to offer voters.
It doesn't matter whether it's 6 minutes, 6 days, or 6 weeks. We're going to get it done.
President Biden putting his popular bipartisan $1 trillion infrastructure bill on hold after a rebellion by progressives.
Everyone wants these roads and bridges, but people aren't going to remember a road the way they will remember if they wake up in the morning and they not have childcare so they can go back to work.
We need a vote. We need to be real. Are we going to deliver universal free pay in this country?
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi had promised to call a vote on the bipartisan infrastructure bill on Monday. Then again on Thursday. But put it off on Friday for a third time without the votes to pass. The decision was a blow to the party's moderate wings. New Jersey Congressman Josh Gottheimer, a moderate, criticized Pelosi, saying she breached her firm public commitment to bring the bill up for a vote in September and lashed out at a small far-left faction of the House. The president told House Democrats at a closed-door meeting on Capitol Hill to lower the price tag to between $1.9 and $2.3 trillion, closer to what West Virginia Senator Manchin is demanding.
My top has been 1.5 because I believe in my heart that what we can do and what the needs we have right now and what we can afford to do without basically changing our whole society to an entitlement mentality.
Arizona's Kirsten Sinema, another wild card, has privately said she will not support corporate or income tax rate increases. On Saturday, she called the two-track process an ineffective stunt.
We can bring a lot of that together very good more votes.
Progressives say even a smaller bill must address their priorities: housing, climate change, child care, elder care, and paid family leave, immigration, and a Medicare expansion.
We need to have a way to verify that whatever we agree to does not get delayed and does not get changed.
Biden campaigned on his ability to bring people together and deliver, contrasting his pragmatism with opponent Bernie Sanders in the primary.
I've never been able to put together coalitions.
Now, he is being challenged to make good on that promise. And joining me now is Senator Bernie Sanders of Vermont, chair of the Senate Legislative Committee. Senator Sanders, welcome back to the press. Let me start with what apparently the president said behind closed doors to the House Democrats. And he floated the idea that, hey, this number is going to be a little bit lower, 1.9 trillion to 2.2 trillion. Have you accepted the fact that it's not going to be 3.5 trillion?
Chuck, that is, by the way, that is not my understanding. What he said is that there's going to have to be give and take on both sides. I'm not clear that he did bring forth a specific number. But what the president also said, and what all of us have said, is that maybe the time is now for us to stand up to powerful special interests
who are currently spending hundreds of millions of dollars trying to prevent us from doing what the American people want. We want to lower substantially prescription drug costs in this country, so we're not paying 10 times more for certain drugs than Canada and other countries. And the pharmaceutical industry has 1,400 lobbyists on Capitol Hill right now trying to stop us. We want to deal with the existential threat of climate change. We want to deal with child care. We want to expand Medicare so elderly people can chew their food, can have hearing aids, can have eyeglasses, and we can pay for this by demanding that the wealthiest people and largest corporations finally start paying their fair share of taxes. That's what this struggle is about. Do we do what the American people want? Do we fulfill what democracy is supposed to be about when we bow down to powerful specialists?
What is your preference when you're writing this bill? I know what your initial preference was. You believe 2.5 trillion is the compromise that you started in 6 trillion. But whatever the number ends up being agreed upon, do you believe in these programs? Because there's a large wish list that the Senate needs to come through, but you might not be able to do all of them fully funded. Do you believe in trying to do as many of them as you can, and maybe that some of them are smaller programs, and you'll vote on them in a couple of years to extend the funding? Or do you think you got to do 3 or 4 things really well?
Chuck, this is not a wish list. Climate change and cutting carbon emissions has everything to do with whether or not we leave this planet to future generations that is healthy and is habitable. Science will tell us we got a few years. You want more workers out in the workforce. We need to reform child care so that 1 million women can come back to the work and not have to pay as a family 20 or 30% of their income for child care. You have to have a skilled workforce. You can't have a skilled workforce and do the jobs that are out there. Let's get trained young people that want to make community colleges tuition free. It's not a wish list. This is what the working families of this country want and what the economy needs. The real question is, the Republicans, of course, are owned by the pharmaceutical industry and the fossil fuel industry. We don't expect them to do anything. But the question now is whether the Democrats can come together, and I think that we can, to finally do what working families in this country desperately want us to do.
You know, I'm curious, one of the things that we've observed here in our news division is we know we're going to be closer to a deal when we see you and Senator Manchin in the same room with the president. And I'm curious, Senator Schumer apparently had a memo that had the number that Senator Manchin was basically his beginning negotiating number. Was that news to you, or have you known this for a couple of months where Senator Manchin stood on his red lines?
No. Senator Manchin has in fact been public about talking. I think his number was $1.5 trillion. That's fine. That's a good negotiating start. Manchin has also said that he wants it paid for. I want it paid for. And you can pay for it with a $3.5 trillion bill by finally demanding that the wealthiest people in large corporations start paying their fair share of taxes. As you well know, Chuck, there's a given year when Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk, the wealthiest people in this country, don't pay a nickel in federal income tax. Large corporations don't pay a nickel. We address that. You can pay for a $3.5 trillion. You can pay for a $6 trillion bill and pay for it completely.
I understand that, but was this a number you knew? Because a lot of people are wondering, hey, why are we waiting until this week to start these negotiations when apparently some of these, we knew Senator Manchin starting number in July. They just feel like a lot of time.
Well, no, that's not accurate. There are serious negotiations going on here for months now. There's a situation that has taken this long. I think I voted for the infrastructure bill. I think it's important that we rebuild our roads and our bridges and our borders. That's very, very good. But it is absolutely imperative that we have a strong and comprehensive reconciliation bill finally addressing the needs of working families. So, our job right now is to rally the American people to continue the negotiation. I think at the end of the day, we're going to have some good.
I want to talk about this issue of having the vote linked together. I want you to react to what Senator Christensen said yesterday. Arizonans and all everyday Americans expect their lawmakers to consider legislation on the merit rather than obstruct new jobs and critical infrastructure investments for no What's the big reason? What Americans have seen instead is an ineffective stunt to gain leverage over a separate proposal. She's referring to what happened in the House with the delay in that vote as a stunt. We were very supportive of the decision to hold off supporting that bill until everything was agreed upon. Let's say to Senator Sinema, the moderates don't like the linking of they get sort of sent a message of dysfunction to the rest of the country.
No, it's not a message of dysfunction. I'm sure you remember from the very beginning of this process, the President of the United States, Speaker Pelosi, Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, made it clear we're going down this road in a dual way. Both bills have got to be linked together because there is a strong feeling on the part of many of us that if you just pass the infrastructure bill, which is a good bill, I voted for it, then we will not get to the bill that working families really want. That finally demands that the wealthiest people in this country start paying their fair share of taxes. So what we said is, look, we all want the infrastructure bill.
About the poor getting screwed.
But we also have got to do the reconciliation bill, which addresses the long neglected needs of working families and the elderly. You know, expanding Medicaid to cover dental, hearing aids, and eyeglasses. Doing childcare, doing community colleges, enormously important for working families.
You made it clear that, and I think there is a path for you and Senator Manchin to find a path to get to meet somewhere, whether that's the middle, if somebody can define the middle, because you do agree on a philosophy on how to pay for this, on those taxes. Are you close with Senator Sinema, or is that do you feel like you're farther apart in getting her agreement?
Well, there are a lot of people who are negotiating with Senator Sinema. She has been in the
But nobody's talking to me.
On numerous occasions.
Just acting like
I
I'm
think the
dead.
people of Arizona are beginning to stand up and show some impatience there, and saying, you know, Senator, join the team here. Let's get something done on reconciliation. So I think, look, you know, sometimes, Chuck, in all due respect, the media thinks this is the Red Sox playing the Yankees. It is not. This is a long and complicated process, which is dealing with the most consequential piece of legislation probably since the New Deal and the Great Depression. It's a big deal, and it's not going to happen overnight. The president is absolutely right. It doesn't matter whether it's next week or 3 weeks from now. What matters is that we finally address.
It was 1985, you piece of shit. That's 36 years.
Yeah, of course they are. What matters is that we do it, and we do it well. And when we do both of these pieces of legislation, I think the American people are going to say, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Democrats in the Congress. And by the way, where the hell were the Republicans in not having the guts to stand up to powerful special?
Senator Bernie Sanders, Chair of the And joining me now is Cedric Bridges. He's the senior advisor to President Biden. Welcome back to Meet the Press. I should also note, as a former member of Congress, you obviously know quite a bit about what's going on in the Democratic conference there as well. So welcome back to Meet the Press. Thanks for having me, Chuck. Let me just start with some basics here. Where are we? And let me ask it this way. When the president acknowledged that these bills have to be passed together, maybe it wasn't his initial preference, but he's acknowledging the reality now. He also seemed to indicate that the number, the overall social spending number is going to come down to somewhere between 1.9 and 2.2 trillion.
My job
Is
is
that
to
where we are?
make college easy
I'm
because
not exactly sure in terms of the number. We don't talk about it in terms of the number. We talk about it in terms of the needs that we need to meet for the people, in terms of the child tax credit, in terms of making sure that we bring healthcare costs down, in terms of prescription drugs, making sure that we make it more affordable. So we'll continue to do what we did with the American Rescue Plan, and that is to make sure we're meeting the needs of the American people. And then at the end of the day, we see what that adds up to. And then, in this case, we'll see how many of the needs that we can build consensus around. I am curious of that philosophically. There is a bit of a divide. I heard somebody refer to it as the appetizer strategy, meaning this. You try to do a lot of programs, and maybe if you can't fund them as fully as you wanted to, maybe they're shorter term, you create clips, and you sort of see what sticks. Another philosophy says, no, do 3 or 4 programs really well. What is the philosophy of the president?
Well, we will consult with Congress. Congress plays a big role in how this will ultimately look. But we've been clear from the start that we wanted to cut taxes for over 50 million American families, that we wanted to bring down the cost of health care, and that we wanted to finally address the climate change and make sure that we're fighting for our future. And we're going to do that by making sure that the wealthy and big corporations pay their fair share. Working families have been doing it for a very long time.
All right, but you're evading obviously specifics here. I get it. You don't want to negotiate in public. But is there some non-starters here? I mean, are there some programs that have to be included, no matter whether it's 1.5 trillion or 3.5 trillion?
Well, no, I won't get into red lines on TV. The president has made clear his red line, which was he was not willing to raise taxes on anyone who made less than $400,000. And so that's our red line. And we're going to work with Congress to make sure we meet the challenges. So I just went down a list of programs that are very important that we want to meet.
Thank you.
And we're going to continue to meet with people until we get it done.
Do you think relations with Senator Sinema are still good faith? And I say that because here was her statement yesterday. Good faith negotiations, however, require trust. Over the course of this year, Democratic leaders have made conflicting promises that not all could not all be kept, and have at times pretended that differences of opinion within our party did not exist, even when those disagreements were repeatedly made clear directly and publicly. She has indicated that there isn't enough trust in the Democratic Party. What do you say to her?
There's enormous amount of trust in the Democratic Party. But more importantly, there's a lot of focus on the American families. And look, people will be disappointed. People will not get everything they want. That is the art of legislating. But the goal here is to get both bills. And we're going to fight until we get both bills. And that's the statement from the president.
Another thing.
Human infrastructure is important, and physical infrastructure is important. So
this is what I think.
There was news. It was news this week to the public that Joe Manchin's
there's a
bottom
lot
line
of like
was
little
25 trillion.
touristy boats
Yet
that
apparently
come
he gave
there
that
to
number to
take their
Senator
ass off
Schumer
to an
in
island
July,
and sail hunting.
and apparently to President
You
Biden
know, all that. He could have
quite a while
jumped on
ago.
one of those two boats,
A lot of
one of
that
those
was
islands,
news to
and
them.
staked it out there.
Wednesday or
But
Thursday.
really, what I think he's doing, I don't
Why
know.
is that?
There's
Why did it seem as if they were
this
complaining
like
that, hey, tell us what you want? And it turned out Manchin did. So
I
did this
agree.
unnecessarily delay negotiations?
Is it a
when
boat somewhere?
you ask, what do you want? Remember, we're not talking about this in terms of the number. We're talking about this in terms of the programs that meet the needs of American people. So when we say what do you want, do you want child care? Do you want elder care? Do you want paid leave? Do you want to bring down the cost of prescription drugs? Do you want to expand Medicaid? Do you want to give tax breaks to working families in this country? When we say, what do you want? That's what we mean. And so our job is to bring people together, shape this in terms of the needs that we're going to meet. And then we'll see what a price tag is. We'll see where we end up. We'll see how long the program will be in existence until they have to be renewed. That's how we're going to approach it. This is not about a number, because at the end of the day, here's what's important, Judge. The number is zero. We are paying for everything in this piece of legislation. And it's very popular with the American people that the wealthy and big corporations finally pay their fair share. So we're going to pay for everything we do. So it's not arbitrary numbers. The number is zero.
All right. When is the new deadline? We know Congress doesn't act without deadlines. You're going to hit the debt ceiling, and then you're going to try to get this done. Is it by the end of October? Is it Thanksgiving? Or is there no deadline?
Unfortunately, Chuck, we both know that Congress works better when there are deadlines. But with the debt ceiling, we're going to keep our head down. We're going to work, and we're going to work on the bipartisan infrastructure bill and the reconciliation bill all at the same time. We can do it. This administration has been counted out over and over. If we go back to the American Rescue Plan and others, you'll see it. But here's what's important. The real question is, why are Republicans making us go at everything alone? We had to do the American Rescue Plan alone, which created more jobs than any administration in our history, which has increased our economic growth better than anybody in the last 4 years. We're going to have to be the mature party, responsible party, and keep us from going off of the debt cliff and ruining the economy and knocking everybody's retirement down, raising the cost of cars and interest and all of those things. Why do we have to
I don't see
keep
it
going
happening
at it
either.
alone?
I've never
But
known
the good
anyone
news
get
is we
terminated
do have a
because they're
united
female.
Democratic
I've
Party.
never seen
We're
that happen.
always going to put people and purpose
I mean, I'm
first,
sure it
not
happens.
politics. And we're
I
going
got
to get
some
it done.
shitty emails from
Sounds like
people.
after a long
I
September,
got good ones,
maybe a long
very
October.
nice
Senator
ones.
Britt, Senior Advisor,
And then I got
President
some
Biden.
like
Appreciate you coming on.
people
and sharing
thinking
the
I'm
administration.
supporting Ron and whatever he did. I don't know what the fuck he did.
Thank you. When we come back, will
To be
Democrats be
perfectly honest.
rewarded if they deliver on both bills? Will they lose
I had
their
people
gamble?
telling me it was about this live stream that he did the other day and had like 700 people in there, and he was like death threats and all kinds of shit. I don't know.
Welcome back, panelists here. Susan Page, the Washington Bureau Chief for USA Today. Jake Sherman, the founder of Punchbowl News. Former Homeland Security Secretary
Here's the
Jay
thing.
Johnson. And Wall Street Journal.
When you're on here and you're like ripping somebody's ass,
Mr. Sherman,
you don't want to say
you're the creature of the hill.
you don't want to say anything like
Both Bernie Sanders and Senator
or-
Richmond said this is not
like
about
I'm
numbers.
going to do some
They said
major
it
threats.
multiple
Like say
times.
I'm going to do this.
Let me
Or
ask you,
someone
You
comes
threaten
in,
me,
not about a number.
you gotta say
and the
I
government knows.
You know what I mean?
I
I
do
hope
listen. I
this
think that
happens.
everybody is trying to figure out what the number is, what can fit inside that number, and what they can do. I think what you're seeing is the fact that this is a generational
I don't
piece
like
of legislation. I mean, Pelosi called it, and we're next to the Pelosi.
Yeah, you're
Just the
ignoring us
culmination
people in the
of her
50s and
career. She
60s.
said everything
Get
she's
out of
been
the
building
way.
up to for 30 years in public office, more than that, is,
It all goes away.
is
Like,
in this
wear it like that.
legislation. People are taking it seriously, and every side is doing what they can. This is like a great example of power
I
in
used to wear it like
politics.
that all the
Every
time.
side
in
is
high
doing
school,
what
and I
they
always
can
seen, like,
to
the
gain
corner of my
as
eye
much
and all the
leverage
edges of my eye
against
by
the other
the
side to achieve the end they're trying to achieve. Susan, Speaker Pelosi rarely blinks, and the progressives.
And you know, and of course, when you go back to
My name has never been Susan.
comparable big victory.
Better not.
It was the last kind of big victory. that
Better not
was
mess with my
seemingly really
Better
difficult
my
time. The liberals
We'll tag the death of one of our dogs
and they did not blame
due to
the
this war on Royal.
and
Tag
they
battle
now he's
Royal.
threatening me risk getting nothing as opposed to
that guy?
accepting.
The pit bull, the pit bull you wanted dead?
Jay Johnson, there's
Mow mow, you get the pow pow. Fuck with my animals. I don't like it.
but
Oh,
our friends of the
really?
New York Times put it, okay,
Good
Biden sided
motherfucker.
with
I
the
don't
left.
expect
I
anything
said this
less
to the
than
White House.
just
The White House
trash.
would say,
She was just plain fucking trash. I can't even bear
I
to.
don't accept
I was in Mr. T's. You guys need to check this channel out. It's pretty fun.
Well,
I
let's
think
not forget that the bill
I
that
like the
progressives
birds,
are
too. I
pushing
can't
for
help
is Biden's bill. It's his domestic
makes me
agenda.
laugh.
Right.
It's not as if it's some
It makes me
wild-eyed,
laugh. We got me.
far-left socialist piece of
Pretty
legislation.
funny.
This is Joe Biden's Build Back Better domestic agenda, and the progressives are carrying his water on Capitol Hill. They're going to be doing it rather
No more
effectively.
noodles and shit like that.
And
Like, that's like
so,
these 3-4
I
minute
personally
videos.
believe that there's going to be a deal at some
Whatever.
point.
I don't know
And it's going to be
Yeah, not
messy.
how they do it. Right.
Yes,
I think that's what a bunch of us looking at. I don't know how they get there.
Whether it's 3.5, 2.5, 2.75, who knows? But there will be a deal because they can't walk, none of them can walk
Exactly.
away empty handed.
No one is afraid of her. No one gives a fuck about her. She had to figure
And
that
I've
out.
been thinking about healthcare. I remember when the deadline was the August recess. And then the deadline was the end of September. Then it was Thanksgiving. Then it was Christmas Eve. And then, you know, it was March. And we got to the point where the process so dominated that the legislation
That's
never
real.
at what
I
point
live
did the
rent free in
Democrats
that woman's head.
process
Yes,
consuming
I don't
their
know.
own substance?
Got a lot of plastic surgery on it.
This, however long this struggle or disarray or whatever it
Trash
is
back, friends,
takes,
y'all hangs out with.
the
Oh, my
worse
goodness.
it looks. I think
It's just terrible.
these two bills now squished
Like, I wouldn't
into
even
sort
talk to
of
those
one
people in real
initiative.
life. Why would I do
Yeah,
that
I
online?
think
You know what I
with the
mean?
mess around it and with the sense
Oh,
that
thank
the
you.
progressive caucus and the progressives are in charge, they're driving this, they're the face of this. I think in a very broadly public way in America,
Hating girls
that
ain't
is
happy,
not
and happy girls ain't
and it
hating.
becomes a little
Think
bit
about it.
poisonous. I mean, I think when you move on something as big as 3.5 plus 1.2 for the infrastructure, you're talking about big things. You ought to have some sort of
Oh my
mandate
God.
behind you. They've got a
Why do men
50-50
have to
Senate
be
of
gray? Why do
close
they gotta
house.
be gray?
Joe Biden was not elected in mandate territory.
Huh?
So I don't understand what they're doing. It seems to me that
Fucking men.
1.2 trillion infrastructure bill, it's popular, pass it, take the win. Beyond that, You have a separate bill.
You know what I mean?
He's out the most
The one
popular
dude that was
things.
always
Take
like
those ones.
seen
I
through
don't get
for me no matter what is Douglas. I'll tell you
I'm
what,
guessing you,
no
said-
threat.
you may have like been eavesdropping on Terry McAuliffe's phone calls because I
If
think
I
it's
ever
because
do anything
at a debate earlier this week, I asked Terry McAuliffe about the
I
3.5
do there
price tag.
anytime
He took the opportunity, Jake, to take after everybody in Congress. Take a listen.
I think the 3.5 is too
figuring
high.
that out.
Do you?
Sure. But here's my message to Congress. I'm really sick and tired of all of them. They got to stop their little shitty chat up there, and it's time for them to pass it. Let's get this infrastructure bill passed for America.
Okay?
We teased this show about 22, but the canary in the coal
And
mine
that's what I
about the
do.
Democratic
He was
Party's
today.
position in America is
Such a great move.
Yeah, I think. Listen, it's an easy battering ram to just say, Congress is bad, and everybody will agree with Congress being bad and not being able to do this. But listen, I think that this is what Josh Gottheimer and the moderates are saying, right? Give this guy a victory. Give Joe Biden a victory. He
At the
needs it
same
now.
time,
His poll numbers are down. He just had a really difficult withdrawal from Afghanistan, to say the least. Give this president, our president, the Democratic president, a victory. That's what the moderate Democrats are saying.
And here's why I didn't like
because I think this is the last train.
Okay, I have this.
That's what I was wondering.
That's,
Yeah.
this is why everything's been piled into this reconciliation bill because there's
you know, I can't get it out of my head.
so
There he
the
is.
last chance to get
Subscribe to that
piece of
channel.
Democratic legislation
Your
before we
Rex
are
reaction.
completely overtaken by the
The psychology driving a lot of this is the fear that a 4-year presidency or a 2-year Congress is really only 1 year to get big.
Oh, they're acting like it. There's no
It's
clear.
probably true. And it's not even a year, it's a month to get stuff done. So what happens is 95% of
I have
the
this
people's
notion
business
in my
all gets
head
done.
that if I met the right,
This is the issue. There's
like
some
if I
stuff
met
about
the
it.
right guy or whatever,
Look back to the
like
last
everything would just come together in my life and I'd be stable and
one
deep
big
down I am looking for that one.
I would argue there hadn't been a second bite, so history says.
And the older you get, it gets even harder
into
because
this
there's certain
administration,
things that
a
I would
series of smaller bills
I
that
want,
you
but I know
pass
now
one
it's
after
not
another.
reality.
Start giving a
I would
sense of
love to have
momentum,
Which
giving a
Congress-
sense
which
of
Congress can do
confidence.
that?
I forget which one did, but they could do it that much.
In our lifetime, how about that?
Well, so Jake, how does this end? And is there a new deadline? I heard Bernie Sanders' no deadline. We joked about what happened with healthcare.
I hold out, right?
Is the end of the year unreasonable? No, I think that's the story that we're looking at. I would also say that the healthcare law was passed over 10 months. And what Pelosi's trying to do is she's trying to pass this bill, or what Congress is trying to do, in a really compressed time period. I mean, they really didn't get started until the summer. And they're trying to do it in 4 or 5 months, and that's difficult. I do think something gets done. I think it's going to be really messy. I would say that October 30th, or the end of the month, is going to be a deadline because there's a highway funding that needs to be refreshed. Probably should refresh it on Friday night, but they can refresh it again. There is a deadline. And of course, they can also decide that the day of the week never ends. Yes, they did. They can always, I don't mind that, but longer than 24 hours if necessary. When we come back, Facebook under fire for everything from Instagram on Teams to January 6th. Welcome back. Facebook is under fire on a number of fronts right now. Last week, politicians from both parties condemned Facebook, accusing it of hiding research that shows how harmful Instagram, its platform, can be for teenage girls. In fact, the Wall Street Journal reported, for instance, that one Instagram research slide said, "We make body image issues worse for 1 in 3 teen girls." Facebook's problem can go well beyond what's going on in Instagram. The New York Times reports that the same Facebook whistleblower who has been giving research to the Wall Street Journal is accusing Facebook of easing some security safeguards shortly after the election, and that it ended up helping to incite the January 6th riot. This whistleblower will reveal her identity tonight, and she is scheduled to testify before Congress on Tuesday. So joining for me for more on all of this is Jeff Forbes. He's one of the Wall Street Journal reporters who's been reporting on Facebook under their umbrella Facebook files, and Kara Swisher, a tech journalist and co-host of the podcast Sway. Welcome to both of you. I should mention, we asked Facebook to provide us with a guest, and they declined. Jeff, I want to start with this and what we're going to hear tonight and next week from this whistleblower. But it seems as if whether it's what you've been reporting on what they did in research of Instagram, or the elite group, or sort of the fact that elite Facebook users get treated differently than normal Facebook users. This is coming from inside of Facebook. How under siege are they as a company?
I've always been a professional speaker, trusted. Even received the presidential award in 2003.
It's a very weird mentality over there. They have been kind of throwing those people under the bus.
Oh, yeah, it wasn't real, the award.
And that's a very kind of aggressive thing. I think the memo that Nick Clegg sent out internally is kind of remarkable. You are basically telling your own staff that your company can't be blamed for, as the primary cause, that is a language for polarization in America. And that everyone should be proud to work there, but nonetheless, does feel like a pretty remarkable couple of weeks for it.
I'm going to put up a piece of that, Caroline. Here's what Nick Clegg statement, part of it said. The suggestion that is sometimes made that the violent insurrection of January 6th would not have occurred if it was not for social media is so misleading. Mature democracies in which social media use is widespread hold elections all the time. For instance, Germany's election last week without the disfiguring presence of violence. I have to say, I was jarred by the phrase mature democracy. Are we not? What is Facebook trying to do?
But we say they're the primary. Look at the individual words they use. This is typical Facebook. They've done it for decades now. A decade now. They use tiny words. No one's accusing them of being the primary reason for polarization. Humanity has been awful for centuries now, that kind of thing. And so what they're doing is they're saying, we didn't cause hate. I don't think they did. What they're doing is amplifying and weaponizing it to an unprecedented degree.
Jeff, you've been getting all of this research from this whistleblower. There's two ways to look at what Facebook is doing. On one hand, you could say, well, they're doing the research. That's good. On the other hand, they're not telling us about it. Now, they're going to argue, well, we're doing this research so we can make safer products. But are they doing all this research after the fact? It does seem as if they launch a product first, see what the problem is, and then they do some research to see if they can fix it. Is that the problem at Facebook? They sort of have this all backwards?
Yeah, I mean that has been for years the standard way, which is you roll it out, you hope for the best, and if it doesn't work out well, then yeah, maybe you kind of mitigate it. And at that point, you study the product and perhaps see if you can make it better without harming the engagement and growth-related reasons you did it in the first place. And if you can't, then you have a conflict. And I think a big reason for why this information has made it to me is that even when Facebook does discover problems and they are fixable, the company hasn't acted according to a lot of the people who've been assigned to fix these issues.
How much of a divide do you think is inside of Facebook? It's just really the executives are out of touch and the rank and file are going.
I think what's happened is employees are tossing documents over the wall to people like that. This is what's happening. It's not terrible for a company. This is a company whose employees didn't really leak for a long, long time. But you're seeing it all over tech. It's not just here. These people are like, just a second, what we're doing is damaging. And it's not, I didn't lock many off a couple of years ago, called it cigarettes. It's not precisely cigarettes, is it? It's also gambling. It might be opiates. It might be other things. But people inside those companies are recognizing that this company doesn't anticipate consequences and then tries to clean it up later and then not very well.
Jeff, they really hate the tobacco metaphor. Trust me, I heard this firsthand myself. The idea they're like, we're not, because they just don't accept the premise that social media is harmful, right? Cigarettes, no matter how you look at it, is potentially harmful. We now all agree with that. They don't accept that single premise, although some of us think maybe we should.
You know what I mean? I fuck off too.
Look, the company has Adam Mosseri actually
really
sort of compared it to cars, not cigarettes. And I actually think that's a perfectly good example, which is that this is an industry. It was a fantastic technology, really remarkable innovation. And it was not well designed initially. It was very poorly designed. And it took decades and decades of humanity figuring out how to live with it and how to incorporate it and how to include speed limits and safe seatbelts and all these other things to kind of make it safer and make it so that it's just not a constant like that. And I think Facebook is sort of resisting some of that. And one of the things that the person who was going to speak tonight will likely be talking about is they had to impose break the glass measures, so emergency safety measures, 3 times in the course of basically 6 months. Right after the election, right before, right around January 6th, and then, and by the way, in between those 2 times, they lifted them, right? I think that's a kind of an indication that this company doesn't have full control of the product. It's, literally within a month, they had to pre-impose them. And then again, with COVID vaccine misinformation in the spring. And so this is kind of it does feel like they're having a hard time keeping their product under control. And they seem to not want to slow down.
And Kara, on the Congress front, we saw Richard Blumenthal, senator from Connecticut, had this weird moment, didn't quite know what Finster meant, Instagram account. You're impersonating someone else. But is Congress, do they have the ability?
No, absolutely. There's a lot of great legislators. I completely understand how Amy Klobuchar, Ken Buck, David Cicilline, there's dozens and dozens. This was just even Richard Blumenthal understands a lot. This was just a silly thing. And that's what happens is this trope that Congress can't legislate. Well, Richard Blumenthal is not a car expert. He can legislate finance expert. Everybody can be regulators. And we need smart legislation here to try to rein in some of this because clearly Facebook's not going to do it. And they're going to get offensive, which is
It's one thing. Facebook has done something that the rest of us would want. How do you do it? How do you unite both parties? Facebook. Kara Switzer, Jeff Lawrence. When we come back, how climate change has dangerously lowered water levels in the West. Now that's already changing. Welcome back. We are thrilled to announce our streaming show, Meet the Press Reports, is back for a 3rd season. Each week, we take a deep dive into a single issue. Here's a quick look at some of the topics we've already covered.
I did not think I was racist. I thought that I saw a truth that no one else. Were you racist? Absolutely.
Do you believe that we're at war on the internet right now? We have serious infrastructure and water issues in this country.
How many people are at risk of getting hit with ice?
Anybody that looks like this is at risk.
Anyone fears a long-term war. People that have not had the opportunity to use whatever tools they have to change things now see that, hey, there's an issue that I care about. I can do something about it.
And to kick off season 3, we're focusing on climate change and the real ways Americans' lives are already being changed. My colleague Cal Perry took us down the Colorado River, where the federal government declared a water shortage for the first time ever. And water and power supplies to states in the West are at real risk. Here's a bit of this report.
This is a visual representation of climate change. We're here at Lake Mead, and just like Lake Powell, it's at its lowest level ever. As you can see, it's lost 140 feet of water in just 20 years. And the effect that it has on power is profound. The Hoover Dam, because of those low water levels, is currently operating at a quarter of reduced capacity. Something that is going to power.
As the lake goes down, less and less power is generated at the dam. And for every foot that elevation drops, the capacity drops by roughly 5.5 megawatts.
That means each foot powers 4,000 to 6,000 American homes. Kristen Abrams works as Nevada's state climate policy coordinator. Did you sort of see this coming to this extent?
It's precisely the kind of thing that we've expected all along with respect to climate change. I will say it's visceral, and for those of us who have worked on this kind of issue for decades, it's really sad to see how it's happening.
That's the point. It's already there. You can see the rest of Cal's report and our full show right now on Peacock. Binge away. New episodes debut every Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time on NBC News Now, and then, of course, on Peacock the next day. When we come back, top military brass say they advise President Biden to keep 2,500 troops in Afghanistan. Would it have made a difference if the president had said yes to that? That's next. Welcome back. The other big story this week was the very blunt, I would call it a blunt hearing that got from the Pentagon leaders on Capitol Hill. And there was some dispute between whether the military advisors, what advice did the military advisors give President Biden, and And like did President Biden
If there's
say,
shitty comments about me, get
advice
rid
that
of them.
Secretary Biden should give. It's
Leave
going to
me
be a little
out.
bit of a back and forth between what we heard from the president and what we heard from General McKenzie this week.
Yes.
Another thing, I just wanted to cancel your trial this time around. They wanted to keep it at 2,500. No, they didn't. They were split. That wasn't true. That wasn't true.
I recommended that we maintain 2,500 troops in Afghanistan.
The idea that the Taliban would take over was premised on the notion that somehow the 300,000 troops we had trained and equipped was going to just collapse. They're going to give up. I don't think anybody anticipated that.
I've stated consistently in my position was if you go below 2,500, you're going to look at a collapse of the Afghan military.
Jay Johnson, you worked in the Pentagon before you were at DHS. You worked for Secretary Gates, you were chief counsel, so you know how this building operates. I think that the surprising thing to me this week was just how public now we know split. Not, I don't think it's a personal split, but clearly a policy split on this withdrawal between our military leaders, both civilian and uniform.
I love it.
Well, the difference of opinion is not uncommon. I was a little surprised that in their testimony, the generals made no attempt to try to reconcile what they believe versus what the president said. But I kind of know where it comes from. When anyone is up for confirmation of the Senate Armed Services Committee, which includes all of the military, there's a questionnaire that they send the witness beforehand. And one of the questions is, do you promise that you will always tell us everything you want to know?
I told you guys everything you wanted to know. But you never sent me anything.
So they answered the question very straightforward. You saw Lloyd, on the other hand, a civilian political appointee, say, well, I don't discuss my conversations with the president, which is what he's supposed to say. That's public. But the generals are, nope, that's, I told them this.
You know, Megan, there's one of this which we should all view as very healthy. Right, that we can see there's disagreement, there's civilian control, all of that stuff. But it does, the president made this decision, I'm surprised he didn't, in hindsight, own more there.
The president looked dodgy in the original interview when he said essentially, so bad it was. And then he looked bad the other day with General Milley. I think probably he should have simply aimed and said, look, I was this might be really hard. I decided we're going to go ahead anyway. Short though, the generals right now, after 20 years of war, after seeing them, after whatever they've been through, they are really media savvy. They are really aware of press clippings. They are really aware of their big fundamentals. I was looking at General Milley the other day and I thought of Omar Bradley, General of the Army. Omar Bradley, a great man who win World War II. They had to remind him to put on his medals. He wanted to keep himself out of things, not in things. There's been a kind of showbiz shift, I think, in the military. The concerns.
I want to bring up something else General Milley said, guys, because there is also an admittance here that this was a failure. Take a listen.
Although the NEO was unprecedented, it's the largest air evacuation in history.
Tag
It was
Millie
a tactical, operational, and logistical success, evacuating 124,000 people.
So
The war,
anyways,
strategic failure.
This to me, you know, we're sitting here talking about President Biden's credibility versus his military.
reached out to me.
Something reminds to me of the military leaders the last 20 years. Strategic failure. How many people in uniform went up to Congress and said, oh no, it's working. Oh no, it's working. Please tell me it's working. Now you tell us it's a failure?
You know, I thought that was
I know he wanted
that four presidents, four administrations, a series of generals had told us, number one, that they understood
Tag Susan Page
and that they
to Sam Page of the new bridge.
And I thought that was the takeaway. I was glad that they were candid about our failures in Afghanistan. I wish they had been candid, the generals that came before them, for the past 20 years.
I was just going to say, that's the kind of revolutionist.
See you move it out to Chesterfield in a
I know from personal
floodplain.
experience. And it was inevitable that the Taliban was going to overrun the country. Once we went down the path of a two-way deal versus a three-way deal that required the Taliban and the government to come to some terms
The
and
Glasscock
power sharing.
family.
Taliban used to say, you guys may have the watches, but we have the time. And that's exactly what
Jake, is this going to do any long-term damage to the military's ability to get what they want out of the military? Always gets what they're saying. Is that going to change?
No, because what the military does is they say we need this and we're not going to be safe unless we get this. And I think speakers of the
No, they
House
don't feel safe.
and it does work. It does work. But speakers,
Look at their suicide rates climb this last year. Tag it.
and speakers of the House and Senate Majority leaders tend to defer to them. It's pretty clear.
Any other way?
That's all I have for today.
Don't
I know
fucking
you have
ask
more thing to say.
Don't you dare ask for a damn apology. That'll never happen. Hey, bless.
Thank you all for watching. We'll be back
Man,
next
I
week.
want to go with you on vacation. If I had the fucking money, I'd go. I really would. I sit in this condo. Tell it.
I've never seen this. We're going to check it out. Freedom Land becomes Fantasy Land. Episode 1050. Oh, there's no time with it. That's dangerous. How about Fantasyland is changing with green screen? Offhand, Disney? Sounds like they're mocking Disney.
Hey, you guys want to send him money? Or you can send me money on my PayPal. You can choose.
Offer code 15% off. Oh yeah.
No starter packs. I'll be right back. One second. Don't laugh. Okay, this is a new look I'm trying out. I've got a sweater, I've got a matching pair, glasses, new hair, and I'm wearing plaid pants.
That means he's got a new mask.
Isn't true.
A new me.
Just showing you that I'm trying to change, so there's no more starter packs made about me. I don't
That's
know what
David
does.
Wilcock.
I'm undergoing a sort of metamorphosis, just like I need a segue here. Just like
Just like Castor from the government of the Taliban.
Now he can't fucking say that, right? Like, that's who's our fat.
this situation. Frankly, the Fantasyland has charmed locals and tourists with Disneyland.
Disneyland is where people go to escape. Like escape from New York.
Like you and me get to step inside the theater screen and visit a Disney classic. People fly over to London with
What, Little Mermaid and Ursula?
Society driving through the streets of London and ruining everybody's night. You can do that too. Fantasyland has changed so much over the years. With the addition of the Matterhorn bobsleds in 1959, bringing the ride area up to a whole new level. Then you have the addition of New Fantasyland in 1983. That, everybody, was the beginning of a brand new chapter in Fantasyland's history.
28 years ago, Walt Disney staked his reputation and his pride on what he called an amusement park for the young and young at heart. Today, $42 million renovation of one of the park's favorite attractions, Fantasyland, was unveiled. Our Orange County correspondent Dave Lopez has a live report from the Magic Kingdom. David?
No matter how many times you've been to Disneyland in the past, when you come into the new Fantasyland, you get the feeling that you have never been in this park before. What they wanted to create, they have done it in a very spectacular fashion.
Orange County reporter Bonnie Hayes is out there at Disneyland. Nice assignment, huh? She's got a live update. What's going on out there, Bonnie?
Oh, Kelly, it's beautiful. We're inside Fantasyland, completed just days ago. And yet, as you look around this Tyrolean village, it's been carefully aged to look hundreds of years old. And that's all part of the magic of Disneyland, first opened 3 decades ago.
I have to look for a
Right, so you have to grab a fast pass to. Sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm receiving word that fast pass has not been introduced yet in the Disney parks. My apologies. Let's head back to President Ballard. Are you there, Ballard?
With banana
Yeah.
and stinky butt.
Buildings modeled after a small Bavarian village. Very cheap, looking plywood facades for the original Fantasyland. With the addition of a brand new Fantasyland dark ride, Pinocchio's Daring Journey. Side note, by the way, did anybody else think the Pinocchio ride had just been there since opening day? Before you learned that it was built later on? Is this just me? Am I crazy? I'm crazy. Comment I'm crazy.
And New Fantasyland at Disneyland was received with unanimous praise. Everyone believed it was an improvement upon the original. And I gotta say, I agree with those people. I think this is way better than 1955 Fantasyland. But if you've been paying attention to the current news and updates at Disneyland, and you've just been looking around at the last time you were there, yes, this has been going on for quite some time. Even if we haven't been to the park in a year, you may want to look around and see that things are beginning to change in Fantasyland. This is the beginning of a new chapter, a third chapter, if you will, for the classic Disneyland land. So join me as we move into the present of Fantasyland and then slowly make our way into the future with upcoming attractions and changes that are happening and ones that may be happening. Because after all these years of asking Disney to please give Tomorrowland a refresh, bring back the quick mover, gosh dang it. We just need a new Tomorrowland. It's getting really outdated. Disney said, okay, we can hear you loud and clear. This is New Fantasyland. Okay, Disney, look. Tomorrowland soon though, right? Let's go ahead and start where Disney started. You see, after Tomorrowland 1983, they sort of let it rest for a little while. Sure, you had your periodical small changes and refurbishments here and there, but for the most part, it was pretty similar to the way you would find it in 1983. Minus the Skyway. Then in 2013, a small mini addition to Fantasyland would open up, replacing the Plaza Gardens, called Fantasy Fair, which is where you would go if you wanted to meet princesses or see a show or meet princesses. That was mainly the whole reason for the land's existence. But it served as sort of a mini expansion to Fantasyland. But further into Fantasyland proper, an original dark ride would begin to see more updates. That would see it brought up to more recent standards with the addition of new special effects and scenes. Alice's Adventures in Wonderland seems like it would have opened with Disneyland, but in fact it opened 3 years later in 1958.
Oh, Korea? Tag it.
But this was not going to be a retheme like a lot of people thought it was going to be. Instead, they took everything and expanded or plussed it, with the addition of new special effects through projections and, yes, screens. But look at guys, these are affected by your perspective. It's really cool. They timed the video to change perspective as your ride vehicle rides past it. That's pretty intense. Speaking of intense, they got rid of the weird smoky Cheshire Cat hallway in order to put an introduction to the Mad Tea Party scene, which I think is a pretty good improvement. And so Alice was updated, but Disney had already gotten a taste of more, and it wanted more. And they had a reason to, because Disney's 60th anniversary, the Diamond Celebration, was approaching. Now, in a couple of years, will actually be the 70th anniversary. Oh, how time flies. And so next up on the docket were actually two Fantasyland attractions. One, a classic that everyone always wants to ride for some reason all the time, but the wait time is always 45 minutes plus. So I just go across the street and ride Snow White instead, because that's usually 5 minutes, and I personally think it's a better attraction. It's Peter Pan's Flight, everybody. And the other was the world's first steel two-wheeler roller coaster, the Matterhorn bobsleds. Let's focus on Peter Pan here for a second. The attraction is known, and very rightfully so, it's extremely impressive, for its miniature model of the city of London, which got a major enhancement during the refurbishment. They added clouds over the city and made it just brighter in general. You can actually see it on camera and, with your eyes. You can see cars moving on the street and the reflection of water flowing through the River Thames. That's impressive. Further into the attraction, we got a new updated star field around the Neverland model, and the Neverland model got a few touch-ups as well. Again, it's got those flowing rivers. Somehow that flowing water projection always manages to affect me deep down within my core. Good job, Disney. Meanwhile, over in kind of Fantasyland, the Matterhorn received a new update to its first lift hill. Harold the Yeti got a bit of a makeover, and there's a new reference to Frank Wells, the former CEO of Disney. A tribute that's made of old Matterhorn bobsleds and Skyway buckets. Remember the Skyway used to go through the Matterhorn? Yeah. Although, even with all of these updates to the dark ride scenes of the attraction, the track will still mangle your skeleton when you ride it. I mean, I guess that's part of the charm, right? And lastly, the queue would receive an update for Project Stardust, which is where they tried to make Disneyland more accessible for the opening of Galaxy's Edge and future expansions. I think they succeeded. We need to get to another attraction that recently received an overhaul. That's right, guys. It's everybody's favorite Disney princess from Walt Disney's classic movie,
Dumbo the Flying Elephant. Whereas Dumbo the Flying Elephant had a few tents and umbrellas to shade you from the Southern California sun as you waited in line, now it's got a brand new covered queue, guys. Awesome. And that's everything with Dumbo. We can go ahead and move on now. That's it. Now, before we get on to the newest addition to Fantasyland, I do want to take a second to talk about the Castle Paint Job and the Red Rose Tavern, two smaller additions that you may not think about. I mean, unless you're thinking about Disneyland in general, the castle's a pretty big thing, but when it applies to Fantasyland, it's technically part of it. You see, as part of Project Stardust, the castle got a paint job, making the colors more bold. It sticks out better in the daylight and at night. Some people love the new colors and others not so much. Me personally, I think they are fantastic. Same can't be said about Orlando's choices. What did you guys? Meanwhile, if you were hungry, you could head back to the Village House restaurant, which underwent a transformation into the Red Rose Tavern, a limited time edition that was meant to celebrate the release of the live-action remake of Beauty and the Beast. But if you look at the Disneyland map these days, you may notice that the Red Rose Tavern is still around. And don't worry, guys, they updated the sign. It looks really good. Don't fret. It was determined somewhere along the line that they would make the restaurant edition permanent in order to add new offerings to Fantasyland, which is where I'm going with this entire video, guys. Okay, one more ride, one more attraction, the one you were all waiting for, and then I'll finally get to my point at the end of the video.
Can you guys see
Sorry,
why
must
I
be
wear eyeliner?
Moody's way of going about things. On the winter solstice of 2020, that doesn't really matter, I just thought it was funny, Disney announced a new re-theme to Snow White's Scary Adventures called Snow White's Enchanted Wish when they released the following video.
Earlier today in Snow White's Enchanted Wish, attraction were made some major changes. What's so special about this attraction is actually Walt Disney's first major animated picture, as well as one of the original attractions in Fantasyland. We had a complete remodel of Fantasyland in the early 80s.
Okay, whoa. Pause this. Pause the video. Okay, we already talked about the 1983 renovation. Let's go ahead and skip a little bit forward.
We're finally giving Snow White the happily ever after that she deserves. We are putting the finishing touches on the attraction. We had a chance to really throw in a lot of spectacular magic on one particular matter the board's mind.
We took the opportunity this time to repaint all of the exterior and warmer pinks and gold colors and maybe a cheerier blue and make it feel happier. We are positive that the best
Higher the hair, the closer to God.
By this dazzling.
That's what a hairdresser says, believe it or not. Oh, they
Just
stick it in your
love
butt.
Truly, but what does it all mean?
Bunch of
Snow White's Enchanted Wish
weirdos.
genuinely looks fantastic, but what does it mean?
stand
Why do they do this? They've been slowly making their way through Fantasyland for the past half of a decade. For what reason? What could Disney possibly stand
The whole
to gain
industry
from
needs to
this?
be restructured.
Everybody, new fantasy. I mean, think about it.
And
When they
makeup.
announced new
They've
Fantasyland
been
for
killing
Walt
people
Disney
with that
World,
makeup.
they made a huge deal about it. Commercials, promotional
There's not
material, and the
toxic
fans were mixed. So what's a smarter way to go about it? Don't announce anything until it's already done.
I've
Peter
waited
Pan,
long
Alice in
enough.
Wonderland, Snow White's Enchanted Wish. Are you guys seeing this? They're already updated. They've been doing it behind our backs
7
this
years.
whole time. Those sly dogs over at Disney
Wasting
got
my
away with
50s with a bunch of retards.
Fantasyland before even touching Tomorrowland. This is why they didn't tell us. We would get upset. Nobody told us they were doing Fantasyland before Tomorrowland. So what did they do? They didn't tell us. We need to open our eyes, everybody. What are they going to do next? Pinocchio's Daring Journey, or heaven forbid, Mr. Toad's Wild Ride. This is something that can, and I dare say will happen in the next few years. So to all my viewers out there who love
Most of the human race to be dead.
Pinocchio's
If it
Daring
takes a
Journey,
couple
or
more
dare
years.
I even say the storybook land canal boats, keep an eye out. Keep your eyes open. Because
You don't
these
see how
rides
many
are
people
going
are
to be
dying
improved and made 10 times
and
better
are
very
insane
soon.
and
Whether or
fat
not you want this
and
is
AIDS
not
ridden,
a drill.
autoimmune
Disney is
disorders.
doing a model of Fantasyland, and it's been slow moving over the years. But after a few more years, I think we should see the finished thing coming into fruition, and it'll be really, really cool. Well, let me ask you this very important question. I was serious about a change coming to Mr. Toad. I think that's in the cards and is coming soon. So when Disney inevitably goes in to upgrade Mr. Toad to the Fantasyland standard where Snow White, Peter Pan, and Alice are now, what do you want to see added or changed? Because I do believe Mr. Toad is here to stay. I don't think Disney is going to be removing it anytime soon, like within the next 50 years. So what would your change? So the next time you're walking around Fantasyland, remember it's cast. All the
who turned on the blow dryer, Katie?
But also
You doing this model's hair?
the rides and experiences
Oh,
that really
thanks,
started
Sister
over
Kay.
the years, but will remain at their core.
Tag Leanne Murray.
Maybe not even quintessentially Disney. Quintessentially
I'm scared.
original fantasy. The
You're making them
and the
bullshit
emotion
muffins.
and the
I won't eat
nostalgia
one.
is still there. Which
Fuck your
gives me an
chocolate.
idea. I know what I need to do. And you know what, honestly, I think me and my stash here have learned our lesson. It doesn't matter who you are or who people want you to be. You should always be yourself and improve
I've
on what
always
makes
been
you original
myself.
and fantastic, just like Fantasy
But
Land does.
I can't be here.
Which reminds
But
me,
all you guys
I need
can.
to do something.
What the hell kind of ponytail is this?
Well, guys, me and the stash are back. And
That's how they steal my
a little bit of an upgrade. Now, I'm wearing a different.
I got more talent
just like
than any of these idiots.
You can grow and evolve. You can still stay the same amazing person or land you were before. And so I'm not going to let you start trying to dictate how I dress or what I do or what watches I do or do not wear. I'm going to be me. And I'm going to make more videos about Fantasyland. I'm going to make a video about the Haunted Mansion. Yeah, they've never seen me do that before, and it's going to be fantastic. But what about the stash? Should I show you what's in the stash after all this time building it up? I think you guys deserve it. Let me show you. I've been super excited to bust this open for a really long time. Let's see. It's an ad spot. Did you guys know that the Magic Candle Company sells so much more than just candles? Look at this. This is contemporary scented hand sanitizer. This hand sanitizer will teleport you directly to the lobby of the Contemporary Resort in Walt Disney World. And it's hand sanitizer, so that comes in handy these days. Or maybe you're one of those people who's a massive fan of Disney's Grand Floridian Resort and you want your hands to smell like it every time you're done using the restroom. Well, guess what? Magic Candle Company has you covered in that area as well. Not that
Hair
area.
wind up in my pants.
The candles, the myth, the legend. Visit the link in the description down below and use offer code OFF15 for 15% off your whole purchase. Not one candle, not two candles, not one soap, your whole purchase. Wait, that offer code is one of the things on the start.
Quasi drugs.
And I'm standing in front of the green screen right now. No, that's okay.
They're
We're not going to be fading to black, are we, guys?
Purple in my hair.
Wait, are we?
But my roots are
It's
there.
actually going to be coral.
Excuse me, Dermot.
Oh, tag Brandy Pratt. She's a major
Everybody,
witch.
thank you all so much for watching my video on the changes and changes that are coming to Fantasyland at Disneyland. If you liked this video, you gotta hit that like button. Of course, that's what it's for. That's what it says. If you don't know
What do you guys think? I see purple like in through here and extremely purple right through there. And if I were to lift it up underneath, see that? You see that? I see purple right there. Yeah.
Stay up to date with our videos by subscribing
Think it's bad,
and
Jamie?
tapping the bell icon.
I think your hair's bad. That's the color.
55, it changed the path of themed entertainment forever. And one part
Don't you
that
know
learned
brunettes are
great
never allowed to
teaching
talk to
from
you?
Disney
Fake
was
accents.
New York's Freedom Land, USA. Largely in part due to this,
Nope.
Disneyland in the East
being created by C.B. Wood, Disneyland's first official cast member and the first to be fired by Walt himself. Freedom Land USA was an American historic theme park where guests could experience old Chicago burned to the ground, dodge cannon fire during a wagon ride in a Civil War battlefield, and even experience a simulation earthquake killed 3,000 people. Freedom Land was billed as the world's largest entertainment center, bigger and better than Disneyland. But the park's great popularity and ambition couldn't save it from the war. The park was designed to make as hard of an elaborate three-state route. For review time,
trying to prevent us from doing what the American people want. We want to lower the success in this country. So we're not paying 10 times more for certain drugs than Canada and other countries. The pharmaceutical industry has 1,400 lobbyists on Capitol Hill right now trying to stop it. We want to deal with the existential threat of climate change. We want to deal with child care. We want to expand Medicare so elderly people can chew their food, can have hearing aids, can have eyeglasses, and we can pay for this by demanding that the wealthiest people and largest corporations start paying their fair share. That's what this short is about. Do we do what the American people want? Fulfill what democracy is supposed to be about when we bow down to power?
What is your preference when you're writing this bill? Look, I know what your initial preference was. You believe 3.5 trillion is the compromise, that you started at 6 trillion. But whatever the number ends up being agreed upon,
I already know what I'm going to
do you believe in these programs? Because there's a large wish list and a set of needs the country has. But you might not be able to do all of them fully funded. Do you believe in trying to do as many of them as you can, and maybe some of them are smaller programs, and you'll loan on them in a couple of years to extend the funding? Or you think you got to do the first thing really well?
I guess they're allowed to have their opinions. Holy shit, Batman.
Climate change and cutting carbon emissions has everything to do with whether or not we need this planet.
Everybody, I'm tagging on the angels. At it again.
Science will tell us we got a few years. You want to work out of the workforce. We need to be so that a million
I should have known.
and not having to pay as a family 20 or 30 of such a rate.
I think you'd be a mod again. Someone was posted that the other day. They were like, you need your mom, how do your mom? Like, dog food back.
And do the good jobs that are out there. Let's train young people. That's why you want to make community colleges free. It's not a wish list. This is what the working families of this country want.
Everyone has to have some anonymous angel.
The real question
She helps you struggle.
all the Republicans want to and the fossil fuels. We don't expect them to do anything. But the question now is whether the Democrats can come together, and I think that we can, to finally do what working families in this country want.
Who are you?
So one of the things that we've observed here in our news division is we know we're going to be closer to the deal when we see you and Senator Manchin and Senator Pratt. And I'm curious, Senator Schumer apparently had a memo that had the number that Senator Manchin was basically his beginning negotiating number. Was that news to you, or you know this for a couple of months where Senator Manchin stood on his record?
Senator Manchin has in fact been public about talking, I think, his number was $1.5 trillion. That's fine, that's a good negotiating start. Manchin has also said that he wants it paid for. I want it paid for. And you can pay for it with a $3.5 trillion bill by finally demanding that the wealthiest people start paying their fair share of taxes. As you well know, Chuck, there's a given year when Jeff Bezos
went on a drunken rampage and got lost. There's too many of those accounts.
Don't pay a nickel. We address that. You can pay for $3.5 trillion.
I think I'm going to do like that. All
pay for it.
I understand that, but was this a number? Because a lot of people are wondering, hey, why are we waiting until this week to start these negotiations when apparently some of these we knew Senator Manchin starting number in July. It just feels like a lot of time waiting.
Well, no, that's not accurate. I mean, there has been
Oh, thank
serious
God, Ruth, because
negotiations
bright ass
going
red
on
hair
with
is
the
disgusting.
Stylist.
I don't like the little like little chubby kids.
That it has taken
That's
this
it.
long. I think I voted for the infrastructure bill. I think it's important that we rebuild our roads and our bridges and our water systems. That's very, very good. But it is absolutely imperative that we have
Nobody's liking that all her fucking red shit.
reconciliation.
Forget it,
with
forget
trying
it.
to address
Thought.
the needs of working families. So, our job right now is to rally the American people to continue negotiations. And I think
So did that person ever say who they were? Did I miss it?
I want to talk about this issue of
It was a
having
drunken
the
rampage and they left. What, were they mod?
Senator Kirsten Sinema said.
Were you a mod?
Arizonans and all everyday Americans expect their lawmakers to consider legislation on the merits rather than obstruct new jobs and critical infrastructure investments for no substantive reason. What Americans have seen instead is an ineffective stunt to gain leverage over a separate proposal. She's referring to what happened in the House with the delay of that vote as a stunt. You were very supportive of the decision of the law supporting that bill until everything was agreed upon.
Yeah, Bernie Sanders is pretty stupid.
Don't like the linking of these two bills, but they get sort of sent a message of dysfunction.
Who said that?
She must be the heir to Sally Beauty Supply.
No to the red hair.
We're going down.
What's up, Raquel?
In a ruled way. Both bills have got to be linked together. Because there is a
Thank you, Hager.
part of many of us.
Karen's old man.
Just passed.
I like that. All right, I like that.
I voted for it.
Karen
We did not get
Anderson.
to the bill that working families really want. That finally demands that the wealthiest people in this country start paying their fair share of taxes. So what we said is, look, we all want the infrastructure bill. Great.
One of my
But we
favorite
also have got to be
songs.
conciliation bill of
Okay, Raquel.
working families and the else.
All right, read it. Stay blind, guys. I see how you guys say. I'm gonna go to my friend's son's football game.
You made it
I
clear
got stopped by school.
that,
I
and I think there's a
go.
plan for you, Senator Manchin, to
And
define
he was
it
supposed to
as
be here
passive
by, he texted me multiple times and said it's gonna be a little bit later.
because you do agree on a philosophy on how to pay for this. On those
Oh, how to pay me back? I work
No, get the fuck out of
I
here.
believe
States that start primarily Missouri.
Well, there are a lot of people who are
We
negotiating
want half
with Senator Sinema. She has been in the White House, as I
of your worth.
understand, on numerous occasions.
You can leave
I think the people of Arizona are beginning to stand up and show some
your ass in a sling,
and saying, Senator,
tar and feathers on the way out.
let's get something
I
done
like that.
on reconciliation. So I think, look, sometimes the Chuck and all
Yeah, that
say,
was
this is
very
the Red
bad.
Sox playing the Yankees. It is not.
Susie Poo.
This is a long and complicated process. When you're dealing with the most consequential reputation probably since the New Deal and the Great Depression. It's a big deal. It's not going to happen.
You never sent me a picture of yourself.
It doesn't matter whether it's next week or 3 weeks from now. What matters is that we finally address the problems.
Hold on real fast. Let me kick some of that.
I was just going to say, deadlines are all.
Sunnyside up, get the fuck out of my chat. What are you doing in here, you fucking creep?
Of course they are.
You sit around in my comment section talking nothing but straight shit. Say, I can't believe you watch her. This, look at you. What are you doing right now? I can't believe you're in here. Get out.
Mr. President, thank you, Democrats in the
Can't
Congress.
believe that.
And by the way, where the hell did the Republicans?
Kick Sunnyside AM out. Wait, hold on. I think that's what I'm saying. Give me a second. Has anyone been talking shit in this chat? You're welcome, Raquel. Ain't that same motherfucker that runs around talking
Thanks for
shit
watching
over
our
everybody?
YouTube
Ain't
channel.
anything
Follow
good.
today's top stories and
Just to hurt
breaking
my
news by
grandpa.
downloading the NBC News app.
Good Sunday morning.
No,
This Congress made sure the government.
No, you're not sitting here.
No, still very, very down and out. But I wasn't gonna go on here and be
Democrats with
boo-hooing
slim
and crying
majorities and
today.
big differences of opinion
No,
did not.
you had enough of that the other day.
Pass either of their two big priorities. Moderate Democrats wanted to pass the bipartisan infrastructure bill and keep negotiating
Kimberly
on the
Roddy Mom.
progressives' larger social spending wish list. That didn't
Getting
happen.
ready for your first.
Progressive
day of your job.
Democrats
Time for
wanted
some
more
flip-flops.
certainty on that social spending bill.
Janelle, thank
For the
you.
infrastructure.
It's the best channel on YouTube.
Here's what did happen. President Biden traveled to Capitol Hill. He told both sides their chief priorities are now late, which is just what the progressives wanted to hear.
Talk about
And
that.
the infrastructure bill to wait for an agreement on the larger social spending bill. Mr. Biden's decision left moderates feeling betrayed.
And then it gets to be my fault.
Feeling emboldened.
Because you're sucking their
Their
dicks.
strong approach has been validated at the highest level. It may still take weeks to get this done. The game will now
Oh my God. Hashtag anonymous. Not wrong. Hashtag anonymous. Not anonymous. I appreciate it. I do. That makes me
This Sunday, the Biden agenda at risk. Progressive Democrats hold firm on spending bill.
I mean, putting a direct message into my neurocortex in 2006. Oh, I love you and everything will be all right. As I'm led to the slaughter.
Will Democrats reach agreement or fail at risk seeking the president's agenda?
You have no clue, Joel.
Of New Jersey. Plus, it's a border crisis.
I think that's the desperate level of people just trying to get stopped. I mean, it's a completely dire situation.
That encampment of migrant Haitians finally cleared.
Raquel, oh, you guys go to hell. You go to hell with handbags.
But questions remain about
Raquel
where
should
the
go to
migrants are
hell.
sent, their
Tag
treatment,
Rachel.
and how to secure the border. I'll talk to Homeland
Rachel,
Security Secretary
Bergdorf.
Plus, the booster roll.
I must do what I can.
I mean, she's recruiting little weirdo
Michelle
foreigners and all
Lewinsky
sorts of
overrules her own
shit.
CDC advisory panel and recommends
I'd be
Pfizer
embarrassed if that was my
workers
Facebook.
at risk. And new revelations about what President Trump was doing on January 6th and the efforts being made at the Trump White House at the time to overturn the results of the election. I'll talk to the authors of the new book, Herald, Bob Woodward and Robert Costa. Joining me for insight and analysis are Amy Wolf, editor-in-chief and publisher of the Cook Political Report.
You know
Eddie
these
Glaude Jr.
bitches
of
that gotta
Princeton
paint their eyebrows
NBC
on.
News Capitol Hill
What a
correspondent Leanne
mess.
Caldwell, and Megan McCain, columnist for thedailymail.com. Welcome to Sunday. It's
There was a gal like that at the post office. About scared the postmark off my letter.
This is Meet the Press. It's Chuck time.
It's Sunday morning.
Okay.
When Democrats won control of the White House, held the House, and
Well,
narrowly
this Todd
won the
Rittenhouse isn't in there jacking off.
They
I
embraced
guess
some
we'll be all
very
right.
large goals that carried some
I've already
very
done
large risks.
for my next
President
I mean,
Biden
Nora
proposed a
O'Donnell
vast
is
and inclusive
passing.
progressive agenda.
Did you cook dinner?
Despite those no majorities and times, much of it packed into two bills.
Look, I know who plays who.
$3.5 trillion investment.
All right, guys, let me get
But even as the president
Yeah,
faces
you gotta get off
serious
the
challenges
fuck off the
that hurt
phone.
his
Go talk to your best friend Leanne, Reggie.
progressive moderates
Monkey
argued over
woman.
the size and scope of the $3.5
You remember Monkey
trillion
Woman.
spending bill, with each side threatening to sink it.
Hi, friends.
John
My name
Podesta,
is
who
Bailey
worked for
Sarian,
Presidents
and
Clinton and
this
Obama,
is the Dark
warned
History.
Democrats if they failed to reach agreement, quote, it would signal a
That's a
complete and
man.
utter failure of our democratic duty and a reckless abdication of our responsibility.
You don't know the
In other
difference
words, the
between boys
Democrats,
and girls, do
this
you?
one, failure is not an option. At stake, simply the agenda of the president.
Just to
of their
tear it
party,
down to
who
build
desperately
apartments
needs
5 years later.
But Democrats have little
Such a
margin
loss
for
to
error in the House
industry.
and no margin
Most of all,
for error in the Senate.
Most of the
No
creative
clear path
involved
yet for
projects,
making good
including CV
on
Wood,
the president's promise.
were not aware that this path they were sinking all of their love and expertise into was predetermined to fail. The side
President
of
Biden,
Freedom
who
Land
ran
USA
on bringing
brought
competency
New York
back to Washington,
ultimately
is facing a
become
string of
home
setbacks,
city,
a chaotic
the
withdrawal from
largest
Afghanistan, a
housing
migrant crisis at the
world.
border, the ongoing
After
COVID
the
pandemic,
Black
and now a
Floyd
brewing
number
fight on
rises
Capitol Hill
right
between
to
progressive and
second
moderate
vote
Democrats
on
over his domestic
including
agenda.
votes.
The president's job
The move to
approval
the
rating
Class
is
A
now underwater in most polls.
Connecticut, as well as both San Francisco, third place
On the border, the camp in Del Rio, Texas, that was once packed
1.50 thousand higher. With the Pirates dog now gone, they're lovingly renamed Pirate Ride.
On Thursday, the U.S. Special Envoy Chile resigned his program over the administration's illegally remaining counterproductive decisions during her now-ground nation migrant decade. Democrats expressed support over the images of Asian support packages to migrants in the swinging leather ranks.
Trish wants attention. She flies down. You know that Mrs. Trump.
The president also faces the threat of a shutdown. Republicans are refusing to help the government open its polls, threatening legislative sabotage as a political tactic. And Mr. Biden is attempting to negotiate a political truce between progressive and centrist Democrats and odds on the side of this domestic spending package. The timing of the vote on a bipartisan infrastructure bill by Speaker Nancy Pelosi builds upon the swing approach this week. But progressives are threatening to withhold their support until they have reassurances on the size of the proposed $3.5 trillion domestic spending package.
Now, this may be Indian territory, and it may look like the Old West, but the time is today, and the place is Freedom Land, a big entertainment park in the Bronx, in the state of New York, just half an hour by subway from Times Square in New York City. Here, they built the place of buildings representing 200 years of American history. Riding shotgun across the Great Plains is only one part of the story of our country.
There really once was an elaborate
These are talking heads in jars.
park located in the Bronx called Freedom Land, USA. It's slowly
Joining me now is the Democratic Senator from
largest entertainment center, and it quickly became the go-to destination for families in the tri-state area. But the park was so short-lived, it's become a virtual blip on the time continuum. Well, author and historian Michael R. Virgentino joins us today to talk about the background and eventual demise of Freedom Land. Michael, you ready to go? So let's get into it. This park was really a phenomenon in its day, but as I mentioned, it was only around for a couple of years.
Yeah, Freedom Land only lasted 5 seasons. 1950 to 1904. And a little bit of the history is that it was built by and created by D.B. Wood, Cornelius Vanderbilt Wood. He is the same man who built Disneyland and brought Walt Disney's imagination to life in the theme park.
Oh, and the acid experiments.
He did everything possible for Disneyland. Well, Walt and Wood have a falling out, and it was a difficult process during the building of Disneyland. But about a year after Disneyland opened, either by mutual agreement or Walt pushing out Wood or Wood deciding to leave, they part ways. And Wood starts his own company out of California called Marco Engineering. And now he has the expertise of building a theme park. And
what's he done for Black
interest across the country of investors of let's do the same thing Walt Disney did. Because still at that time, as you know, people from the East Coast were not easily traveling to the West Coast. Their families just couldn't jump on a plane like they do today.
And we do a
So
free trial.
Walt decided to create this company that would create theme parks, and he had a plan for maybe almost
Where did
all of that come to be. But he created several parks, and they each had some inherent problems with that. First, he created Magic Mountain in Golden, Colorado. Then he moved on and created Treasure Island in Wakefield, Massachusetts, just outside of Boston. Then he comes down to New York and created the Freedom Land USA in the Bronx.
in that.
And while Freedom Land USA is building and opening, we is working with investors down in Arlington to create the flagship event. And that's the farm that still exists today. The issue with the park was that they were owned and operated in a sense by local investors and other persons of interest. So Wood would come in and build the park, create the parks and build them, but then it was up to the local investment and the management to make sure the park Freedom Land, there was more to it than just building a park. One of the major investors in Freedom Land was a fellow by the name of William Second. He was the real estate maven of the day. He was invested all across the country and also outside the country in everything from hotels to shopping malls to commercial buildings. But he was always leveraged.
I've seen the best of it.
And he was borrowing money to pay off mortgages, second mortgages to pay off first mortgages.
That's what it's
No, there was a lot of money moving around in the Beckendorf world. He owns a company called Weapon now, Beckendorf happens to own the property in the north of Pratt. Freedom Land was the best election. City planners in New York City at the time already knew by 1967 that they were going to have urban decay in the and they, as early as the late 50s, had already planned to do something with that was 400 acres of
proud of that, aren't you?
The situation of reconciliation.
Well,
but you could be debating each part of this bill.
One people who are living in the South Bronx.
No, it's been years. I've been waiting patiently.
Right.
You guys are stealing everything. You will stop, drop, and roll.
To build anything massive to keep all the people from the
I mean, they're going to know America's nothing but thieving idiots.
And they had planned a co-op city as early as the late 1950s.
I did do it in different ways.
Yeah, through it,
The problem was that we built on it.
FDR did this.
They also went to private story
they did
apartment building. This is there now as part of the
You didn't care he'd be dead by then.
very cooperative apartment complex in the world.
He was drugged by the same people that drug our other presidents.
The building with any damage or would start to sink. This is as the water rushed in and out of the Bay of Long
Democratic voters.
So what the Army Corps of Engineers had said was, you have to put pilings, dry pilings into the ground, and every so often we have to check them to make sure there isn't shift with the incoming and outgoing tide. Well, the Army Corps of Engineers put anywhere between a 20 and 25
Yeah, you guys are acting like Nazis.
We have to wait this long to get a true indication of how the land is shifting. Well,
you have no
either
idea.
Beckendorf and investors wait city planners knew that
You had a pussy problem?
the South Bronx was going to start to decay if it hadn't already in the early.
You guys got such an obsession with
Mayor
cats.
Mayor Robert Wagner of New York City was up for re-election in 1962, and he had to create jobs.
This one is
in order to get re-elected. So you had a lot of people.
That's why you guys closed me down.
Interested in this property in the Bronx. Well, they decided, or they found a way for the Army Corps of Engineers to grant them a variance.
Jamestown Mall?
The variance sort of read like if to build a building on the property that were 2, 3, 5 stories tall, and the building would not have foundation cracks, wall cracks, or the buildings would not collapse in a 5-year period. Well, then we will grant you the variance and you can build the high-rise apartment building. All right, so Freedom Land has exactly the justified building a theme park or any park are anywhere from 2, 3 to 5, 4, 5 stories tall. And none of the buildings that were put up on the property for the park
for a park?
foundation problems, foundation problems, none of it allowed.
That's why y'all are
So there
planting
was a
trees.
plan to have Freedom Land on the property. And as Zeckendorf said about 6 to 7 years after Freedom Land closed, Freedom Land was the placeholder, so I could do further development on the property. So that is why Freedom Land only lasted 5 years, but that was not known to the general public at the time, with media being much different than it is today.
Right.
The excuse that they gave at, when they held the bankruptcy hearing in court,
Pratt did all the illegal stuff. 2002.
Has become now an urban legend that Freedom Land actually failed because of the World Fair when the tourism actually had nothing to do with it.
So, in other words, unbeknownst to the public, Freedom Land was built to be temporary.
That's correct.
That'd be a 1904 World's Fair.
Chicago and the
Still the images.
Yeah, it's Chicago and St. Louis.
Let me start with the decisions in 2008.
In the Bronx, followed by the Hudson River Parkway and New England Thruway. Parking on 10,000 cars, 30 minutes from Times Square by the IRC subway. Admission 50 cents to $1. Visit Freedom Land, the richest state of America itself, opening Sunday, June 19th.
That was Frank Duvall and his orchestra with the overture to Freedom Land USA from the Freedom Land album of 1960. Our guest today is author and historian Michael Vergentino. Let's talk a little bit about how Freedom Land was laid out. Very much like Disneyland, it was divided into different segments. And each segment told the story of the United States.
That's correct. Freedom Land, because of Wood's experience of building Disneyland, they arranged it in a layout of a map of the continental United States. And they built 7 themed areas. The themed areas were Little Old New York from the late 1800s,
and their Haitian nationals.
Chicago from about 1871, taking advantage of the Great Chicago Fire. We had the Great Plains from the 1800s.
You know, when in there,
You then had
and
San
make
Francisco
Christians out of native monkeys.
take advantage of the earthquake that occurred.
That's what
Then
y'all
the old
said.
Southwest section
Clearly,
from the late 1800s.
the vice president did something that I had
Then
never
moved
seen
on to
before.
the south, which was Mardi Gras, New Orleans, because of the festiveness of New Orleans. They made that
And it seemed to say that the implication was
and then you moved over to the only temporary or futuristic part of the park, which was known as Satellite City, which took advantage of the space race that was occurring just as that park was opening. So you had a recreation of like Cape Canaveral in that part of the park. And what they did in the area was really focus on some of the history, some of the nostalgia of the time. So in the little old New York, you would have a horse-drawn trolley. You would have the old-fashioned pencil that you New York Harbor. You would have had an old sweet shop, an old candy store as part of the retail operation. Then you would move to Chicago with the prominent focus on the Chicago fire. We actually had a structure there that was built powered by gas jets that every so often during the day would start catching on fire. And the local character actors who were portraying
Dredd says they Chicago firemen look for I'm running through with the water pumper as the listening kids from all over town pump the water on the fire, and eventually the fire would get burned out.
What's happening over there in Chicago? Look at that. It's a fire of 7-1. Hurry up, man. We're going to need volunteers for this one. Everybody man the fire. We've got to get water on the fire. Faster, man.
We'll be back to talk more about Freedom Land USA with our guest today, author and historian Michael Bergentino, right after this retro commercial.
Just from the anchor land. Take a trip to Freedom Land. Take a trip to Freedom Land. Take a day to Freedom Land. The room goes free and swinging wild. Performance night and day. Great shows night and day. There's me and Father right there for you. Bobby Vinton rocking you. And then there's Red as we go. As we go. 4 seasons coming to town. Gloria wins. James Brown. All summer stars. It's just what goes around the gate. Let's ride the Freedom Land. Let's ride the Freedom Land. You ride and Freedom
That was Johnny Wood with the song inspired by Freedom Land. Johnny Freedom, right here on the Vintage Rock and Pop Show. Our guest is historian Michael Bergentino as we discuss the various attractions at the now long gone Freedom Land USA amusement park. And just talking about the great fire in Chicago.
Government loves this deal.
Area was stern wheels that instead of flying the Mississippi River, they recreated the Great Lakes. You also had for a couple of seasons Chippewa Indian war canoes that you could get maybe 10 people into the canoe and go visit an Indian village. You then moved on to the Great Plains, and that's
I have the map right over here.
you would get your gunslingers, you would get your marshals.
I hope it wasn't manufactured by Johnny.
Drag a prisoner out for a
Joe.
and the most
in their first
popular
location is
character
down.
was the Undertaker.
Right by Bunker's
His name
Bar.
was Digger O'Toole, and he was one of the most beloved because he always depicted with his kids. He always would come up and say things. He had his own business card, and he would hand out his cards and said, "If you need an Undertaker, I have a giveaway card." And he was always sponsored. Each state was different. His business card was sponsored with prayer stamps, green stamps, something like that. So once you left Fort Calvary, you went to San Francisco, and San Francisco had a ride and one of them was in San Francisco, which was the earthquake. You get into these cars that push through these double doors, go into the dark, and you see buildings collapsing, the car with the rumble as if on the right car. San Francisco also had a big wharf area. It had a steel pool to go eat steel. It had a laundry coat. It also had one of the areas restaurant
When we come back,
was there down there, and all the presidents. And then you moved from there to the old Southwest, and you would in the Southwest, you would get the borough ride over the Rocky Mountains, and literally,
Those poor kids, they put the dog ears on. That's my inspiration for this poor bitch.
Similarly, if you're going down into the ground to harvest out York, and it originated there, would go to Chicago, and you could either get off in Chicago or you could turn around and
bouncing essentially sending it to the that was the first sky ride that had 4 tables, 2 on each side.
If you want to see more of Freedom Land, the best thing to do is go up, way up, high. Riding is more about the finding something high above the buildings and the people. From here, you can see most of Freedom Land. Think of the spots you want to visit next time.
And then you moved on to New Orleans, where you had another dark ride called the Buccaneer Ride. And what I'm still doing research on is that some you either planned the original Pirates of the Caribbean Disney, or you own the plan and they adapted it. Because this year, Disney is celebrating the 50th year of the Pirates of the Caribbean. When Disney heard that work was opening up a pirate ride in the Bronx, he put his on hold. He wanted, first I believe that Disney was going to be a walk-through attraction. Then it was going to be a ride through attraction, like the cars like Freedom Land had. But once Freedom Land closed and that ride was sold off to another park, Disney then went forward with his pirate ride and they needed a boat attraction. You also had to consider and this was the commemoration of the American Civil War. You would get into a correspondent wagon. You were now a journalist. And you would get into a corner-drawn wagon and make it with a 20-25 people in the wagon. And under a flag of truce, you would drive through Milan as the cannon was going off over the wagon. And this was like Disney. Look at this number. One of the first animatronics. So you had animatronics here too, which Wood would have known about because having worked in Disney. And when he started his own company, he hired a number of the Disney Imagineers and other Disney employees who knew a lot of the information. So once you leave New Orleans, and there was another popular ride for the kids in New Orleans called Danny the Dragon. And Danny was this lovable big dragon monster. The kids could ride in the cars behind Danny, or technically Danny's long tail. And you went through storybook land. And it was a great ride for the kids.
Yeah, you guys threw me in there without my permission. I win, and then you trash it.
Remember Farm with Danny the Dragon when they were kids. We moved on from New Orleans, and that's when you went into the contemporary area of Satellite City. You had an attraction like there's a lot of saucer or spaceship. And it was simulate a blast off into space. And sometimes in the evening, it might have an entertainer, singer from the time we might perform it in and then from once you left Satellite City, came back to little old New York, and New York was the exit and entrance point of the park.
Now, when I mentioned Freedom Land USA to people, they were teenagers. They immediately remember the performers as the moonbowl.
Yes, something with Freedom Land opening in 1950, and that was a really thing that attracted a lot of families and a lot of younger kids. Think if you were a kid at the time, all the westerns that were on television, Daniel Boone, that kind of flavor interested a lot of kids at the time. But they realized that after the first kids, they get people get other ages coming back to the park. And as well as the parents of those kids or the teenagers of the time. So what they did is they built 2 areas. First is Satellite City, they put in the moon ball, which was the stage where Rick Carlo over it, but it was actually an outdoor arena, and they created a huge dance floor that supposedly was the world's largest outdoor dance floor. And then over in the San Francisco area, they created another outdoor arena called the Hollywood Bowl. The Hollywood Bowl would have sports shows. They would have chariot races, different things for different parts of history. But they would also have a mini circus there. You would have elephants there, but also some of the performers, popular performers, would perform some at the Moonball, some perform at the Hollywood Arena. Anyone would know their name. Everybody knows this all now. Some of them share with you. It included Paul Anka, who was there countless times. Right. Freddie Cannon, Nat King Cole, Chubby Checker, Connie Francis, Johnny Horton, Steve Lawrence, and Eve Gourmet. Les Paul and Mary Ford, I know for a fact, played it in the Hollywood Arena. You had Neil Sedaka there, Jerry Vale.
Because Trump is staking everything on this stolen election. Even we were able to get information about the then CIA director, Tina Haspel, somebody who's been very silent, an expert on instability, unstable regime. And he concluded in November
and then you had what is this older generation? You had Count Basie, your cool guy, Duke Ellington, Lionel Hampton, Woody Herman, Harry James and his orchestra played there with Buddy Rich on drums. And then you had an orchestra or a band that may not be as well known, but was known in the North. The Richard Multi-Band on board in a 1963 performance by that band was Dr. So you had a lot of people performing there for either names or features in the entertainment. Also had Dick Clark for some for a show there with some singers. Clay Cole, who was like the real version of Chris Paul. He actually did the television. And some of the actors and comedians who had their either for or just walk through the park, including Eddie Albert, Robin Cummings, Henry Fonda, Fred Gwynn and Joey Ross had time off from their shooting of Paul 54 cycle, which was shooting in the South Bronx. They came up in uniform and performed. You had the Blue Chickens there on several stages. Even one of my favorite cowboys of all time, Bill Bryant, came dressed as Wyatt Earp.
The number is
so it was an unbelievable collage of stars and performers. You even had athletes. As season went on, I think in the next 2 years they held sports. So you had some of the top New York guys 4 years there, and even though they were retired, they made appearances with Brooklyn Dodgers for Ella and Jackie Robinson.
Let me ask you about the part quote, because as soon as it takes off, as soon as it becomes a ritual for families to come every summer, it's gone. And I know you were putting together a book about Freedom Land USA, which I'll talk about in a moment, but what was the reaction when the art closed? Was there outrage, disappointment?
I think there was a lot of disappointment, especially, if you were a younger kid at the time, oh, shucks, it's gone, that kind of thing. Right. But I think if you were a teenager, and I have a lady cousin who are 10 years older than I am, and they do all these shows with all these things. And This was in their backyard. And all of a sudden, it's gone. And now, where do I go? Do I go as do I have to go down to Manhattan? Do I have to go out to Brooklyn? For the rock music show. But in a sense, looking back, it should not have come as such a surprise. Because by the end of the 1960s, things were starting to change. It had changed even before that. They had brought in a lot of more, I wouldn't say thrill rides,
Megan, I want you to
not
play
the
with
thrill
Morgan
rides
for us
we would
because she
know
may have the
today.
best.
But something like a wild mouth was
I know you
brought
have
into
a
the
pretty good
park.
personal
Flying jet. All rides like that to populate, and they never
Well, I mean,
changed or updated the historical structure. So the Chicago Fire was still the Chicago Fire. It served the fire in the area going on every 15. It was now going on every once an hour or once every 3 hours. So something was telling you that they're cutting back. You also noticed that a lot of the character actors that we had known throughout the park were gone. And we noticed that the San Francisco area of the park had been walled off, much like as if they were going to, when you wall off the building down or have a new construction site, it was completely walled off. But signs said only temporary, we're building a better freedom land. And that's how they, said and come with on the concept that we live on a curve by a new and improved version. Even in 1964, TV kid host Chuck McCann did a Halloween show at the park. And in one of the dark rides.
We just experienced a pandemic.
But this show was taped earlier in the year and put on around Halloween time. And he even ran off a list of some of the new and exciting things that was coming to the park next year, kid. And next year was 1965, and Freedom Land filed for bankruptcy in September, October 1960.
Tell us a little bit about your upcoming book and also your Facebook.
Well, the Facebook page started as a labor of love, as well as to get true information of Freedom Land out there. I started about 6 or 7 years ago, and there have been things on various websites, here and there about Freedom Land. About the dog ride and certain times. But I felt that there was too much of the story itself that no one was really telling. And this is because of a number of topics that we drill down into one of them. So I felt the page would help do that. By the way, remember Freedom Land fondly, and still miss it. And some of the comments you get on the Facebook page is, oh, how I love it, I wish it was back, but they build it again. And but it was also as I learned more about why Freedom Land closed. Is it 3.5? Is it 2.5? Is it 1.5? Rather than what's the code that we're trying to defend? What's the name of this? Keep calling it reconciliation. Keep calling it the $1 trillion social package.
At least healthcare had a name. Healthcare actually, even Obamacare, at least you do care just about healthcare.
No American knows what's in this. And when you take the individual pieces, people like it. Okay, but that's not what you're talking about.
Summary of the talk from
until COVID's resolved. Politics
to demise. I've already told the publisher it's going to have to be volume 2 because I have a lot and I'm learning more, finding more every day.
The other thing I
And I don't have room to put everything in one
Americans may not understand this bill
Well,
in its
before I let you go,
entirety,
you
especially
mentioned something
after
about there was a way for the market to stay open.
Oh, yes. When the park closed, of course, they sold off a lot of buildings, attractions, etc., or they auctioned them off.
You're a cook
A fellow by the name of Hollywood, who was no relation to these people, owned Story County, USA, in Gaslight Village, up in the Lake George area. Gaslight Village closed a number of years ago. Story County, USA has walked into the greatest case.
All right.
But Hollywood bought a number of attractions, including Danny the Dragon, and he rented up a tornado ride, which is my favorite attraction. And he brought it up there. He also bought a lot of the office material from Freedom, such as chairs and desks, so he could supply his own space up there at the Lake George area. And the story I have heard is that when he got one of those desks, he opened up the drawers, saw that the public record of paying Freedom Land attendance is declining, the World Fair was one set of books, and then there was the other set of books, which showed maybe quite a different, not necessarily a gangbuster of profits, but it showed that Freedom Land was viable, and Hollywood has always said Freedom Land could have been
As abortion is heated up.
so it could have landed, but the issue was the plan was not to. It was only the last 5 years so they could do something else with that.
Well, Mike, it's a fascinating story, and it's one I think we all look forward to.
I think she's like the mom.
And in the meantime,
I didn't do
what's going on the Facebook page, Freedom Land USA.
Yes, thank you very much. We're gaining more visitors and likes every day. And what's interesting is that gather people like this, you get more stories that you never heard of before, and then you start weaving the stories together, and you learn more about the farm.
Thank you so much, Mike. Have a great rest of the day.
Great, okay, thank you so much.
The first time I had ever heard or seen Pat Boone, I was a little kid watching television, and his movie April Love came on.
When we come back, even after Arizona's phony election audit found that President Trump lost the state again, Mr. Trump insists it proves he won. So what is he doing? Calling for more so-called audits. Stay tuned. We are back. So, the Arizona audit, Megan, showed that
Lost by more.
he lost by more. President Trump has not taken it very well. Last night in Georgia, he seemed to go after any Republicans that stood in his way. Let me play a little sound.
Raffensperger. I'm telling you, I think there's something wrong with him. And your rhino governor, Brian Kemp, who's been a complete disaster on election integrity. Governor Ducey was horrible. He was missing in action. We didn't get any help from Mitch McConnell.
So, Megan, Mitch McConnell, Doug Ducey, Brian Kemp, this conspiracy reaches pretty deep into
A-list socialist AOC at the Ghoulish.
I don't even know how to talk about this because it is a conspiratorial, insanity from the bowels of the internet. There's a segment of the Republican Party that believes it. I know people that think the election is stolen. It's the big lie that people are still believing. It's a huge challenge for the party going forward. But Mitch McConnell recently said it called President Trump, of course, they do have to pass through there. They're overhead that should stay there. And if you look at polling against people like Governor DeSantis, Mitch McConnell has no grip as it's complicated.
I kind of agree that he was right. It was a necessary rich white man which is why this message was about edgy as the world's greatest grandpa coffee mug.
But worse, and not that surprising, the designer of AOC's dress happily ignores her own message. The New York Post exclusive portrays Aurora James as a notorious tax deadbeat with unpaid debts, dogging her in multiple states. It's true, Wesley Snipes has a better reputation with the IRS than her. She has 6 IRS tax liens totaling $103,000 on her parent company and a $17,000 fine for failing to carry work to the top. That parent company sounds more like a deadbeat dad.
I never had employees. Tim Pratt was president of the Hair Emporium. No, he wasn't. It was Salon Quest Technologies.
Her company, Cultural Brokerage, has been hit with more warrants than your average MS-13 gang member. 15 to be exact, since 2015. That's at least 10 more than Cat. But to be fair, unlike Cats, they don't involve puncturing a nightclub bouncer's eardrum with a stiletto. More than once. And as she stiffed Uncle Sam, Jane's company received over 41 grand in pandemic relief. She truly puts the artist on the scam artist. Meanwhile, former staffers call her place of work a sweatshop. And not as a compliment either. She apparently relied on unpaid interns working full-time jobs. This is something we don't do here. Right, Joe?
Not at all, Greg. My family works for the work I do nonstop from morning until late at night. Hey, you think I'll be able to make eye contact soon? Oh, by the way, thank you for the free rule.
You're welcome. One of the Joes, I forget which one. Now, one worker claims that the designer would force her to schedule her dressmaker's gynecological appointment. I can safely say I would never do that.
Greg, I moved your pap smear to 10:30.
Well, maybe. For a few months, I identified as a mermaid. And let me tell you, bacteria from the ocean is no laughing matter down there. But this shouldn't surprise you. In the world of progressivism, the act of caring about the powerless is often a way to enhance your own power. It's your moat against criticism, giving you a pass for derelict activity. You can still flaunt your Louis Vuitton bag as long as you're and if you say all the right little things, no one dares peek behind the curtain and call out your scam. Thank God for the internet, right? They should give themselves an award for Best Home Deaf Clowns Carnival. It's where our greatest Hollywood celebs, when
My brother used to think his name was
converge in an orgy of mutual masturbation. But if anybody should be hiding their faces behind a mask, it's the self-absorbed, sanctimonious sellout. There was more integrity in a holding cell at Rikers. It's a prison, U.S.
Licking?
So while your kids must wear masks in school, and while you must wear masks at the gym, and while I must wear a mask in bed, has nothing to do with COVID, but everything to do with role-playing. These recognition-craving lemmings pack themselves together without a mask in sight. Well, except, of course, for the non-celebs, the assistants, the servers, the press, who all embrace the role of servers to their famous security. They all look like extras with eyes wide shut. Speaking of handmaids, congrats to that show, which broke the record for most Emmy losses in history. Or should I say herstory? What a shame! It had such a positive message. Yeah, it turns out creating a dismal mess of male loathing works in studies class. My colonics for colonoscopy won more Emmy. To be fair, what a surprise.
Hey!
But at least they were jokes.
No, they're not.
As a result of the special recall election.
I don't think it's a joke.
2018 Emmy for Outstanding Comedy. As you remember, that year, the marvelous Mrs. Maisel was duly elected with an overwhelming majority.
Oh, nobody told her. They said she was guilty.
It's enough signatures are first obtained, meaning the 2018 Emmy winner for Best Comedy should soon be the marvelous
It's not a
Mrs.
comedy.
Maisel.
It's not science fiction.
That was like a 4-hour drive. Talk about speaking truth to power, am I right? I haven't heard material this daring from Captain. But one of the greatest things that happened in the last decade is the explosion of awards. What's happening is that we're just more aware of more sanctimonious judgments these programs make the fewer viewers they will have. Because we see who they really are. Couple that with the community content that's always trying to branding consumer people. And you're left with an auditorium full of virtuous 15 billionaires. terrified that their personal scandals might find them again. Which is why Rose McGowan scares me. In some, award shows are like a monster show. Maybe that's why the help for wearing masks the only people who don't know they do. Here's one Golden Globe in my annual Best T-shirt contest. Leading by a picture Her star is rising to Casey McDonald.
Bring out Marsha, Marsha, Marsha.
He's legally barred from owning a trampoline by
Welcome back. It's been a while.
She must be around for start.
We'll just go with that. I think yes. You did win an Emmy, correct? I've been nominated. Oh, lost. So this is sort of
Yeah, they're already going to get
out.
Yeah. So on the one hand, I like the fact they're making fun of it. On the other hand, I like the fact that I will be wearing a giant white robe that says, please do not audit my 2017 tax. Look at that, tax
You think
related.
it's funny?
Yes, you know, a way to change the subject, Ron.
You want to go right back to my my award failures?
If you want to get an award, you can't do this show if you want to win an Emmy because you're blacklisted.
My secret plan is that no one in Hollywood watches this show.
It's wrong.
They all watch
Unfortunately,
me.
that's the truth. This is why this will be my last appearance. Probably not the only reason.
It's not that easy, idiot.
Like disguise them.
Yeah.
You can wear like a little costume that gets a little.
I do have a People's Choice Award.
Right. For what?
Every motherfucker.
For my work on a television show called Cheers.
Oh, thank you.
And
back when everybody used to know your name,
right? And I have a Writers Guild Award for group writing.
How these girls on YouTube put their blush on.
Special.
Fat girls. Let me contour my face.
That's the way you get. That's how you get awards. Now.
I won't look so fat.
Exactly. No, that is actually a tremendous point. That is how you
funny
do
in
it.
that
You
anorexia,
virtue signal,
Marsha.
Casey. What did you make of the virtue signaling dress?
You kind of
Wasn't
are
a
in the
tisk
same
plan.
color scheme as AOC's dress. I know it's orange, but
Yes.
it kind of is reminiscent of that.
No, it's a Chick-fil-A, as Kyrus points out, it looks like a Chick-fil-A crumpled up bag.
It kind of does, but if you wore one, maybe for your birthday party, what would it say? Mix the border, maybe don't fly on private planes, something like that.
It would say, don't publish those pictures.
But it wouldn't have been sustainable. It wouldn't have been sustainable. You have to come back to this. Birthday, sustainability. Italy, and the grand scheme of things, the world, right?
No, but it's what she's saying is that the rich don't pay enough.
No, that's correct. A lady who's correct to dress should care about taxes more. Correct. She should worry about that. Maybe in some sense. But she also is a lady who made the dress. Purchased a $1.6 million house in LA in 2020. So she's got
Oh,
these
where you
classes.
switch out the addresses in different places.
She also has to pay the property taxes, according to that article. Another place where she is deviant. Speaking of deviant,
Thank you.
did you watch any of the Emmys?
Yeah, why would I? But I have been following all the news related to this video. And I'd love to brag. I'm so proud to have worn this dress made by this black woman immigrant designer. She's an immigrant from Toronto.
I am an American.
She came from a suburb in Toronto. And AOC's like, she worked her way to the top of like from a suburb in Toronto. So it's so rare to find something that's completely this pure.
Yeah.
Usually there's like a grain of something nice or true. Can't find it here. So congrats on that, at least.
I'm also just getting tired of the idea that you have to tax the rich more than you can tax the rich. You know, it's a complete. me because, let's face it, I'm filthy rich now. Go to blog. I'm joking. Right. I am not filthy rich. I'm not filthy rich.
But you gotta put something on your clothes. Yes. It has to like be a little 50, unless you're like, you got this Kim Kardashian, in which case you could probably put a brand new tax plate. Yeah. For her, like you have to keep it 50 like that. So I like to thought of it. It's like the NPR version of a Amanda. That's true. That's basically what she was wearing. Yes, exactly. What do you think, Tyler? What do you think?
So you're rich.
No, I was joking. I'm not rich.
No, you said it.
You said yeah. He's like, oh hey, what's going on?
I am rich with friends and love.
Well, I guess that could nice. Yes, that could win. You let me finish, rich guy. Can the broke brother on Medium Street get a work? Jeez. My dress. What's sad about this? It's not sad about this. It's very typical for Democrats. It's like the rules don't apply to friends and them, right? Because if that would have been somebody else's dressmaker, I don't know, like a Melania Trump, and we heard all that, I mean, right now we'll be waiting for the public execution as they walk her out. Like, it's just unbelievable how much they will let go if you're on their side. Because the woman who made that dress knew exactly who she's going after. Right. A rich person who doesn't pay their taxes. Yeah. That's literally who you're looking. The enemy of my enemy is still.
Notice she's not looking at it.
Definitely not.
Think about that.
But you make a great point about. I think whenever Melania was wearing a designer, the media would go after the designer and ask, "Are you aware that the first lady's wearing one of your dresses? Are you offended by that?" That was always the story. That's
right. Yeah, they would always attack.
Yeah,
attack. And this one, literally, the criminal is right next to him. Like, tax the rich, and he's like, yeah, do that.
So what is the Met Gala again? It just suddenly became a thing, right?
It suddenly became a thing. It's the Oscars without the movies. So you just show up in the dresses, and then everybody looks, and they pay $35,000 to walk around.
And it seems like,
well, you're missing the point. It's the new flowers where the swamp grows, because those free $30,000 tickets and $200, they got to pay that back somehow.
Ooh, but also seems like it's always either Met Gala or Fashion Week or Pride Week or Ramadan. It's always one of those four things all the time.
I never noticed that before.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to think about that. All right. Before we go, a quick announcement. We're taking the show to Nashville next week, and we just released more tickets. Remember, it was sold out? Go to foxnews.com/Gutfeld and look for the link on the left side of the page. We sold out in an hour after we did this.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
Hello, America. It's Wednesday night in Nashville, or as Kat likes to call it, no officer, those are not my drugs day. She's just holding them for a friend. My friend named Keith Richards.
Yeah.
But I think that you do. What a great show. What a great show. Joining us tonight, Candace Owens. Candace has more haters on the left than personal hygiene. That says something. If she were any smarter and beautiful, she'd be Pete. Oh, and look who's joined us, the charming Pete Hegset. He smiled, and now the whole front row is pregnant. This guy has more Pratt than the Cars for Kids commercial. He gives the ladies more hot flashes than menopause. Yeah, like a Hershey bar left in a hot car. When Pete's on TV, the women just not just the women. And of course we have Cats. There she is. Since she's been in Nashville, she's really embracing the cowboy lifestyle. I give her points for trying. We had to put down the horse. And of course, there's Tyrus. I'll just move on. And we gotta thank the amazing audience here tonight. We love you because you chose us over all the other stuff, like the crap that's currently on late night TV. And I can't say I blame you. Have you seen what's on Colbert? Yeah, it's a bunch of needles and one annoying prick. Too easy. Too easy. That clip was from June, but it's like finding $20 under a seat cushion. It may be old, but it's new to us. Who knew one of the side effects of the jab was immediate cancer of the funny bone? That was so bad, it gave Courtney Love a fear of needles. The audience probably wished those needles were filled with cyanide. It's not an argument against vaccines, it's an argument for lethal injection. I fear you're going to have to drink a whole bottle of tequila to recover from this.
My nightmare.
Or as Kat calls it, the juice cleanse.
Take Cat Stevens.
So,
Nice person.
you are. Speaking of vomiting, that's not the only thing making us sick tonight. The New York Times.
Dishonorably discharged.
Because the current one reeks.
Yeah, I'll come in.
What the hell is this? I don't know whether to salute it or calibrate the color on my new flat screen. If your child showed you that, you'd kick the brat out of Marks and Crafts. If it were Pete's kid, he'd leave it by the roadside on a family vacation. He's got plenty of spares. What is his spare? Now look at this one. It's called Lift Every Voice and Sing. I call it Open Every Mouth and Puke. Do these people understand what a flag is? It's supposed to inspire patriotism, not an aneurysm. Then there's this one. This one's giving me a migraine just looking at it. Now my eyes know how my ears feel when AOC speaks.
Oh, I'm AOC.
Seriously, if you're going to give me a hangover, at least let me earn it by drinking. That is not a flag. It's the wallpaper in a $5 a night motel in New Jersey.
Yeah,
I think on Ashness, almost the whole chip aisle, almost all the pretzels gone.
It's a pattern for a clown's pajamas.
Almost all the Lay's cage has picked over. Still no lightly salted ones. Deerberg just got an aisle that goes from the front of the store to the back of the store. Chips.
Wow.
And fucking stacked up on giant bundles of sun chips, gardens and cheddars, regulars, sour cream and onion, or whatever that other one we had. They're so weird.
I care about his health. By the way, when this poll says key issues, they're talking about how long it takes to find his keys every morning.
Still.
But when it comes to polling, he's more underwater than a Ted Kennedy date. He had the nerve and he had oh, you feel bad about that? Well, don't kill anybody then. Oh, we offended somebody who let a girl die. My apologies. But his numbers are like Joe's teeth in a glass next to his bed, floating at the bottom. And he makes it worse by making crap up that's positively hysterical. Colbert should hire him as a writer. Did you hear that the $3.5 trillion spending bill actually costs us nothing? Yeah, tell us, Joe.
Every time I hear this is going to cost A, B, C, and D, the truth is,
what's she sound like, Chad?
That I made, it's going to cost nothing because we're going to raise.
I'm trying to figure it out. I asked Chad how you sound.
Sure you are, Gramps.
To me,
And I'm going to start with the
somebody
subjects that next year. Not this year.
somebody listen.
Here's Jen.
Does Cat sound okay, y'all?
That they're not comfortable with 3.5.
Come back again. I hear it now. You sound muffled.
Yes,
You sound
I
muffled.
disagree publicly with you. And why? Because we aren't stupid and we aren't suckers. I mean,
No,
some
she's
full
good. Okay,
screen
my bad.
loss this is. See, it's totally great.
Okay, Red.
By taxing the hell out of you. But by the time we steal that money, we'll have another $1 trillion bill, which again, we'll pay for later by taxing the hell out of you. It never ends. It's lather, rinse, and repeat. Or in Joe's case,
Yeah, a little echo. Yeah, I don't know why. I wonder if she's better with me not having this external speaker. I don't know. If y'all can hear me, I think that'd be alright. I don't know if she's gonna, if she echoes like that, I'll have to take off. I'll have to stop the speaker. I think you probably can hear me though, okay? On this, without the speaker, I think. Anyway, the reason why I even brought anything up is because I just find it ironic. I just find it damn crazy that they're gonna, like the problem that I have with all of them, and this is they accuse people and say that people do all these things, right? And they never have received. You know what I mean? And there's a lot of deflecting going on. A lot of places, right? And I noticed. And Mark Terry just finished a live here, and something that they said at the end of it kind of made me call. Okay, good talk. Yeah, sounds a little better. Yeah. If it gets to sounding bad, then I'm going to take the speaker off. It's an external speaker, and I probably don't even need it.
But hey, maybe we should consider all the.
But you sound fine. Yeah, you sound better. What's going on, Pat? Tell me business. I've been trying to sound There's on merry-go-round.
I mean, it's just privilege.
By the way, can we got pictures in the background? The thing is, we're in the construction.
Well, I don't understand what kind of sense. I mean, like, they're conditions, they don't want to re-victimize these guys, but if they don't mind victimizing those people, right? I mean, like, they never let me know. But now they just want to see all the types of this stuff, you know? And I didn't know what, I didn't know you make Hey, that's all. Well, Mark Terry just got off a live stream, Noodle, right?
The only thing about her is how she drinks her whiskey.
Noodle said, well, you know who the mole is, Mark, and I know who the mole is. You can see your report and come to listen. That's what they said on the Mark Terry's live stream, and then he shut it down. His wife apparently is the mole, and they know that.
Let's get to the show. Pizza. You're welcome. Yeah. Thank you for your service.
Apparently she's got a mole that's active in there.
American flag tattoos. Are you going to have to redesign your tattoos if they change it?
And that's an interesting thought.
It is. I've been thinking about it all day.
A very simple exercise.
Yes.
I mean, there's always
looking at the color bars you put up on the screen.
You can't keep quiet.
Think about all those things. You've got legal men. Yes.
Like
You
G
have
is like
color
Harry,
bars,
right?
Right.
And then what was the last example? It was
everything's free.
3.5
He's criminal
equals
because he's
0.
going through
Right.
divorce.
And
He's put the last 2 months on private.
you want to laugh, but the people saying them are actually serious. Exactly. That's why.
Now, see, I'd be paranoid too. Look at
how that's happening to end the planet. Right.
Well, right.
That's how we
Right.
not
Exactly.
the Islamists or the Marxists. No.
But they
Or
think they're
behind examples that you want to provide. When the left is so damn serious, it looks like a joke, like Rocket Show number one. That's why it's so cringy for everyone.
Like what?
It's like AOC is a serious thing.
I think they. Like, come on.
She is. I mean, no, she just really thinks, why do you have so much? So because they're lactose intolerant.
Yeah, you know,
Because of how
you know.
that's why I
Yeah.
I don't know. It's right there. Something I learned in grade school. So we celebrated cringe-worthy times. We have Colbert's musical theater, Joe Biden actually now. It was the most cringe-worthy.
You know, like, I mean, like the other night, the other day, like, White Lives Matter went on his live stream. And he was like pissed off and upset, right? And I messaged Gia, I said, you really need to get a handle on that. Like, he's genuinely upset. You know, his noodles was just fucking with him. And he fucks with him all the time. But you know, him and Mark Terry talk daily. So does him and Noodles.
That's why I miss the thing is, when you're talking about what was hard is the background in the musical theater. Right? How about everybody knows that was somehow in the musical theater? Where are they now, Cap? Where are they now? The most thing in your apartment.
I always had to be the narrator. Agreed. I can't sing.
Yeah.
I agree.
How many times do you like probably your dreams you get day by day.
I agree. And Rich Life. And Mark well, you know, that's the whole thing, like, you know, after you talk about doctors and all this kind of stuff, when they were swapping, me included, you know.
Knowingly all the way to the target. And
we know. What is that?
And she was like,
It's also vomiting.
you know,
Sure. Yeah, well, I would too if I was looking at those.
all these women are coming to me
Tyrus,
saying it's more.
what are your thoughts?
First of all, bulls don't ride bulls. So let's get that out.
I don't think it was Mark. I think it was Camilo and Nick and Noodles.
And there was a time in life when I was colorblind.
Yeah, who can't forget about that?
I've never been so colorblind after what I
But you know, like, I think all this is with Mark. Like, he told me on the phone not so long ago, you know, he called me. I gave him a text now, right? I mean, like, I downloaded an app because he asked me to call him. He's not getting a real number. After I got swatted, I changed my number. And because there was, the only person I had at that point was my real number was Mandy and Savage, and I know Mandy didn't do that. And then me and Savage started, you know, she said she didn't have my real number, and then I went to my Verizon records to show she did in fact have my real number. And you know, it just blows my mind that they can sit up there and be on this high horse or something, like they're the voice of everybody, and act like somebody's got to do with what they say.
No police around to keep them trying to kill you. But yeah, it's phenomenal.
And you know, making fun of fat people when she lost weight with keto, right? Well, eventually she's going to start eating.
Spinning bell.
So she still has to do that. She start getting closer and closer to
They're devoting $3 billion.
What do you mean?
Free equity.
Oh, she allows herself to have a cheat day. Where she'll
in this country. So we have to bring up the equality.
Yeah.
$3 billion.
And you know what? Cheat days aren't free.
I don't know.
Anyways.
All I know is just get more places to keep.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not
I didn't know. Like, I don't really know anything about it. Oh, yeah. I don't do the keto thing, but I have finally dropped some weight that I gained like this past winter. I gained some weight, and I was like, I mean, during the pandemic, I had lost a bunch of weight, and then I gained some weight back, and now I'm losing it. It's summertime, you know, and I go swimming and things like that. Hey, Dana, how you doing? Hey, Angie. Hey, Laura.
Yes, that's what makes the
It's Friday, everyone. Our last
I'm gonna die trying on that for real. You know,
Then it's back to New York City.
you don't know me, so it ain't me.
That's how I feel about that.
I don't know you. Hey, Mag. So you know, just Sandra. Hey, honey. You know, I just find it comical, really, like not the situation of someone talking on a deceased child. You know, that's just I can't wrap my mind around that. You know, but I just need like they gotta practice what they preach and change their speech, and I'm not gonna shut up until they do.
Look who's here tonight. Yes, it's Miss Dana Farina.
I mean, I agree on that aspect, but you know, I try to be a bigger person. You know.
Oh yeah.
Like I'm not gonna stoop down to that level. Like I can make troll accounts of people's parents, dead parents. You know, I could do things like that, but I just choose not to do that.
No, I wouldn't. I don't have a troll account. I don't use all that, but you know, I'm not gonna say anything wrong with the troll account.
Such a queen.
No. I mean, people have them for reasons. I mean, like I have like 2, right? And mine are so stupid. You should know it's me, but if you don't, I ain't telling you.
I can't remember the account. I can't remember my account. I'm just saying, I can't remember my password or another account. I don't have room.
By the way, Farina was a only person.
You're lucky you don't need me because it's saved on my computer. Otherwise, I would
That's exactly right. I try my best to save my password everywhere. But
good to see you. Made it to the
I don't know. I just see a lot of bullshit that goes on that nobody ever calls out, but they're the first ones to scream.
I mean, people that know.
That's right. That's right.
No,
I'm not. And that's why I haven't really said much of anything about anything, you know. Like,
but no, I love it. You know, you make everything obvious. People that are watching, they can see it, see what it is. Oh, you can check history right down this.
yeah. You know, like, and that's the thing about it, is that you can't change history. You can't rewrite history. You can't. No matter how bad you want to change it, it's not ever going to change. And you know, a lot of people can forgive, but they're not going to forgive.
It was pretty easy.
No. And
so when they go, I never said that.
yeah, you did it on this date at 2:35. You know what I mean? That's the kind of bitch I am. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
I mean, that's the kind of heifer I am, and I don't mind being that kind of heifer. You know?
I know.
I mean, like, they have done it to me. They have done it to me and put me through it and put me through it and put me through it, and like it's not even funny.
So is my
You know, like I really took that shit seriously, and it really like hurt my heart. You know what I mean? And I never made any comments about that. I said that it hurt my heart. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't. You know, I'm not gonna hide things like that. Like I cared about those ladies, you know, and I just didn't get it. And now I don't care about it. Now I'm different. I did ride hard for them. I did. Yeah, you know, Cass, that's funny that you said that because I really didn't know. Hey, Cassandra, I really didn't know the history, you know. I didn't know all the history there was to know. You know, I just remember that she was nice to me when my dad died, and so I gave loyalty in place of that, you know. And, but I just
did you hear it?
That's just what I do.
You were looking for family.
Yeah, because I miss mine, you know. And like I have a brother and sister. I did get to see my brother the other day, but I haven't seen my sister in a long time. But I do talk to her, you know. But still, at the end of the day, like that's all you have.
Never existed.
And family is all you have. A lot of times, the only thing that you're ever gonna have for a lot of people. And we can't know everything that happens with everyone on YouTube. No, Janie, you can't. And I honestly, like, I got thrown into the drama community when Drama Kiki and Controller went on Savage's chat in 2018, 19. So I really don't know, like, the beef and then who's beefing what and who hates who and all that. Because I said when I came over there, or if I came around, like I'm going to be neutral and go wherever the fuck I want to go. I don't want to be in people's beefs like that, and I didn't, and I still don't, and I still go wherever the hell I want to go. You know, people judge me a lot for being in that chat, and which I think, you know, is kind of dumb because I'm still the same person, you know.
Yeah. I mean,
I don't change my moral compass because other people are.
At least after you get mugged, you can stay on the line and update your car warranty.
They know who you are.
Meanwhile, the mugger's already been released and onto his next victim.
But you can always try to come in the past, you know?
So as crime explodes, the mayor
I mean,
wants
like,
community to
it's too hard to try to chase lies, you know.
Yeah.
And it's like my dad said, you know, if you lie, you're always going to be chasing that
so are
lie,
the muggers and the rapists. Hell, you
and you're
just
never going to
described
catch it,
everybody
right?
who
Because you're going to have
lives
to
in New
continue
York.
to lie
The only New Yorkers
to
who
catch
aren't
the first one.
gruff
And it's going to be a
are
never-ending, you know.
Thank you, Andrew Cuomo.
It's going to be a never-ending
That's the
battle trying to
not murder
catch
or
the first
assault.
lie that you
So
told.
now it's
You know, I just don't do it. I don't know why. As long as I've been around, as many as I
So the solution is emasculation.
Um, as long as I've been around, and as many receipts that I have shown, and as many times as I've shown the truth, and then it was proved to be true, you know, the truth. I don't understand why people, you know, just, it was so easy for people to think I was a liar. And that's really what bothers me at the end of the day. Is that people would think I would lie to you.
But you know, the good news is, if you play that video in reverse, it actually looks like these guys work there and are stocking the shelves.
Lying and not knowing. You know, if you don't know, but not the fact you're not there and you can't really say, you know, it's not.
That's called plausible deniability.
Problem solved. And if we only had the police there to greet them and help them load the stuff into the stolen truck. Yo, Sarge, mind grabbing the end of this flat screen? Meanwhile, as we excuse the criminals who are the real threats, parents. The National School Boards Association, which represents over 90,000 school officials, begged Joe Biden on Wednesday to protect them from angry mobs of parents upset over vaccine and mask mandates that are forced upon their kids, saying the parents should be treated as domestic terrorism by extremist hate organizations. Yet to these buffoons, a 28-year-old single mom looking out for her kids is the same as a one-eyed monster with a hook for a hand. So they implored Biden to mobilize the FBI and Secret Service to guard school officials. The sad part is they'll probably listen. The teachers' unions realize that the worst thing about COVID is parents realizing how bad the teachers' unions are. And now that parents are taking a more active role in protecting their kids from these idiots, they're now considered a threat. But these days, anyone who disagrees with these craven, self-righteous, sanctimonious a-holes is considered a threat. Remember the soldier who spoke up about the Afghanistan debacle? He's still in the brig. And how about that U.S. Marine who rescued a baby in Kabul during that botched withdrawal? He's allegedly under investigation after he was invited up onto a stage by Donald Trump last week.
I am the guy that pulled the baby over the wall, and it's definitely probably one of the greatest things I've ever done in my entire life.
Yeah, I need talk.
Well, not so fast, Buster. Hopping up on that stage might have violated policy. Even though he was invited on the stage by a former president, still they treat him like he's John Beasley. It's like the Biden administration is attempting the biggest purge since Tyrus went on that juice cleanse.
I don't have any new medical stories because I'm not talking to her.
So you see what's happening here? We are criminalizing citizens and decriminalizing crime. It makes no sense, but maybe it's the only way Democrats can lower crime statistics. The jerks. She's the nicest host at Fox News, and if you disagree, she'll stab you in the face. America's newsroom co-anchor and the Five Coast Data Burrito. And there's nothing wrong with your screen. That's just how he looks. Writer and comedian Joe DeVito. She is like an armadillo, a tough exterior, but prone to curling up in a ball. Focus contributor Captain. And finally, his watch band is your waistband. My massive sidekick and the NWA World Television Champion, Tyrus. Dana, welcome to Nashville. I know that you've never really been down south before. Quite an exciting experience. You've been arrested numerous times for horrific crimes. This must be a relief that the cops will not be breathing more and cuffing you.
I was thinking when they said that they were rough and dismissive. I've lived in New York 10 years. I didn't become rough and dismissive over that time. No, not really. I'm not. I was thinking, though, this might be good news for those business owners that have homeless people sitting outside their shops for years on end. There's one girl. She has been sitting outside for 6 generations for, like, I don't know, 8 years.
Right.
And she's pregnant.
Wow.
For 8 years.
She's begging for 2.
Yeah. So if you have customer service,
right
now, then maybe not the business owners can help.
Oh my God! So maybe you're saying that this could be a good idea on that, and then I might be wrong.
I didn't see it.
What? How did you see it?
I thought like they were implying that there's people that would talk to the cops but worried that they're rude. I would snitch on my mom boss, but I heard the cops don't say please and thank you.
And also, again, it's like that liberal thing where they snip around the edges of a huge problem, and then they say problem is solved by solving something that didn't need solving. I don't want a non-rough act.
No, I think you're supposed to be rough when you fight crime.
Yeah.
It'd always be weird and passive aggressive if you weren't.
Yes. Wasn't the crime-fighting dog McGruff? Yeah.
He didn't smile.
No, he didn't smile at all. Why would you when you know you're going to be dead for 2 years? Probably not a good joke. Joe DeVito.
Thank you. Dead dog to me.
Yes. Well, it reminds me of your beard.
I wish you could show that clip of De Blasio backwards so go into his mouth. It's so the idea that the police are supposed to do customer service. How exactly does that work? Like your 5th assault conviction, you get a free ice cream sundae.
Yes.
It's amazing what he's done to New York City. It's like in the movies where you see the character throw the match over his shoulder and everything explodes behind him. That's Bill de Blasio every day when he leaves the house. Destroying New York City in some new and exciting way.
That's like me when I leave a restaurant.
But I always flip tables.
Please don't use the match.
I risk the world when I light a match.
Like literally, once the thing's not.
Probably should have said that out loud. Probably should have thought about it and then gone to Tyrus. He said, "Hi, Tyrus.
Hi, Greg.
Love the hats.
Funny joke, Greg.
Yes. You got the boots and the hat.
Here's who I whip this out. Always wanted to say that. You know, I'm kind of mad about this because in my youth, when I was a knucklehead, it would have been nice if I freeze, get on the ground. I'd like to speak to a manager. And the cops go, oh, sorry, sir, we'll be right back. You know, more time to get away. We just lost our customer service. Protecting you from criminals is customer service.
Yes.
Kicking in the door and saving you is customer service. If anyone needs customer service, it's our men and women in blue that need customer service in politics. And I would just like to say the family of snakes that gave all they could. Thank you.
That snake skin?
It was.
Yes.
It's my skin now.
And then one last one, because we didn't really talk about how the teachers group are calling parents potential terrorists. We are now entered the stage where we're weaponizing the potential threat. Have you noticed this? Now anybody can be a potential threat. I'm a potential threat for even pointing this out. It's now like ever since they did this whole like there's this invisible terrorist threat, domestic threat. Now anybody can be fingered. It can be fingered, and not in a good way.
Well, no, Listen, as a parent, this is a double-edged sword. They cry when we don't get involved in our kids' school. Then when we get involved, how dare you question what I'm going on? You're a terrorist if you call me out.
Yeah.
You're a terrorist if you don't agree with me. You're a terrorist if you hold me accountable. Well, I'll change this. What's the new hack terrorists wear these days?
They want to use the Patriot Act to go after United States citizens. I mean, how do you think this ends?
That doesn't end well. But this segment ended well.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
Happy Tuesday, everyone. Great to be in Nashville at the listening room once again, and we got some great guests. Judge Janine is here. You know, she drove all the way from New York. Here she is pulling into the parking lot. Yeah, the judge loves to speed. I asked her why, and she said, Greg, I treat the road like it's death row. Put on that seatbelt, step on the gas.
And I didn't get a ticket.
And look, it's Larry Gatlin of the country music legends, the Gatlin Brothers. I gotta tell you, those guys party back in the day, the Gatlin Brothers. They inhaled more white powder than a baby's butt. Yeah, they were a wild bunch back in the 70s. Now they're in their 70s. Now they cut their coke with Lipitor. They've replaced orgies with orthopedics, prostitutes with proctologists. No more smoking joints. They're replacing them. But it's great to see Larry, known for the classic hit, All the Gold in California. Yeah. All the gold in California. Larry should update the song to reflect today. All the poop on my shoe in California. Yeah, if their streets gotta be filthier, they'd be Jesse's hairbrush. Or Cat's vocabulary. Sadly, California dreaming is now a guy sleeping in a tent in your front lawn, throwing up on your porch. A shout out to Sean Penn. But speaking of Cat, she had a great first night out in Nashville.
It's been that's okay. I think I You weren't. I couldn't really hear at first. Like I couldn't get on anything. I was like, sweet, thank you.
I know my go-to is talking about food. So.
I heard you. Oh wow, she's gotta be nervous. But hey,
I can't tell Dad to go hold back. It's only Monday. We got a whole week here. And she said, "Oh, you're right, Greg. I'll save the rest of this moonshine for my cereal."
Okay, well,
then there's Tyrus.
That's okay, baby. Keep them entertained. I mean, I just lost
I'll just move on.
No,
So remember when we were told the adults were taking back government when Joe Biden won? Yet they ousted Orange Godzilla, and we got the creature from the Black Lagoon.
Mine didn't even have any whipped cream.
Yeah.
But no, like
Pretty amazing.
I did it for,
Yeah, that's some normalcy. We got their serious bedlam going on at the border. There are thousands still converging. Many are sick. And like Hillary, crime remains unchecked and unprosecuted. Perhaps 100 Americans may still be in Afghanistan. Inflation rising like Hunter's heart rate after a pull on his crack pipe. Control yourself, Larry. It's just a picture. So it's a lot of bad news. The upside is I still look great. It's amazing for a man in his early 40s. But that funny, Judge. But thankfully, despite all this bad news, we have an adult in charge. Okay, an adult and a guy in an adult side. Captain Joe. Look at him. Aviator sunglasses. Check. Bomber jacket. Check. He looks like someone crossed a Delta pilot with Arthur Fonzarelli.
She's staring at the
Too bad his microphone gets cut more than me trying to make the 8th grade soccer team.
And then you talk to
This year I was closer than ever. Seriously, I feel like a guest at Epstein's Island. Where are the adults we were promised? I seem to remember being told in my mandated anger management classes that an adult takes responsibility for his actions. But here's Joe responding to his recent crisis.
Take a look at what I had heard when I came in the office. When I came in the office, the state of affairs, and where we were. We had 4 million people vaccinated. We had no plan. I could go down. I'm not complaining. It's just a reality.
And people are buying into it. I'm like, what? How do you guys not see what this really is?
Reality.
Brian is not talking to this guy. No, sorry, not happening.
So what is this reality? How about that anyone vaccinated today can thank something called Operation Warp Speed created something?
He got home, and I bet he's not even out there. That's possible too. I said that too. That I don't know.
How's that for red meat?
The fact you are acting like Brian's stopping to talk to a guy that looks like the FBI. Tell me another one.
Steer his horse.
Not out.
Yeah, Joe Biden punishes border patrol. Look at this. Patrolling the border.
I would believe it more if they said Brian was spotted in the crackhouse. I would believe that more. These crackheads would probably be the only ones that aren't really looking for him.
But you know,
Maybe they're more money, but I would have more faith if they told me they found him in the crackhouse.
Cleaning up those mistakes at the border.
Or they swore a copy of the crackhouse. That I could believe.
The media.
So now all the crackheads are going to come forward to ask for it. But yeah, him stopping to talk to a guy who looks like he's in the FBI, I don't think.
Segways.
Brian is sick, dude. He's not stupid. Anybody that's able to get away with, what is he on, 15 days now or longer?
There's no wall, you jackasses.
And he's able to beat the FBI and everybody else, and he's just going to stop and talk to someone while he's driving down the road. I'm going to show you guys something. Hold on.
I respect Joe if he admits he wrongly steered that guy and apologizes. But I won't hold my breath, mainly because if I do, I look like a... So Build Back Better is the stupidest slogan ever. Sounds like a leftover from a Labor Day sale at Home Depot. The only thing Joe builds is blame. He pretends to take responsibility, saying that.
So you're driving down the road and you see this guy.
A guy who eats dollar bills.
Hold on.
I wonder if blaming the past really works in real life.
Close to me in my life.
Page 2 of the harassing numbers.
No that night, no permission for any of that night turned out. Interview on it. I'm doing this so people know that I am not him. A lot of people who are close to me in my life have sent me tons of art. A lot of people have told me that I should wear shirts that says not.
So as America lurches back,
I never seen so many redneck pot smokers like Gutfield.
They drive their places, and then I get out and I read what they're doing, and then no questions. Then I get back in the car. They drive me someplace else.
You wake up in Oakland, down in Fort Worth, Pacific, Mountain, Central. If you wake up at a different time, in a different place.
Yeah.
If you wake up in a different place. You wake up in Oakland, down in Fort Worth.
That we can withstand a bumbling old man who, like a 35-year-old unemployed millennial living with his parents, refuses to bear any responsibility. But I'll be strong enough to endure the wokesters who control him. They're like kids going after their rich dad's estate before he passes. But hey, at least he bravely went on national TV to get his booster shot. Let's roll that tape.
Okay. I would just like to start all these meetings today. to put all of these rumors to bed.
Now you see what I mean? Poor guy is right. But poor guy is now a star. So when I see all these people say that I've seen this one, I've seen that one, how do you know you've seen him? How do you know you've seen him? And I really believe that if Brian Laundrie is out there, like obviously, but if he was
You
out
better
there,
not be Brian Bornman. He's been deceased since 2001 or 2.
So I thought that was kind of funny. And that's his thing. That's Brian Laundrie.
What about Mike Sonderman, Kelly?
5 days ago. He's got 200,000 subscribers. I get up on. That's what I'm saying. And I agree with you. So when I see this guy saying how he's Brian Laundrie, I mean, he is. He saw Brian Laundrie. He wanted to make it look great, man. So Leopard's dead. I just wanted to go like this. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. They all look similar to Chris Pratt. I definitely agree. I mean, he's got millions of views. Just saying that he's not Brian Laundrie.
Okay, Peter set an example and embraced responsibility.
I'm not Brian, but I would go to your mom's house.
No, I think he's setting an example. He doesn't know what he's doing. I mean, I call him the liar.
No, they do it to just defame anything about me or my family.
But I would go to your mom's house.
There was no plan. The truth is, there were 3 vaccines that were moved at Warp Speed by.
I mean, because even with him saying it, people don't believe that it's not him. So I thought it was a great answer.
Well, nobody believes you're me, but you act like it.
I don't know if he's still alive. I want to say yes, because I think he wasn't. There's another thing I want to show you guys that I found today. Real quickly. Very interesting.
But when you say like, oh, it's the other guy's fault, what does that mean? How does that mean?
Great to see you, my friend. Welcome.
Sure. Okay.
Did you see the under?
So we remember, this is important. We all remember the Jonathan Lee Rich's fight with the neighbor, and the neighbor actually got arrested. Remember, we know all this? What we don't know is what happened prior to the neighbor freaking out. Everybody assumed that the neighbor freaked out due to everyone assumed the neighbor freaked out due to the laundries. That's not why the neighbor freaked out. A lot of people don't know this. I just learned this today. Now, if you don't know the main person that's been camped out in front of Brian Laundrie's house, it has been Jonathan Lee Rich's. As I stated before, he's nothing but a troll. He's a scammer. He believes everybody. He's suing everybody. He's doing this to everybody. I guess he doesn't have a job because he has been camped out in front of the laundries from 7 a.m. to like 7 p.m. or whatever's legit. What a lot of people don't know is what actually happened, and the media didn't show this, of why this neighbor freaked out. But I have to.
He has the keys. He has the keys to the nuclear football.
Hold on.
Do you think Biden will actually?
Now, please tell me why. I don't think there's volume, but please tell me why anybody is going up to the neighbor's house
Your second husband is going to feel.
and peeping in their windows. And I'm going to show the whole thing.
I've been burned in the past. I still have issues that affect me now.
That's Jonathan Lee Richards. This is the neighbor's house.
He would be sleeping on the couch.
I guess he's caught on a ring cam.
It's not like Abraham Lincoln was complaining about how he inherited a mess throughout the Civil War. Like
Could you imagine if the Gettysburg Address began like 407 years ago? Was when all this started. So this is like totally not my fault. So don't blame me. Like that's not quite as inspiring, right? He did it. He focused on bringing people together and solutions to problems and not making it on himself, whether we blame for it. That's what a leader is supposed to do.
There you go. If Joe Biden was actually president, I probably wouldn't worry as much. But I feel like he's just a good ornament to a very dangerous work machine. We have to check out.
That's Jonathan pointing at the neighbor
Go ahead. I don't have to
in the
look at it
neighbor's
unless
house.
not can we please remediate my content? That was amazing because I feel like there wasn't much Photoshop in there.
But actually, I was taller in that picture.
Yeah, you were. It was good.
Sharing
Nice job.
Yeah.
There it is. That is right there. Is
Why are you recording this neighbor's
as
house?
unbelievable as that is, it's right up there with thinking that President Joe Biden knows what's going on. Right now. Better chance of that
And taking
jumping
pictures.
out and balancing the budget than anything going on in the office right
Could you imagine waking up to that, just sitting on your chest?
Every day people drive by here. And
Is your wife here?
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
Now it turns out
We are at the listening room in Nashville.
what we learned is that the kid was home alone. This man's son was home alone. I don't know how old the kid was, but all of a sudden the kid's playing a game on the couch. He was like playing video games, and he turns around and people are peeking in the windows. That's when the dad came home and flipped his shit. That's what you saw. So exactly, there's no excuse for anybody to be taking pictures of the neighbor's house, nothing. But the media didn't show you that. The media only showed the neighbor freaking the fuck out. So that all came from a GoFundMe that was started.
It's weird.
So his name is Angelo Zappacosta.
You mean
He's a
Jeff
United States
Angelo?
Marine Corps. Actually, let me screenshot it with you guys.
Sure, in New York City, you could be pushed in front of a subway train by a guy
This isn't
wearing
your
a
script.
smile and a hospital bracelet. But really,
He's a United States Marine Corps veteran who suffers from anxiety
Boy,
and
Murph
depression.
thinks she's
He
the
was
editor.
arrested for allegedly pushing and yelling at Jonathan Lee Riches, a known felon on probation and fraudster. He has filed thousands of unwarranted lawsuits, and he has. He came on a property without permission and proceeded to take pictures and videos again without permission. He and his cohort then proceeded to our front window, which is out of view of the camera, and try to peep in our home while my soon-to-be wonderful stepson was home alone playing video games.
Well, Royal is not your soon.
When I was told what he was doing from a neighbor and saw the footage, I immediately went to Northport Police Department and reported him and asked for a no trespass order to be issued to him. I told the officer that he would be outside Brian Laundrie's house from 7 to 7 yelling on his bullhorn like every day for the past 2 weeks. They never did. The next day, I spoke with another police officer and requested that they issue him a no trespass order. Still nothing, even though the police had a strong police presence in our neighborhood, sometimes only a few yards away from Jonathan and his bullhorn. During those 2 days between when I reported him to when I finally got frustrated and confronted him. This man, Jonathan Lee Riches, has been posing around the neighborhood as a private detective hired by Gabby's parents and a news reporter. I myself, and I believe that 100% that he's doing that. I myself have served honorably in the U.S. Marine Corps, have lived in Northport for over 14 years. I had a clean record besides one DUI in 2000. I was a volunteer coach, youth wrestling in Rhode Island, as well as Northport. I've been a volunteer cook for Meals on Wheels in Northport. I have been a productive member of society. Thank you for taking the time to read. If you're still on the fence, I invite you, when you are done reading this, to Google my name and Google his name and see what comes up. The money would be used to protect my rights from this fraudster and predator of a lot of people's rights. P.S. I believe followers of Jonathan Lee Richards are still trying to have this GoFundMe account reported. I hope they don't succeed. Thank you again for all your support. I made this TikTok today in hopes to get my story out to some of the younger people. If you like it, please share. This man has a social media army at his disposal. That's J is for Justice's proof. I would like to see this go viral because the media were quick to put the video of the fight out there, but they either didn't want to hear my side of it or the news stations that they interviewed me didn't really tell my whole story. Must have been too boring for them. Thank you again for all your help and support. Enjoy this TikTok video.
Welcome back. Deputy Chair of Manhattan Real Estate. So,
You still got a crush on this name.
Tenant is still here.
There is no bathroom. You don't need a bathroom.
So it is so sad. So it's kind of frustrating though that they've decided to only show the fight and not what's really going on. I'm gonna try to get a hold of this guy and see if he'll do an interview. It sounds like he probably will. Because he wants to get it out there. But when I saw that, she's
they're still best friends behind the
There's
scenes.
so much shit that went on
do
behind the scenes of Chris Watts that you guys don't even know. Like, it would take me forever to even explain it, but so much shady shit went on behind the scenes that it was disgusting. Absolutely fucking disgusting.
Right, you wanted to fuck Scott, and you got to fuck Shane and didn't know the difference because they switched faces. Tag it.
Gain some traction. If anybody wants a link, here's the link.
Links are profane and hackable. She
Like
shares porn.
Do you think Brian's sister was being deceptive when she was? Yes, I do think she was being deceptive. But again, it's her brother.
She has people load the questions.
I'm not afraid to admit that. A lot of people don't want to admit it, but they should admit it. I'm sorry, but yeah, I would be just as what's the word I'm looking for? I would be just as frustrated, and I would cover for my family. I would. It is really sad, Kimberly. I agree with you. And that was posted 3 days ago. I do. I think it's disgusting that he's got to deal with this shit.
They're fucking disgusting.
So. Hey, you know we're making some progress. When I have a lot more members, I have a lot more people watching on this channel than I do on my other channel. In my other channel, I have triple the members. So that's a good thing. Alright, so that's all I need to talk to you guys about.
Danny Arnold McKenney as Lady Gaga and her monsters.
But those are a couple things I just wanted to bring to you guys. I do it in member only form.
But you're on the
I haven't spoken on her today. I think
look, anybody can go on this. Why is it members only?
An interview getting the real truth out there. I agree.
See, you lie about everything.
Now, mind you, Dave, if my son came home, and I need to clear this, I need to reiterate this 1,000 times.
Your son is so
if
embarrassed
my son
of you.
came home and said, "Mom, I murdered somebody. I am not covering for him. I'm going to convince him to go to the police and turn himself in." But if he comes to me and says, "Mom, I didn't do it. Somebody else did it. I'm scared. I'm going to be the blame for it," and I believed him, I'm going to cover for him. That's the difference. Everybody is assuming that he came home and said, "Mom, I murdered her. I killed the bitch, and that's it. Now I'm gonna run and hide. Everyone in the public opinion feels that's what was said. I don't believe that's what was said. I don't believe he admitted it to his parents. I believe don't ask, don't tell. He said it didn't happen, and that's what I honestly believe.
Live.
I absolutely would stick up for my son if it wasn't blatantly obvious that he did. And by the time the parents may have realized that he really did do it, he was long gone.
So that's why we
So
want to leave.
I remember that.
But don't you people get a swelled head? We already have one of those.
Oh, hell no, Pretty Gabby. I'm very quiet here. People don't realize it. I would be embarrassed to scream. I would be the person typing. Like, I would talk to Brian and or the news people, but I am way different. I don't have a big mouth. I wouldn't be screaming at the house. I would be the person interviewing the neighbors. I would talk to the news. I would be more like a reporter than a patron. You know what I mean? I thank you, Debbie. Hair character bowing down saying thank you. Hair character.
I lost 53 pounds. I would say that it far exceeded my expectations.
You want to know why running on the treadmill 7 days a week?
Oh, hair character. Oh, I thought you wrote that. Where I was reading it, I'm like, what is a hair character bowing down? Where I'm looking at it from, I can see it. Hey, well, Mina, how come we're not sleeping? It's a sticker on the other channel. So I was so confused. I'm like, what the hell is hair down? That's so funny. So that sticker is hair down, bowing down, saying thank you. Thank you, Debbie.
I would stay sub 10% body fat year round.
So for those of you that can't see, let me show you. Because my other screen probably thinks I'm nuts.
You can follow diet.
When you're a triple showing, that's what if anyone wants to know what that signal is, that is hair character bowing down saying I thought I was having a fucking swan right now. What the hell's hair down mean? So
I just jumped right into it.
what else? Trying to think if there's anything else. Oh, that was you guys. Do you guys have any questions for
There
me?
is a simple way to completely
Haley, you might be one of the few people on the planet that just moved to
Hugh Jackman.
I'm the only crazy person.
But to transform himself into the superhero, Jackman followed some of the secrets that I'll reveal to you.
Please, I'll just go.
Chris Pratt went
I'm
from
just
the
about
chubby,
done.
lovable Andy.
I really didn't have much more for you guys. I just wanted to give you guys that, let you guys know about Discord, let you know about Patreon, the future, the immediate future,
National Archives.
and here you are.
Hit Glasscock.
I'm shocked I haven't found him yet either. That's why I don't think he's on the road. Fluff is alright. He's still gotta wear his neck brace. His hair's slowly growing back. Me and Phoenix have to get my hair cut. I'm gonna take this thing off once we get my hair cut. He's so miserable with it on. So we gotta get my hair cut. He needs a haircut there.
That's what his mother always
So,
cut
and the
his
only
hair.
reason I haven't done a big candle push is
They're
I
doing
only have
Samson
about,
and Delilah.
I would say about 5 pounds
They have
wax
them.
left, and that's not a lot. I usually go through about 55 pounds a week. And I was supposed to get some on Friday, and they made a
Fucking
delivery
douche
down my
cream.
way. So now I'm really down to the wire with only like 5 pounds left, which will only make about 10 candles.
They're burning.
Oh,
Won't
your
be the
cursed
best way to
candles.
support you with the change. I've seen others ask. Best.
You
It all
are too
depends on how you want to
psychotic.
support you. Is really what it comes down to.
She's threatened to come by here and kill me so many times. Bring it.
And let me say this. In order to answer that question, let me make the changes first, and then you guys can. Oh, you the one you ordered today? Because I haven't even looked today. Or were you one of the orders from yesterday or the second? There's all those securing. I gotta put labels on.
So click that link.
Within an hour, a rat scurried across my feet. There was a domestic violence dispute in my hallway, and there was a man peeing on the side of the road. But that's normal.
I'm so much happier now.
It's the days like
Better than ever.
all right, we gotta move on. That's New York City.
No one
Still
even
like New
believes
York,
I'm
but
their mom right now.
as long as
Actually,
Fox is still there. See, this,
I mean, I would say
this is
if
our monologue.
anyone.
This is pretty
Yeah, no. So that yours are yours are curing. Take that leap of faith.
the ratings
Because you regret it. Yeah, you guys did yours yesterday.
Hey, Sean Hannity here.
That's not gonna. Yeah, it's curing.
I'm scared of your
I didn't get any
shit.
orders
So
today.
do not neglect interviews and most
Except one
compelling
wax
viewers,
which
will
is
not
over.
get it.
Hey,
Maybe we
Anita.
should talk about
You missed it. That's what I would say.
the smoke bush, though, that you did the ritual on where you tied it in string.
Every day.
Talk about that.
Always gotta work. So that's it though. I really don't have anything else. I knew I wasn't gonna be able to go
Never
live
have
again today because I
anything.
have to get labels done. I have to get some orders out. I have to box some stuff up.
Here's the
But
Yeah,
like
that's
I
no
said,
madness.
over the next day or two. Oh, Anita, one thing you should know though, Discord is being completely wiped out and completely rebuilt. So tomorrow, everyone's gonna have new links. Well, I don't want to say definitively tomorrow. Latest by Tuesday. All new Discords for members, Patreons.
Here's what you're missing.
Yeah, I'm not gonna. I'll tie in Discord. Revamping everything
That's because you're a vampire, you whore.
and rebuild,
Blood sucking bitch.
restructure, and rebuilding, revamping. So that's why. But I'm gonna cut out. It's already 8 o'clock. But I am so glad the kids are on vacation all week. I get to sleep.
Look at your ugly, burnt,
And it's a good
rusty face.
because every day I'm up at 6 o'clock in the morning.
She goes to sleep at sunrise. She inverts it.
So I'll see you guys
Her
tomorrow.
dead ghost talks when she's asleep.
Once you get into the swing of things in Nashville.
Oh, we talking about Elvis or Priscilla? Or Bob Joyce?
You don't stop at the hotel bar when you get off the flight. You just go straight to the hotel. Kat survived another night on the town. We had a heck of a time, however, getting her back into the hotel room.
I was never with you.
Thanks for the help, guy with the phone. Bravest man I've ever seen. Kat, stop mixing tequila with Red Bull. All right. But I'm also glad that your family made it to the show. I think we have a picture. I knew those new no bail laws would finally come in handy. And Joe Mackey is here. Good to see he made it. This is him. My panel. And of course, finally, there is Tyrus. He's here tonight. Here he is. Here he is enjoying a night on the town. Not getting the deposit back. So, to the news. The Center for Disease Control is at it again. Yesterday, these bozos issued an urgent health advisory for pregnant people to get the COVID vaccine. It was so urgent, they forgot there's a name for what kind of people get pregnant. To them, it's not pregnant women, it's pregnant people, which include men as well as women, and probably some woodland creatures and a box of frogs. And so we're supposed to believe these are medical experts, right? Hell, Joe Biden's more of a doctor than these asses. How can we completely erase the biological differences between men and women? Hell, I've done that, but never intentionally. I was at a party, it was drunk, and I didn't see the Adam's apple. Because of the height difference. So think about this. What if you were a hardcore feminist who worked decades fighting for the rights of women? You know, like Gloria Steinem, Andrew Dice Clay. And after you've made all this headway, you find that the word woman is considered offensive. Yet now anyone can get pregnant, right, crazy lady?
You know, people get pregnant and not just women. But I hear people over and over and over again say women get pregnant. But that's excluding people that should be a part of this conversation.
He's talking about pregnant men, because that's a thing. But I'm sorry, a guy should never be confused about whether his cramps are from labor pains or the chili he ate. Ma'am, please remove your jock strap before it snaps the gynecologist in the face. So how did we get this far? Well, it's not on you or me. It's on the cowards, the bureaucrats, the experts, the media wusses who are so scared of being called out on Twitter that they aptly throw an entire gender under the bus. Oh, we better not offend the activist class. So it's not women who can get pregnant, but men too. So let's just say people. So if men can get pregnant, what can women do that they couldn't do in the past few 100,000 years, right? Hey, ladies, don't forget to get your prostate checked. After that, please turn your head and cough. The only good I see coming out of this.
So look, Mr. Gut Belly dumbass. I know you got an ulcer from all this shit. You're welcome. So, everyone except Mr. Gutfield, I can guarantee is guilty. I'm not sure about him yet. That's why his ratings have been going up. I've been watching them. So, we're at 7 hours, 11 minutes in. Be warned. I may come back and pinch you. Toodles.